All right, let's get the show and party started. If you hear some dings and whistles, it's because I finally got the one, as I was talking to Mr. Dante about this, I finally got the one fucking tablet. Oh, there's my first F-bomb of the night to fucking start. So while we are talking and whatnot, I will eventually, get this thing going where I will show my Facebook people, if I get it to go. I will add my Facebook profile to the mix because it wasn't quite on there for, and you're going to hear a lot of beeps and whistles, but that's just the way it is.
You're a popular guy.
Nah, it's just things that, you can, and I'm trying to get it to do the go live. So yeah, there it is. It's live. Yeah. Fucking go live, man. There you go. Okay. So there should be an ad, there should be a go. There it is. There's the go live button. Good. So we're going live. We're on my Facebook profile. I have my Facebook fan page, which is Captain Jack Rackham, and I have my X, aka Twitter, up, and of course the YouTube show. I got Instagram over here. I waved at Matt Santini. How you doing? Now I got the Facebook profile, and of course, Dante, you are broadcasting on whichever channel you're on, brother. And by the way, thank you for that, because I like exposure where I'm clothed. Okay, because remember, you got to remember, when you say I like to expose myself, you can't really say that. Okay, you got to watch.
Nah, not today. Not today's society.
You gotta watch. Thank you. Exactly. You can't say it in today's society. And I got my Captain Jack Yarg shirt on. And we do have, as our special guest, now that I got all my shit squared away and oncoming, it is Dante from the East Coast Gridiron, my buddy through my buddy, Angelo, Raider Transplant. And Dante, I'm just going to let you say hi to everybody that might not know you. I know Elijah F knows you because he's a monitor on your channel. Elijah, how you doing? And thank you for that. Mr. Dante, take it away, sir. Tell me about yourself, sir.
Yeah, so started my channel, I think, in 2021. Been growing ever since, and talk all football, college, high school. Was a former coach, former high school player, and now scout for the channel, scout for myself. Been through the NFL scouting program a couple years ago, so I feel like, if there's anything that you need to know when it comes to college or the upcoming players, we got you. I know we're going to talk a little bit about fantasy football and things like that, and what that looks like. But yeah, I feel like we're the channel that probably, I like to always say we might know a little bit more about your team than you know about your team, and we take a lot of pride in that. So yeah, I mean, that's me, man. I like talking ball, like watching ball. All the preseason games have been fun thus far this year. I feel a little bit more closer this year than I ever have to the preseason for whatever odd reason. But like I told you, we travel around, try to get to any and every game that we can. Doesn't matter what the team is, and that's just a little bit about us. I mean, it really as simple as that. Just if there's football around, we try to be around. So.
Hoorah! I'm glad to see that. And again, so you say you've seen game film of go back to high school?
Yeah. So actually, in my spare time, wait, what? Michael Parsons traded to the Ravens?
Is that real?
I'm about to check Twitter right now because that would be kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, it would be dealing somebody at the height of what you can get for them. And the Raiders are the Ravens, I should say, are cashing. They're going all in. By the way, hey, Steve and Brian Bott and Steve Haas, come to YouTube. Hey, Matt Santini already came over from Instagram to YouTube. Go to fucking YouTube. I'm sorry. Fucking YouTube, Captain Jack Rackham Levy. Okay, Steve? Go to YouTube. It's real easy. Ahoy, say we have an official show because Matt Marinovich is here, and when Matt comes in, it's an official show. It's a double official show when Jimmy Firpo comes in and goes Raider. So we're basically 3/4 of the way. I know it's two people, but Matt coming in is 3/4 of that, and then Firpo coming in is the other quarter to make it official. But
Life Ultron, man.
Yeah, hey, whatever it is, I give Matt the credit because Matt pretty much stays in the entire time popping, and that's why I want to make sure that he gets 3/4 of the credit. Next equals JJ McCarthy. We said that the other night. Philly Mike said that it's at the Raven. Has that been confirmed, Dante?
No, none of my sources have said that he got traded, so I think that was just a troll. So.
Yep. Philly Mike OG, you are a fucking troll, sir. At least trolling information. So, and Dante's up on this shit. Ed Winchell, go to YouTube. See, even Ed Winchell says it on a go to YouTube. Tony Corrado, good to see you there, brother. And Carol Tia Grano is there. I wave at everybody I can. Now, Dante, I was saying you do. Do you have any high school film of a certain? And I won't say his first name, but I'll give you his initial, J. Levy. It's Orlando Colonial, 1983. I don't know if you've gone back that far in your high school tape.
No, I haven't, but I would love to write that name down. If it's good film, I want to watch it. So.
No, there's probably not a lot of film of J. Levy. That's me. And from 1983. Okay. Yeah, there. First off, if you can find it, Richard Davis, thank you. He's coming at you. I appreciate that. If you can find film of me, Orlando Colonial, 1983, God, I'll give you like I said, I'd give you like $100 because I don't think there's any film of me. I don't think there's any.
So you're saying it's like finding a needle in a haystack? Got it.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack of needles.
Touche.
Yeah. The only reason why I say that, hey, Captain Raider, come on over to YouTube, brother. And Tony Corrado, please come over to YouTube. I say that because I kind of peaked. At like, and I got fucked over, and I'll say this. I went from high school to high school, so I had to play JV an extra year, which kind of.
I was very familiar to what I did.
Yeah, kind of killed my chances. Yeah.
In today's society, that's known as cheating, I guess, when you go from one state to another state and they feel like that you're like recruiting. It's the whole high school scene is even getting kind of ridiculous, like college. But as far as like the college front from my side, I can't coach anymore because of the full-time job that I have. I wish I could, but the best thing that I can do from my perspective is, every once in a while, probably once every 2 weeks, I'll get sent film from a player that, it's just like, hey, how am I doing? Can you give me any pointers? So
it's good.
That's how I feel like I can give back to some of those kids. And I've built like a really good relationship with some of them. Like I just recently had a guy, like not even 5 minutes ago, I see my messages blowing up on Twitter of him asking me how he can get better at like technique and things like that. So it's cool. It makes me feel good as a guy that that obviously can't coach like in the physical form, but being able to give what's the knowledge for ourselves if we just keep it and die with it, right? So
right. And you know what? I actually maybe I might be able. I apologize for literally showing my ass in a minute. Okay, because when you show your ass, that's really not a good thing. But I might be able to kick over my desk. Oh my God, I don't know where it is. I have I see if I knew we were going to be talking about high school and coaching. I'll have it for next time. I have on my desk. It's a dragon, and it's because I was the coach of the Alconbury Dragons in 1990. let's say 95, 96 for 2 years. And I was known as Coach Psycho because I was Psycho. Yeah, I had a Howie Long jersey. It didn't say Long, I said Psycho on it. So they called me Coach Psycho. And my boys, which was in the it was the what do you call it? The league where the Dodd schools, the same schools, by the way, that Ashton Genty played for the Dodd schools in Europe before he went over and got his, scholarship over to Boise State. So these are the military schools for military kids all around the world, and obviously in Dodd's Europe. So I'm a proud coach. I'm a proud coach. Oh, fuck. I hope I didn't fucking lose my Facebook feed. But, oh, fuck, I did. Anyway, I thought it was live. I thought it was live. Oh, my goodness. I thought I was live, do live video. I'm going to do it again. I hate these. I hate these posts. Yeah, fuck it. It didn't happen. Anyway, I was a coach. I don't know what happened to my live feed, but it was there. But the coaching aspect, and that's why I said when I talk about the offensive line, I was an offensive lineman in high school. Didn't project to college, but I know about the offensive line. I know about that aspect of it. So I talk about it. So you being a coach, if you're giving these aspects to the kids, you know what the importances are that you can give to them.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And NFL trivia testing. Yeah, okay, Mike. Okay, name 6 quarterbacks who won 2+ Super Bowls before the 2000. Name 6. Okay, well, Montana won 2. Bradshaw won 4. Let's see here. Bucket won 2. That's 3.
Troy Aikman in there.
Was his before 2000? Before the 2000s.
Yeah, it was in the 90s.
Okay, yep, Aikman. That's 4. Let me see. Unitas won 1 with the Colts.
John Elway didn't win multiple. He only won that one in 96 or 97 against.
Well, no, they did win 2, but he had to wait until he had his running back there, but until he won those 2 because he and let me see. I'm not sure. And actually, I think that's post 2000s. I think that's post 2000 when the Broncos finally won the Super Bowl with the running back. So I know it's Plunkett. I know it's Montana. I know it's let's see here. Maybe Shula, or not Shula, Greasy. Greasy won because I know the Dolphins won too. So Plunkett, Greasy.
Did Steve Young win too?
No, not pre-2000s. Not pre-2000s. So I don't. I could give you the 6. It'd take me a little bit, but I don't want to take the whole fucking show for this, Philly Mike. So yeah, that's it. Coach Psycho, that's right. Captain Jack and the Nate. Thank you there, Kenna. And we got Dory in here. Appreciate that. And hey, Phil, $2. Is that to you? That might be to you though. That might be your $2.
That's on your channel.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you there, Philly Mike. Appreciate it. John Elway has 2. Roger Staubach. Oh yeah, Bart Starr. Yeah, that should
that makes sense.
Yep, Super Bowl 1 and 2. So, by the way, Philly Mike, OG, name me the quarterbacks that lost for the Vikings. Okay, because everybody thinks the one quarterback lost all 4 games. And that's not true. Okay? He did not. And don't fucking look it up. I want it right now. You're going to play this shit with me? I like it right now. Hi, Velvet. And I'm going to bring in, while we're doing that, before I bring in Angelo, Dante, you said you were a service brat too?
I was, yep. Several members of my family in the Air Force. My grandpa and my dad were both Army Rangers. I was actually born on in El Paso, which, if you know anything about the White Sands Missile Base, that's the closest hospital. So
Yeah, well, that's
yeah, yep. I am ingratiated in
okay.
nothing but
Well,
military people in my
and
family.
I'm well, hoorah and hua, as to say that, and hua for you Army types, and hoorah for us, Navy Marine Corps guys. I'm going to bring in Angelo as well. I can't have Angelo over there. I'm going to put you in the
There
middle.
we go.
There we
Good
go.
job, Cap.
But yeah,
Good job. So
Dante is, of course, man, and that's it. But yeah, he gave all of his where he's a coach and he has his channel, and I need to know more because I've been talking too much.
no. And,
Go
and
ahead,
here's
Dante.
the thing, Cap.
Because,
So when I first met Dante, I just want to say, and I know he hates it that I brag about him all the time, but when I first I knew right away because I go on a lot of different podcasts in the boxing world where you have to be highly intelligent and have proper language and actually know your stuff in order to hold up the conversation. And oftentimes, Cap, and you know this, we like it when we are doing a show, right? Like you had one with Lincoln Kennedy, right? Extremely intelligent, like good work, proper explanation of things. And oftentimes when we do go to other podcasts, and I'm sure you felt this, Dante, you'll go to a Raider podcast, and sometimes it becomes an emotional screaming match, right? And I'll admit we've had our own for fun, me and Captain Jack. But at the end of the day, if you paid attention to, for example, Wednesday night, we had Captain Jack Severe and myself, very intelligent conversation on all sides, right? So I've been trying to get Dante in this show for a while. But Cap, I needed to man the calm, as you know. So I told Dante, I said, as soon as I have the power, I'm definitely going to bring you in. And Dante, like I said, the greatest thing about Captain Jack show is it's completely open to all sports, but they love all football. And that's you, brother. You are all football. So go ahead and tell everybody more about Dante.
yeah,
Yeah,
that you have already said.
yeah. I mean, with us is like when I started doing this, it was, off of the, hey, football. You talk very well about football. You should probably start a podcast. And I was like, okay, well, I did that with my guy Don, and we did that for years, and then it led up to this basically. And it took at first, before we were East Coast Gridiron, we were known as the Go for Two podcast. And so I was like, there's too many people's names with Go for Two. I don't like that. And then we kind of came down to this name with East Coast Gridiron because I wanted, see, with me, it's like all about marketing. I want to be the only one that has the name. I don't want any duplicates. And when you Google our name, everything comes up about us, the website, all of our social media. And so I was really proud in the fact that like we came up with this, and I wanted something with a name that had gridiron in it, right? And because everybody knows if you come to this channel, you see gridiron, we're not going to be talking about soccer, basketball. There's no other sport that has a word like gridiron where you know exactly what that sport is, right? And so there's no confusion when you come to our channel. You know exactly what we talk about. And because we don't talk about all sports, right? Like I feel like that also gives people a sense of, I could talk about hockey or I could talk about MMA in the past when I used to follow those a lot. But the fact is like we don't talk about anything else, so people know that that's all that we do. Like I don't even have time to pay attention to other sports sometimes because this is a 100% all year thing for me, right? Like even scouting at the Senior Bowl, like I can't wait to the beginning at the end of January where I get to travel to Mobile, Alabama and see those guys work, or roll up to Indianapolis and watch those guys at the combine. And it be amongst everybody or in everybody's head down in a notebook and writing notes that, of what they see on these players. So, from it's not just, oh, I like watching this throughout the week or watching this on Saturdays and Sundays. Like my wife will tell you, I'm up on Thursday nights watching San Jose State play at 3:00 in the morning. Like on a work night. So it's one of those things where, I can't play anymore. I can't coach anymore. So this is one way where I can talk ball and people kind of understand it from like the grassroots. And I know, Angelo, you can appreciate this, from your boxing world, right? Like this is interwoven a little bit differently than what people understand it to be. And so when I talk about it sometimes, and you've been on the streams where like when I correct people get upset, and then they think that like, oh, this dude might be an asshole. And I'm like, not an asshole. I just want to correct you because what you're saying is not right. And one of the guys that he's a Giants fan, and he put it perfectly. A lot of people that root for their teams or have YouTube channels for their favorite team, they're just a mascot. They don't love this like I would love this about like every single team. Like, yeah, I might be a Jaguars fan, but why am I at the Giants training camp? Why am I at the Steelers training camp? Why am I doing all this other stuff if I, just want to be a mascot for my team? So, yeah, it's just a little different, I guess. But I think, like Dylan says, I want to put this on a t-shirt because he says it every single time. He's like, you have your own corner of the internet where people love what you do. They love your film breakdown. They love seeing like the nitty gritty of things. You're like the IPA of YouTube. So, I appreciate the audience that you have.
Damn it! No, not you, Dante. Fucking A, Angelo. I just put it up and then you took it down.
I just want to ask, Cap, are you going to produce this and I'm going to talk more, or would you rather talk more and I will produce it? Which one would you like tonight?
Okay, fuck you. You can put up the damn, the things, but damn it. I mean, I saw it. I said, hey, that's a good thing to put. Excuse me, Dante. This is a little, conversation between the work husband, the producer that I got. There's anything wrong with that? Yes, there is. But that's my point.
Pause, Dante. Pause. But this is a great segue, actually. So Dante, everything that you said about like what got you into it. So just so that you know, and unless you're a big Raider follower and you've been following it for years too, right? You don't really understand the impact that Captain Jack has with Raider Nation. Okay, there's a reason why you have all these different people that jump on Captain Jack's show. Like a Lincoln Kennedy, Ken Thompson, and I could name you so many, Henry Lawrence, right? It's because Captain Jack, and he won't brag about this, so he probably didn't when you first talked to him, in all honesty, is he's OG black hole. Like
the first thing we talked about was him booking his stuff to get to these games. So I get it.
Yeah, no, he's the U for Raider football. Like, no, there's not a lot of people that can honestly challenge Captain Jack when it comes to, and I'm not talking about people who could Google search it. I'm saying instant, right off the bat, off the top of your head. Did you know that actual fact that happened? Right, very few. So I'm really, really happy to have you both tonight, and thank you, Dante, for taking the time because I know you're busy with all of your shows. I did ask for one of our other historians of the Raiders and Silver and Black to come join us tonight, and that would be Captain Jack has named him Raider Fester, Dante. So you'll understand why when you see him. It's Raider Fester to some.
I've seen him.
I did
my homework.
Okay, it's T3 and Thomas to most, but here he is for T3 Sports Guy. That's our guy, Tom, right there.
He's Raider Fester for a reason, okay? And he's got to get the. Yeah, he's Tom. I'm not swimming with money, but if I need to help you get a Fester jersey with your name on it, again, not swimming with money, but I will help with that. Okay,
I can make that happen. I can make that happen.
Okay, because I know, because people get pissed at me. I know that Jimmy Farrell is pissed because I said, "Damn it, you're Raider Townie. You're not, that guy." Because I used to call him Raider. Who was the name from Winnie the Pooh? The guy. Oh yeah, Eeyore, right? I called him Raider Eeyore because Jimmy Farrell's like, oh yeah, Raiders gonna suck. Oh my god! But then he's more like the Tony. Oh no, we suck again. So I said I changed it. It's now Raider Tony. So he get all pissed. It's like, no, I'm fucking Long Island, whatever. I'm like, nah. Your nickname is given to you by other people. Okay, you don't pick your nickname. People, what your flight, your call sign when you're a pilot, that is given to you. It's true. That call sign is given to you because it's something that it maybe kind of tweaks you. So, I don't think that T3 was pissed off when I said, God, you just look like Fester. Yeah. So it's a good thing. So it is Raider Fester. Jimmy Farrell is Raider Townie. And you got to get your own fucking jersey, Jimmy Farrell, because he's a postman. He has the money, and Tom is a teacher, and he's not quite. He's not rolling in dough. He's doing good shit, but he's rolling in dough. And with that, it is Raider Fester right below me, T3 Tom Jones.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, it's not unusual to hear from Tom Jones. And I say, go ahead, brother.
T3, we got like 90 minutes, and I wanted to go right into with Dante. I don't know if you mentioned this yet.
Oh, go right ahead. Go right in.
So Terrell Edmonds just got signed, right? And if you guys haven't listened to Dante's breakdown of what he felt the Raiders' floor and what his ceiling is, I agree with so many of the things that he said on that breakdown. And this is before, and I watched that after I already made my prediction of us only winning 6 games, possibly 7 at most. But now here's the new thing, Dante. Terrell Edmonds. What are your overall thoughts on this signing today?
I mean, it's going to be a depth piece and a veteran that comes in there, right? One of the things that when I watched that game personally, tackling was a big issue, especially on the later half of that game. And from a personal level, I try not to get attached to the players too much because, I was like Dylan Lobby's first interview at the Senior Bowl in the offseason when Trey Taylor was coming out. I was one of his first interviews. Love both of those guys. I constantly hit up Trey and, till this day, and we talk back and forth. But seeing him miss 3 tackles, and they were bad, open space tackles as a safety. But is this going to be one of those things where now the puzzle pieces start to move, right? You can't have a Jamal Adams who transitioned from safety to linebacker come in and do as well as he did. Those young guys are being put on notice that you can't have this in a preseason game when everybody's starting to prove it, especially a Trey Taylor, right, who was injured all last year, should be fully healthy, former Jim Thorpe Award winner. And so I think that's just what it is. It's let's put a little bit of pressure on those younger guys. This might be their second chance. Terrell Edmonds is going to come in there and be an ultimate weapon to get those guys equipped for the NFL. But, I mean, he's been a journeyman, right, from the Steelers on. And so it's kind of it's crabs in the bucket right now in free agency until these guys start getting released on every single team. So it's whatever crab is at the top of the barrel, and he was the crab at the top of the barrel for you guys to help put pressure on everybody else. But I don't see too much insight into this move. A lot of people get excited because it's a new name and it's a familiar name that we've seen, right? You see a guy come from the Steelers and do what he did, but battled a couple injuries, been on several teams at this point. This is where he landed. Let's not get too excited about what Terrell Edmonds is going to bring. Let's see if the culture shift happens with his position group, but let's not act like he's going to come in and be a all pro, right? And I think that's where people overreact when they see a new name get signed to the team, because we've seen this before, right? Terrell Edmonds gets signed, and then next week after the
Super Bowl,
get let go. Yeah. Well, yeah, that is either going to be Super Bowl or he's going to get let go next week, and this is going to be a non-conversation that we're going to have. It happens all the time right now.
Now, Tom, how about you? Your thoughts on it?
Wait a second. What was the name of the wide receiver for the Bengals that they had on that commercial? That they had the long name, and it was for the draft, and he's like, "We got this guy," and he had the long
TJ Hushmanzada. Yep.
Super Bowl. Hushmanzada. There you go. It was bugging the
TJ, who's your daddy?
Who also played for the Raiders, by the way, later on. He did.
Short stint.
Tom, go ahead, T3.
I'll tell you. We can pick up an occasional player here. I'd already mentioned that I really feel strongly that we'll end up picking one offensive lineman once the cuts are made. Because I think depending on whether we hold on to 9 or 10, I think that last person coming in on the roster is going to be somebody that we don't even know about yet. And now that's not going to break the team. I think we've got a good young nucleus, but there's no single player that they're going to bring in right now that's going to make that much of a difference. I think Thomas Booker will make an impact as far as depth on the defensive line, but once again, I don't think there's anybody really that they can bring in. Now, we said this earlier. The two main assets that this Raiders team has is a quarterback and a head coach. Things that they did not have last year. And I will say this, as bad as the Raiders played in the first quarter, here's something that I'm encouraged about. Pete Carroll took that team in at halftime, and they came out with fire in the second half, and they played a much better game in the second half. Now that's something that's different for this Raiders team. So if you can have a head coach that's got experience and that can energize a team, make adjustments, even though we're talking about reserves coming in the second half, you can do that. That's gonna equate to easily 3 or 4 more wins for this team. That's something they didn't have last year. Now, there were a lot of teams that got spanked over the course of the weekend that you wouldn't have expected. San Francisco got absolutely housed by Denver. Now, again, you're looking at a lot of backups, and you're looking at guys who probably aren't going to make the final rosters. But the thing I'm encouraged about is that Geno Smith looked good on his passes. He had a really pretty back shoulder throw to Thornton that Thornton just couldn't bring in, and he hit Jacoby Myers in the hands, which he dropped. And you're not going to see that often. I mean, even Devontae Adams dropped a couple of passes that were spot on. So you're going to have that every once in a while. But I'm encouraged by what I think this offense can do. But I'm even more encouraged about what this coaching staff can do, led, of course, by Pete Carroll. So I think that's the main thing.
Did you say Devontae Adams?
Yeah.
Did he drop passes for the Rams? Or okay, because I wanted to make sure I heard that correctly, because I see the Rams on TV now. Is this the game that he dropped passes on against the Cowboys?
I haven't been watching that game, so I can't.
Yeah, because I know that Jacoby Myers dropped a pass, which was like probably the first pass he's dropped in like 3 years. And even Dante Thornton dropped one because it just wasn't right there. I apologize, Tom. I just said, yeah, because you're watching. I don't normally watch other people's football games unless they are upcoming games for us as like a scouting. Like Dante does scouting just because he's that type of guy. But I try not to watch what I call stupid shit. I mean, I watching the Rams and the Cowboys right now, because it's the only thing on TV, is kind of just because it's background noise to me, because I want to hear what you guys have to say. But fuck Devontae Adams, by the way. So I'll just say that right there. Go ahead.
He's a little past his prime, I think.
So Cap, I was, when we were doing the go around, I was actually going to ask you about your Terrell Edmunds thoughts.
No, I like Terrell Edmunds there at safety, because again, we're rather young in the safety core. You know, you got Trey Taylor, you got Polamalu in there, and Polamalu's only like a third-year player. And Chris Smith, the kid from Georgia, came in and stepped up when Lonnie was a Simmons or
Smith.
Yeah, Lonnie Simmons went down with the injury, and Chris Smith came in. But yeah, Trey Taylor and a bunch of and I don't know who else is there really. So bringing Terrell Edmonds does give that, leadership of the vet who actually is there that can actually show people the way that things should be done, especially a vet that can listen and knows what Pete Carroll is trying to cook. The fact that Jamal Adams is playing weak side linebacker, and we actually have a linebacker that actually fucking makes plays. I haven't seen that since like the 80s. Okay. and it was amazing. And Jamal Adams just, played his ass off the other day. And there were players that did. And as Dante was saying, his favorite, was Dylan Lobby. Dylan Lobby looked like a Pro Bowler the other day. Okay. And that was great to see. I didn't see when you said Trey Taylor missed some tackles. I had to look at the scan sheet, like who the fuck was that? Because I don't know their numbers yet. And then I saw 11. Who the fuck? Oh, Chin. Are you kidding me? This is the guy that is supposed to come in as that the savior of the safety corps to come in and really screw things up. So thank God that we have another safety in there. Will he last? I don't know, but at least it shows the kids what you're supposed to do in a Pete Carroll defensive backfield. That's what I'm going to say.
And let me circle this back to Dante, because, and again, for all of you who want to watch the full, if you go on East Coast Gridiron's YouTube channel, you could watch his full breakdown of his prediction for 2025 with the Raiders, right? Whether you like it or not, it's extremely a knowledgeable take. So let me start with this one that usually gets everyone all hot and bothered, Dante. But can you repeat to us what your thoughts overall, because you actually watched them in college, you scouted all the college players. What's your all thoughts on how Ashton Jeanty will do year one?
I think that there's some misinformation going around about Chip Kelly, first of all. And I think it was like only 23% in his career that Chip Kelly has ever run 12 personnel, meaning 2 tight ends, 1 running back. I don't foresee that ever changing. That's his philosophy everywhere he's gone, right? And I understand that he's probably going to bring the best, probably. You guys are dead last in rushing last year, right? That's obviously going to change this year. But I don't think so in due part to Ashton Jeanty. I think it's absolutely idiotic if Chip Kelly comes in here and doesn't run what he's used to running in a 2 and 3 back rotation. Why bring Raheem Mostert in? You guys saw how explosive that run was for 18 yards or something like that? Why would you sign Raheem Mostert, who had over 1,000 yards and 18 touchdowns 2 years ago, just to thrust Ashton Jeanty into a role that he's not going to be prepared for at the beginning of the season? What Chip is going to do is probably going to run Ashton Jeanty and Raheem Mostert 50-50 like he's done at every single place, that except for one team, which was the Philadelphia Eagles. And the best running back that he's ever had was LaShawn McCoy. And LaShawn McCoy had the best season he ever had under Chip Kelly, regardless of how he feels about it, right? And so until Chip feels comfortable with the fact that, yes, I have Ashton Jeanty, but I also have Raheem Mostert and a couple other guys. Now you got to add Dylan Lobby because he just made things interesting for you guys, right? And then that Chris Collier made things even more interesting by the way that he played. And so now it's a great problem to have for Chip, right? As soon as that game was over, I can almost guarantee you that he was like, man, I got a complicated but awesome problem on my hands. And I didn't have to show the full get out of what Ashton Jeanty is capable of because we can make him feel comfortable now with 3 guys instead of 1. we're going to keep, you guys are probably going to keep all 4 of those guys on the roster this season. And it's going to be great. It's going to be a great thing to see. But what I try to tell people about Ashton Jeanty, temper your expectations on what the college films showed you to what's going to come down to the Raiders. Because let's be honest here. Yes. Did he have good games against Oregon? Yes. Did he have a good game against Penn State? Yes. But these weren't consistent teams that he was playing on and off and on and off. There was not a running back in college over the last 5 years that got over 370 carries. Let's be honest about that. So now you're coming to a situation where it's like, I can't run him as much because he just came off a bruising season that he's probably still trying to get healthy over as well. And so, yes, I have Brock Bowers here, who I think is an incredible tight end. I said this 3 years ago when I first saw him play. That dude's going to be a Hall of Famer. I saw that at Georgia. I was like, there's no way that he does not do good. You guys haven't even seen the blocking ability consistently from him yet, which everybody knows he can catch the ball, but don't expect the Brock Bowers season that you saw year 1. That's another thing that I try to temper expectations over. Yes, he's a great tight end, but they're going to try to change him into George Kittle this year, or Chip Kelly at least is going to try to change it to George Kittle. We got to get you blocking more because we're going to be running the ball a lot more this season because we have the talent here. So my expectations for Ashton Jeanty, Angelo, is 900 yards and 8 touchdowns.
I'll take that.
Right? And I think that's a great season, but then you also leave a lot of tread on the tires for him in year 2, which I think is going to be awesome. That's where you're going to see the 1,400 yard Ashton Jeanty if he lives up to that hype. But Chip has to keep him as healthy as possible this year and tell Raiders fans, just wait. We're massaging the baby right now. We're trying to get him used to what we're doing.
Hey, Dante, I got to ask you because I noticed that when you were talking running backs, by the way, you're going to have to show me how to fucking do that, Angelo, because I can't figure out how to do the 4, because I always have the widescreen. I don't know how to fucking do it. Anyway, you were talking running backs and you mentioned Jeanty, you mentioned Collier, you mentioned Lobby, and you mentioned Mostert. Okay. So I noticed 2 people that you did not mention was
Zamir White.
Thank you. So you were picking up what I was about ready to throw down. You don't think those 2 guys are gonna be in the mix at all? Pending games 2 and 3. Pending games 2 and 3.
I think, to be honest, I think Sincere McCormick has a better chance of being a special teamer on this team than a full-time running back for you guys. And that I think Zamir White is going to be on the chopping block. Personally, I love Sincere McCormick. I thought he was going to have a better career than what he was given. But to be honest, he's the most interesting one because he came in at like different points of the game. Like he wasn't consistently out there during a series. It was like, we'll keep him in for a run, and then we're going to bring Chris Collier in. And then it's like, well, dude, I'm just still trying to get my feet under. I think he only had like 3 or 4 carries in the game. It's like he's trying to get his feet underneath him, right? And so I want to see what it looks like game 2 with Sincere McCormick before I throw him out with the bathwater, right? Like I want to see what he looks like because I think he's the one that is the catalyst of like that can mix everything up. Because Dylan Lobby can come out next week and fumble, and then it's like, well, first game looked great, and then now we're back to Dylan Lobby fumbling again, and then Sincere McCormick might have 60 yards next week. But again, you know who's going to be there like a super villain is Chip Kelly. He's going to be there rubbing his hands together because he's like, I have a complicated but great situation of trying to figure out who my running back is going to be. Because as a former coach, I'm going to tell you what he's going to do. Look, guys, a lot of you have problems, and we're only going to put 3 or 4 guys on his roster. Somebody's got to step it up over that last game. And that last week is going to be the hardest week on Chip Kelly if that situation pans out like I think it's going to pan out. But I think Raheem Mostert and Ashton Jeanty, we all know, like, you could put them away. Like, they're going to be starters. Chris Collier.
I totally agree with you.
Yep. Chris Collier, Sincere McCormick. I don't think Zamir White has a chance in hell of making this team. I think he's just way too inconsistent. And I don't think he's a Chip Kelly running back. But the rest of those guys have a legit shot. And if Dylan Lobby's not a running back, he's definitely going to make special teams for you guys. Like I don't think from this first game that you don't have him in that role right now, right? But yeah,
if the Raiders keep 4 running backs, I think you're right. And Jack and I talked about this. I think you're right. Zamir White, I think, is a long shot to make this team. He was not picked by this organization. That's one thing to remember. And they've given him every opportunity, but he flashed and then he kind of crapped in the bed. So I think you're right. Genty and Mostert are in, and I think it's going to come down if they keep 4 running backs. Lobby, I think, is going to be on the team because of what he can contribute with special teams. And then that 4th spot's going to come down to either Collier or McCormick. Collier was a sneaky good pickup for the Raiders to stash him on the practice squad at the end of last year. And he's panned out really well, I think, and learned the system. Now it's a different system now, and Jack knows I've been a really high on Sincere McCormick, going way back to when he was in college. So I think you're looking at one of those 2 guys, either McCormick or Collier, to get that 4th running back spot.
And again, I agree with you on and I call him Zeus because that's what he was at Georgia. But he's definitely back to being Zamir because he has not shown what he did at Georgia. You talk about how Bowers was a stallion at UGA because I've seen that as a Florida Gator. I've seen him blow open games. I've seen Zamir White being Zeus, just overrunning things. And he did the one time, or I should say at the end of the season, when Jacobs was on ice and Zeus ran over the Chiefs on the Christmas game. But he has not been like that since. And I think that he's definitely the one that goes. And it's just a matter of, if you're talking about with Dylan Lobby's going to be a special teams guy, then let's talk about that. Because there's only so many special teamers that you're going to have. And Dylan Lobby is a good gadget guy. But you also have Tommy Millott, who's supposed to be that good gadget guy, the guy that can go and do all of those things. He can be the Julian Edelman this, he can be the Julian Edelman that, slot guy, return guy, this guy, that guy. But Tommy Millott was being outplayed by Alec Bachman. So you can only keep so many of these, he's a good guy to have. Granted, you can throw some of them on the practice squad, and I'll see that if they're not on the 53, they're probably going to be on that practice squad, but it's a matter of mixing and matching. And by the way, I want to get I know this, I did this with Lincoln Kennedy. It's like, how many fucking questions are you going to ask me, Cap, before I have to answer?
Before you ask me, I did want to make one point about Zamir White, because I think this is important for everybody to understand. And this is Scout's hardest job in the NFL, bar none. I'm going to tell you, because I know a couple, it's the hardest job to do in this aspect. Zamir White had to follow up on what Todd Gurley, DeAndre Swift, Nick Chubb, all those running backs that came before him. He was in a long list of great or high ceiling running backs, and people and scouts probably saw like, man, they're so good at developing running backs. We can't miss with Zamir White, right? And he's the one that had to take the domino fall that he took, because a scout believed in him like they believed in all the line of running backs. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's the hardest job to do, is not be biased to a team that's had success at a position group. It's insanely hard.
It used to be that way with USC quarterbacks, Southern Cal.
Correct.
Every Southern Cal quarterback coming out was good, and so they just assumed that the next one coming out was going to be equally as good. And as we saw, despite the fact that some of those guys had success in college, they didn't always pan out in the NFL.
Yeah. So I just want to say, and we're almost at the first hour, we appreciate everyone who's watching on the Captain Jack Rackham channel on YouTube or on the East Coast Gridiron channel. I don't know if yours is up right now, Tom, but if you guys do want to follow Tom for some great Raider knowledge, it's T3 Sports Guy on YouTube. We appreciate everyone who's, please press those like buttons. It's free. This is how you help the channels. So please do that. We appreciate all your inputs. I promise we are seeing your comments. It's just we're really into an engaged conversation with our special guest, Dante. So we will address it as we see fit. I wanted to address this one just so that you know, Jay Hong, I promise you that in the second hour, we will be talking some fantasy football, and we'll try to fit in some before the show is over. So these type of questions will be addressed. And I know that Dante is an expert at this type of stuff, which is why I'm still not giving up. I'm holding on to one spot for Dante just in case he says yes. Anyhow,
if you'll let me,
pretty
Angelo, if you'll let me jump in real quick, I have to exit, so I'll be catching the comments on the side. I did want to jump in and just say hello and contribute 2 cents worth, but I'll be jumping in with you all again at a later time. But certainly appreciate you having me in. You all have a wonderful week, Dante. I can't wait to hear the comments that you have to make, and Jack and Angelo, I'll catch you all later.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice
Thanks,
meeting you, man.
T3.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Fester. I want to see that light bulb, dude. There you go. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. Hey, if we're calling him Raider Fester, I gotta see the light. I need to get a light bulb that it fucking lights up. Period. So that it's Spencer's. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. Go ahead. But Dante, back to the points.
Yeah. So the next thing, Dante, and this one I'm going to throw out there because there's, especially now that we just saw the first game, there was so much hype, even by Raider media, when they kept talking about Dante Thornton. We would like to get you. And by the way, Cam Jack knows Dante Thornton in the sense of what's the division, Cam Jack, that you watch all the time? SEC, what is it?
Baby.
Okay.
SEC.
All right. So,
yeah.
But now, Dante, I'm sure you saw it coming, but can you give us your overall take on just the wide receiver room period and how the Raiders will move forward with it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with Dante Thornton real quick because I've been pretty passionate on talking about him. I mean, he grew up in my neck of the woods. He's from Baltimore. I'm from Baltimore. And when I say this, I tell everybody, there's no bias. I'm just giving you, if I was a scout on the team, how would I be evaluating? Because there's certain questions that are going to get asked, right? And I'm going to have to take those questions and be completely honest. And one of those questions that I would ask Dante is all I hear in the media from you is, I didn't get to run a complete route tree. Dude, I think that's total bullshit because you were under Kenny Dillingham's offense with Bo Nix, who is known to give the rock to everybody. And you said that you couldn't run routes under Kenny Dillingham's offense, who's now a head coach who won the Big 12 last year with Arizona State as a first, only being a head coach for 2 years. So I think that's BS. The second BS statement is the fact that Nico Iamaleava threw hospital balls and all this other stuff, which is bullcrap. The fact of the matter is, and I've said this, and I'm very passionate when I say this, Jalen Royals was a top 5 wide receiver that got chosen in the 4th round by your guys, the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's going to make you guys pay for 8 years. He's going to make everybody in the league pay for 8 years for missing out on him. And he's just such a Patrick Mahomes type wide receiver. But that's neither here nor there. We're not talking about the Chiefs. I'm just saying you guys could have chose him instead of Dante Thornton. Here's the fact. Dante Thornton was number 3 on the depth chart of every single team he's ever been on, even Tennessee. Let me give you his other 2 wide receivers that were there. Squirrel White, who just transferred to Florida State this year, who's a superstar when he's healthy. And number 2 was Brew McCoy, who got picked up in the NFL a couple months ago and had to medically retire. Those guys were better than Dante Thornton roster-wise. His coach, Josh Heupel, who's been known to have a great offense, the veer and shoot offense is very wide receiver friendly, right? I've watched it. I know Josh Heupel has been successful ever since he's been at UCF. Comes over, makes quarterbacks superstars, gets quarterbacks drafted, and Dante Thornton couldn't perform in that offense. Now, here's the other thing that people make an argument for, which is total bullshit as well. I'm going to just say it like this. He had 20-something receptions. Oh, he had 20-something yards per reception. Okay, he had a 13% drop rate, which that's number 1. And then number 2, the best wide receiver in college, probably by a lot of people, was Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State. If I was to pull out Jeremiah Smith's first 23 catches, he would have had like 40 yards a catch. So volume matters when it comes to this. He was not getting thrown the ball. And what's even more embarrassing, he wasn't even getting thrown the ball with those two guys hurt on Tennessee. Brew McCoy and Squirrel White were hurt on and off. So, yeah, he might have had a good catch from Geno Smith in the game, whatever. But the other two targets that he had looked silly. Like, yeah, he's starting to realize that speed in the NFL does not matter when you're getting pressed at the line of scrimmage. And so that's just how I feel.
Can I just add real quick as a question? Would you agree that for his first game pregame, it was not very impressive, whatever route tree he was running?
No, I have my own comments about that whole like Chip Kelly thing where he was saying about the offense, but yeah, to me, it wasn't impressive. Jack Besh wasn't impressive, like I told everybody. Jack Besh didn't get started talked about until he was at the Senior Bowl. You know who was a better receiver on this team? J.P. Richardson, who was a UDFA that got picked up on the Bears, I believe. Does anybody here know who J.P. Richardson is? Go pull up J.P. Richardson highlights and tell me who was the best receiver on that team. All we heard was Savion Williams and Jack Besh. But those are those two. Those are your rookies, right? And I just think, like, did y'all see what Kyle Williams did for the Patriots? He was getting open and wasn't getting thrown to. He was making people look silly. So you guys could have chose him instead of Jack Besh in the second round. You guys could have chose Jalen Royals instead of Dante Thornton in the fourth round. So when I give grades, and like, you know this, Angelo, I gave you guys a C grade, which is not, it's a passing grade, right? I just think you guys just did enough to get a C, but I don't think you guys had a good draft. I mean, and that's just how I have to that's how I have to analyze it. It's like you guys picked a bunch of niche picks. Darian Porter over Siobhan Ravel. When Siobhan Ravel gets healthy, he's gonna make everybody pay. He's a first round cornerback if he was healthy.
And just so that you know, Dante, in this podcast with Captain Jack, we both, for the past 2 years, have wanted the first year when AP was the coach, and we had Telesco, we wanted Talisi Fuaga, right? Now I get it. Brock Bowers worked out. Sure. Whatever. This year, we wanted Armand Membu, who got picked right after we passed on him. All right. We wanted Armand Membu because our plan, because our plan in our draft was to get Travion Henderson for our second round pick. And as you can see, Travion Henderson is doing quite amazing. But you're absolutely right. There could have been other second round picks, but we definitely needed an Armand Membu to start the trajectory of what we need to do. Cap, am I wrong in saying this, or what do you have to add about that?
No, I was going to say, and it's true, Dante. I wanted Fuaga when we did pick up Bowers, and I said, okay, I get it because Bowers was the best BPA available at the time. I said, okay, so I will understand. I said, yeah, but, and this goes back to your saying how Chip Kelly doesn't run 12. Dude, you got Bowers and you got Michael Mayer, and you're not running 12 personnel at least some of the time. I mean, if that's true, I don't understand that unless you run 12 personnel and you have Bowers as a wide receiver. That I'll go with. Okay, take one of the wide receivers out, because if you're saying that Besh ain't all that and Thornton ain't all that, by the way, I kind of disagree on both. I mean, Besh, I think, will be a good wide receiver for us in the mold that we need a pass catcher like Jacoby Myers that can catch everything. I'm not saying you're wrong, because I you know what? I have never been wrong. I've been mistaken a few times, but I've never been wrong. So I
look forward to being wrong. Like, people have this misconception that, like, because I have a strong opinion, you have to understand the off season, I'm in the tape a lot.
I got you.
I watch these guys a lot, and that's where the passion comes from. But if Dante Thornton goes out here and balls out and smacks me in the face, you know what I think about that? I'm gonna be like, congratulations, man. thank you for proving me wrong, but there was something I obviously missed that now I need to go back and rearm myself for the next year when I reevaluate wide receivers. Because there was a kink in the armor that I obviously missed on. So unlike what a lot of people like to say, I love being wrong. Like, I look forward to it. I could tell you my two biggest misses of all time was probably Joe Burrow was number one, and Christian Gonzalez was number two. Those two dudes came in the league and they said, fuck what you heard. We are here. Year one. And we're about to show you what it's like. And so I was like, man, that was great. But what people don't want to bring up in the evaluation is when I evaluated Joe Alt, everybody's like, you're crazy if you don't think he's the best left tackle. I said, I think he's going to be a good right tackle on film. I said that if you go to our film slate, I said that. And guess what? He was an otherworldly right tackle last year, but now we get to see him move back to left tackle because of what happened with what's his name?
Slater.
With Rashawn Slater. But
yeah,
who knew that was coming? But nobody wants to call that out, that I said that he's probably going to play right tackle. Nobody was saying that. Or when I came and said Trevor Lawrence is going to be mid, and he plays for my team, right? I did not want Trevor Lawrence, but everybody's like, there's no way he's going to be. I wanted Justin. I wanted Justin Fields.
And I think that Justin Fields would have been a better pick for the Jags at that point, because he'd still probably be with the Jags. And Justin Fields is on his third fucking team.
See, I told you Captain Jack knows this stuff.
People tried to tell me literally that Trevor Lawrence would have done better than Justin Fields did in his stint with the Bears. I said he would have looked worse than what Justin Fields had to go through. The only thing that saved Justin Fields was his legs. Trevor would have got messed up with the Bears. So please try to tell me how we've scapegoated this dude for 4 years. Like, we've gotten him everything that he needs. Everything. And he still looks mid. Why are we not giving Travis Etienne a contract when he's the one that won us that game against the Chargers? When Trevor Lawrence damn near threw 5 interceptions. Kyle Van Noy dropped the 5th one. I don't understand what the Jaguars, we get on there on another topic. But
for you guys who are just joining us right now, just so you understand, Dante, he's a fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars, just so that you guys understand the context of why he's so frustrated with the Jags.
Yeah.
I wanted to put this out. Sorry.
You're welcome when the Jags come out to Vegas, though. What, let me know.
You know what? Actually, Captain Jack, Dante was the one who told me he feels the Raiders are going to destroy the Jaguars when they come over here. I don't know if you still feel that way right now. Yeah. You still think so?
Absolutely. Did y'all see Travis Hunter the other night?
No.
All the stuff that we traded away for Travis Hunter?
That was a bad trade, right? That was a bad trade.
Think about everybody that they got from the Jaguars in that trade. And all of them pretty much looked good the other night. The only one that we haven't seen is Quinshon Judkins, because they don't know what's going to go on with his legal situation. But they have Dylan Sampson there. Like, bro, it blows Mason Graham looked otherworldly the other day. It blew my mind. It totally blew my mind.
I wanted to put this up. So Richie Richey is the host of the Wild Wild West show on the Captain Jack Rackham channel when you guys watch it.
No,
no. I'm not done yet. Okay, but go ahead, Cap. I was gonna say his channel, but you go.
He is on the Mile High Roundtable channel, MHRC, and it is simulcast to my channel. Don't fucking say that, or Richie and also Mundungus will blow a fucking gasket. He is not on my
that. Okay, so the technicality, Richie, the technicality was I needed to say that first, and the Captain Jack second. So I'm sure Richie's not butthurt about it all, but that's fine. And of course, Captain Jack.
I don't want to get Mundungus in my ass too, because Richie Riche, it broadcasts for the MHRT network, which is run by Mundungus Creevy, that brings you Broncos and Colorado stuff content. It's true. That's it. I just want to make sure. And he is kind enough to run simulcast on my channel with Jack Kenna representing the Raiders in the Wild Wild West program. That's correct.
Great. Because that's what I was going to say. They also have DZ Nick, who represents the Chargers, and they're looking for a Chiefs representative. I don't know, Rich, if you ever got to find that guy I sent to you, but he might have been okay. But anyways, he put this up. Also, a GM should be drafting to fit the scheme of the team and coaches, not based on what they want. That's when you were talking about the Raiders and how they drafted and everything else.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like with a lot of teams, and think about all the bad teams, right? And this is one of those unsung things that everybody knows what's going on. And I know a couple scouts in the league, and I can tell you they absolutely will tell you this too. This is not a conspiracy theory. Is that teams will trade away everything that they have to get a guy in there that's going to sell them jerseys and put ticket sales in.
Bingo.
It's just the nature of the game. And when it came to Shador, did y'all hear the report that a bunch of teams are trying to trade for him? They tried to trade for him after the jersey sales went up for the Browns. Then the Browns just announced all the renders for a new stadium. So, yeah, coaches want to be better for the team. The ultimate decision really comes down to a couple different people, and then sometimes it's not the head coach. When the symbiotic relationship between the GM and the coach should be very, very close. And I agree with you, Rich. That's how people should be drafting. The coach should come to the GM and said, I need these guys. And then they go get those guys, even if they're not the prettiest names that everybody wants to see. This is why the Eagles draft offensive linemen like crazy. And guess what? They're able to do the tush push. They're able to draft Jalen Hurts in the second round when everybody thought, Carson Wentz is going to be the guy. Because Howie Roseman knows that your depth on your team is the best thing that you need to have, right? Regardless of what everything else, your jersey sales, your ticket sales are going to go up when you win. And a lot of teams are so desperate, like the Jaguars, that they'll trade everything that they need for a Florida kid and Travis Hunter for him to come down after he won the Heisman. Because now, guess what? We just announced that we're going to be building a new stadium in Jacksonville, right? It only makes sense. Shad Khan has come out and said that he wanted to build a stadium, or not a stadium, a shopping mall in conjunction with our training facility. So fans can go and shop and then come watch the team. What are we doing? Do we want to win football games, or do we want... I have this saying on my channel. Too many teams award mediocrity. You're awarding the fans for being mediocre with a new stadium. You're awarding the fans by bringing all these high-profile players around a mid-quarterback that you guys should have scouted better. It shouldn't be a mystery at this point in time why people miss on players over and over and over, unless they were just in a bad situation. And so this is not a mystery, guys. Like, it's an entertainment business at the end of the day, and the thing that makes them tick while they're able to go out and get these international licenses for different countries is because these other countries are desperate for you to come over there, but you can't do that unless you have the money, right? Why are a bunch of people in England wearing Jacksonville Jaguars jerseys?
Because they go to England every year. They are the English NFL team. Because Khan, who also has a little franchise known as what was it? It's not Man United is by the owner of the Bucks. He has the other Manchester soccer team,
Manchester
which
City.
is big bucks. So he has his football team, the Jags. They're penciled in every year. They play one, maybe two games in England because the NFL wants to get that market over there to the Europe. And Khan says, "Oh fuck yeah, count my ass in there," because he knows that that's money for his team as well.
That's a great point. And also you have to think about that the worst market in the NFL is Jacksonville. Like nobody wants to play. If we were the Orlando Jaguars, it'd be different. Biggest tourist city in America outside of New York City.
Hush your mouth. I'm from Orlando. Hush your mouth.
But it's true that to bring another market in, and you doubled it, right, by going to another country because they're just going to be loyal for the Jaguars. So it was a smart move. But then also you stranglehold the people that everybody just thinks that England is the Jaguars fans and that Jacksonville fans don't root for Jacksonville, right? And it's crazy, but you double the market for them when you do that. And I will tell you, there's no further proof than this. You remember Christian Kirk came to the Jaguars, got traded for all that money that he came over for? Do you know the reason why he wanted to take all that money? It's because you have to pay players like him to come to Jacksonville. We had no way of getting people think that we overpaid for him, but that was the price for admission to even get a high profile player down in Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
It speaks with this because the market says you're going to get destroyed out here. Nobody's going to know who you are. We've already had our superstars of the past. Fred Taylor and Tony Baselli don't play for us anymore. Right? And so people are thinking about the past. So how do you get those profile players over? Unfortunately, you have to overpay for them unless you just draft them. And
no,
so
you got to overpay. Overpay.
Mm-hmm. But now we have the English market. So now players know that, we're going to play in England for 2 to 3 games a year too. We get to travel, bring our families and stuff. It's another incentive of playing on the Jacksonville Jaguars, team now. Is that going to sell everybody? No. But that's the reason why Christian Kirk came. Where did he go? There's no further proof than this, too. He went to the Texans. He went to Houston after he was done with us. Interdivision. It's like, come on, man. There's no further proof than exactly what I'm saying it is for Jacksonville. We're a shithole organization until proven otherwise.
And again, for everybody who is joining us here on hour 2 of the Captain Jack Rackham YouTube channel and also the East Coast Gridiron and all platforms, we have Captain Jack and Dante and myself, Raider Transplant, aka Angelo. We have our special guest Dante talking to us about all football. So it's a great segue that you mentioned Baselli, because this I will make this the last one so that then I will ask you a more broad NFL question. The O-line, right? Me and Captain Jack were obviously like, shit, here we go again. They picked up the sexy pick instead of giving us the O-line. Let's see what they do next. And we're sitting there and we're waiting, and we're like, Darian Porter, okay, I guess that sort of makes sense, even though we could have gotten Will Johnson in the second round, who's absolutely shredding everyone right now at Cardinals, by the way. And remember, Will Johnson was projected to go to the Raiders with a lot of the media talk. So anyway, we're waiting.
I'm glad
he's
doing better. I would have chosen him at 6 anyways, because he just never got better from his injury. Luckily,
you were worried about the injury. Okay.
Well, he kept getting re-aggravating it. So like a lot of people were staying away from that. It's one of those things where it's like the Cardinals got lucky and they came out on the better end of that. So
right. And again, with all the players and keep this in mind to everyone on the chat. These are all opinion based, and like Dante said, he hopes he's wrong, right? Like when I have this argument with my wife who believes the Raiders are going to somehow win 10 or 11 games, I hope I'm wrong. I hope she's right. But I'm pretty sure that we're only going to win 6 games. So so anyways, so then me and Captain Jack are waiting, and then we see that
7. I want my fucking money 7. On the bet.
Okay, 7, Cap, 7. All right. So we're waiting, and then we pick up Caleb Rogers, who was kind of like the do everything here in Texas Tech for Taj Brooks because we suck. And Taj Brooks is doing it looks like he's going to do pretty well over there in Cincinnati. And then also Charles Grant, who, of course, it's like, oh no, Division II, blah, blah, blah. So can we get your overall take on the O-line and the D-line of the Raiders?
Yeah. And the guys we picked up with Batiste and Hemingway. So I'll roll that into one.
Yeah, so we'll start with the O-line first. Like, it's just so funny that things are panning out the way that in the off season when I went back and started to like look at every team, and I'm like, are these players really better than what people are saying? I didn't think JPJ was like this superstar that everybody was putting out there. And so now I said they're probably going to move him around. I had this discussion on the podcast. I said they're probably going to switch him to guard to see what they have there, because he was okay at center, like pretty good, like, above average. But he wasn't no superstar.
He was
to
the
me.
Remington, he was the Remington Trophy winner, though. I got to say that.
A lot of people were.
won the Remington
What's his
Trophy.
name? Olu Oluwatimi that plays for Seattle was a Outland and Remington Award winner, and he's been getting his ass busted for 2 years now. Trey Taylor, Jim Thorpe Award winner. He didn't look too good. I mean, yeah, he did well in college, but I saw his college tape and I wasn't a biggest fan of him in college. Like, so when he came over and I saw him on the Raiders, yeah, you could put people on their ass, but it wasn't on a consistent basis for me to be like, man, he's going to be an otherworldly center. And it's just so funny that they're trying him out at guard. And I'm like, okay, tick that off, because I saw that on film. I don't think he was a consistent enough center, a good enough center to play there. And so now they're doing that switcheroo, but that's a conversation for another day. We'll see how he does. I wish nothing but the best for that kid. But obviously, when you have that situation, right? The point is like you have problems because your center is really the heart and soul of your offense line outside of the left tackle. But that's if you have a right-handed quarterback. So you guys are still trying to figure some stuff out there. DJ Glaze, I was a little higher on than JPJ coming out. So I'm kind of glad that you guys got him. He's a developmental piece. But Charles Grant and Angelo, you know this. Charles Grant was the one that drove me crazy. Not only did he not show up to the Senior Bowl, which I wanted to see what he got coming out of William and Mary. Jim Nagy said he was so high on him and gave him an invite. He didn't accept the invite. But you have Carson Vincent, who plays for the Baltimore Ravens, that came from Alabama A&M and showed out. Now he's on an otherworldly team, and he's going to do well out there. And he had a really good preseason. Charles Grant looked like just a normal human being out there. And I was like, man, he's getting tossed around, pushed around. He really probably could have used a practice at the Senior Bowl. You practicing against the best guys there. But the guys that you see on YouTube that keep talking about who he's going to be great, what film are you guys watching? Because I'm a member on DV Sports, which every NFL coach and college coach use the same program as me. There's no William and Mary film to be found. You have to go request it from them. And William & Mary keeps their all 22 very, very tight knit. So if you got that, you either know somebody in the building or you're one of the coaches that coach in Division II or at the FCS level. So I kind of had my reservations about that too, because I didn't know. I don't know about Charles Grant. So for me to even give an opinion on him. And so he got tossed around. So I was like, okay. Caleb Rogers looked okay to me. I mean, I think he's another developmental project too. What's that? Thayer Munford? Throw him out. He's done.
Yeah, he's a placeholder.
I didn't think he was good at Ohio State.
Yeah,
I didn't think he was good at Ohio State. Get him out of there. Like, he's probably one of the worst ones on the team. So that's just the offensive line. I think Chip Kelly's going to know what he wants to do down there, and he's going to make a decision. And we saw him at last year, right? The thing where Josh Simmons got hurt and they pulled in what's his face to play left tackle, right? He was a guard. He pulled him in the left tackle and he was otherworldly. So Chip is known to make really good decisions for what he wants in the running game. And this is why I trust your running game is going to be pretty good this season, even into next year. He had like a top 20 rushing team every single year in college football that he's, when he was at UCLA to Ohio State, what he did at Oregon. So I think the the O-line will be fine. The defensive line is the other thing, right? I didn't think Tyree Wilson was a first rounder. I thought he was a second round type talent. I thought he had a lot of talent on film, but he was like a toddler that you had to teach technique to. And guess what? Over the years, you guys are like, yeah, he's strong as hell, but he ain't got no technique. And I said, they need to slide him into inside that defensive line, playing like 3 tech, 4 eye, something like that. That's where he'll fit in. And we saw a lot of that even in the preseason game. Had 2 tackles for loss. And I was like, great. So now they're starting to utilize him. I think you hold on to Tyree because at the end of the season, you started this, it's the second half of the season, especially, you saw him start to step up on the plate. Now I feel pretty good about Tyree. Like, I don't think people need to slander him anymore. You keep him around to see what you got, because he's done so well over the past, the second half of the season into this preseason game. JJ Pegues, he needs to figure out what the hell they want to do with him. I'm not a big fan of JJ Pegues. I wasn't at Ole Miss. I thought Walter Nolan let him eat. Walter Nolan was crazy good. And so JJ Pegues looked better on film than he actually was. The Tonka Hemingway, I'm going to do a video on him this week. I love Tonka Hemingway. Tonka Hemingway was great in the preseason game. He was awesome. And I wrote on Twitter, I said, that was the Raiders' best draft pick. It was the best draft pick to me. And
he looked good on preseason, Cap. Tonka Hemingway looked pretty good on preseason.
He looked really good. And so I get the reservations around choosing 2 defensive linemen, but I think Hill's going to take the reins there. But he gives you here's what Tonka Hemingway did, and there's no better expert outside of a South Carolina fan than me and Cleve. That's part of ECG. We watched pretty much every single South Carolina game last year. I can name all those players. Like Dylan, I think Dylan Stewart's going to be the best edge rusher in next year's class. He was a true freshman last year that was awesome. TJ Sanders, who got drafted. Tonka Hemingway was on that defensive line. Jalen Kilgore was a great cornerback. What's his name? The other corner. And then you had what's his name? Nick Word that went to the Seahawks. Like, I watched these guys work. Demetrius Knight Jr. that's up with the Cincinnati Bengals right now. Like, I watched these guys work, and they were awesome. Kyle Kennard, who got drafted, that was the other edge rusher. Tonka was one of those guys that's like not the sexiest on film, but you had to understand the role that he played for South Carolina. DJ Sanders, Kyle Kennard, Dylan Stewart, all these guys are going. We're going to crash into the quarterback every single time. Who's going to be our gap filler? Tonka Hemingway. And so he knows that role to play. He's not going to be your Christian Wilkins replacement, but he's going to make you feel really good about teams that are going to be running the ball a lot this year. And when you drafted Amarion Hampton and RJ Harvey now that's in your division, and Isaiah Pacheco is healthy now, you're going to need somebody that's going to be a stopgap, at least in the middle of the field, so you know that you're safe there. Because what you guys are deficient in my opinion, is when you went and gotten a Landon Roberts. I said he is not going to be a replacement for Robert Spillane whatsoever. Robert Spillane was top 3 in tackles last year. Why did you guys get rid of him? But
money. That's why.
Exactly.
I'll answer your question. Money.
I would have paid him because Landon Roberts didn't look at the other night. He looked silly too. He can't. I don't know why that was the guy that you went for. But my point is Tonka Hemingway is going to give you at least a little cushion for the linebackers because they're going to struggle this year, outside of Jamal Adams, of course.
So, 2-part question on that. Go ahead.
Wait a second, Angelo. Okay, I'm going to segue why we got rid of Spillane with the fact that we got Landon Roberts and we got Jermaine Pratt and we got White. Okay. All 3 of those guys for about X money, and Spillane, and I use the old analogy, Spillane wanted, we thought Spillane was worth a quarter. I'm just using this thing. Spillane, yeah. We thought Spillane was worth a quarter. He thought he was worth 55 or 48 cents, and the Patriots paid him 55 cents, so that's why he went. Okay, so in that scenario, he goes. That's great, but you didn't know who Sharif knew who Robert Spillane was because his brother, who was a big Steelers fan, told him about him. Other than Sharif, there ain't a fucking person here that knew that Robert Spillane.
Well, hold on. Okay. To be fair, Jack Kenna kept begging for Robert Spillane, and he was very upset when Robert Spillane.
No, I'm not. I'm not paying Robert Spillane the money that the Patriots paid for him, and we're only gonna see him one time this year, and that's opening day. And oh, by the way, good riddance. I'm glad he got paid, but we need to build the team with all of the pieces and not just a big portion for Robert Spillane. Getting back to the point, and I apologize, Pratt, White, Landon Roberts with the two Berg brothers, and then you got Amari Gaynor. They're trying to mix and match and play with that. Plus, they got Jamal Adams, who's actually playing weak side linebacker quite well. So the linebacker core, to me, is not as bereft in the cupboards as people think, especially when you got people that are coming in on passing downs and are not going to be the run stoppers, because Landon Roberts is a run stopper. That's the way he is. Okay. Spillane, by the way, how many interceptions did he have that were thrown right to him? He was in the right place at the right time. Those pads are stats. And I like Robert Spillane, but he ain't all that in a biscuit.
So hold on, Dante, before you respond. So that's a good segue, because my two-part question was, and I didn't want you to finish without mentioning some of these names. So I still have hope that Anthony Tank Booker from SMU is going to make the team, because I like him, but hopefully he makes it. We'll see. And then Thomas Booker the fourth, I thought was an interesting trade. Want to get your take on that inside, and how, and again, going to what Captain Jack talked about, with the money that we could have spent on Spillane, we were able to get more, I guess. Like so instead of, I guess, in one respect, one value guy, in some people's opinion, we got three value guys for the same price. But your thoughts on all of that inside the Booker brothers, and then how that affects the linebacker room, as to what Captain Jack was saying.
And the Berg brothers. Remember, there's Eichenberg and Lindenberg. So I call them the Berg.
Yeah, and I like both of the Berg brothers. I liked them in college. I mean, I hope that they do well. Well, as far as Thomas Booker from, and like I told you before, Angelo, there was only certain people I watched in SMU, and I'm not very versed on him to kind of give an opinion. I'm not gonna shoot myself in the foot there. But Thomas Booker, you got to understand, the Eagles. There's Eagles depth on the offensive line, and there's Eagles depth on the defensive line. A lot of those guys that were on that Eagles defensive line that went other places have not done well. Now, that's just the history of it. Like, that's I say that's the rookie analyst that will give you that answer, right? Because I don't think history means any squat diddly anything, except for just to make a good point. Thomas Booker, to me, came in on a bunch of second team snaps when the Eagles were donkey punching everybody. Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter run that defensive line unit, and so they make everything much easier for you when you come in the game and you look remotely good, right? You're getting outworked by two strong dudes that are crazy good, that could be top 10 at their position. We're 2 first-round picks, right? And so I hope Thomas Booker is good, but also I don't believe in their D-line coach like I believe in Jeff Stoutland on the offensive line portion. Like, if you're getting a Jeff Stoutland offensive lineman, they're going to be good at other places. Like, that's what he's known for. He's been there since remember, that was Chip Kelly's guy that he brought over when he was with the Eagles. The only constant coach that's been there for years has been Jeff Stoutland, which is crazy to think about. But everybody can agree here that, unless you're just some biased fan, everybody knows the Eagles' offensive line is number one across the board. Like, they're maulers, they're good. That team rolls around. Saquon Barkley doesn't have the second best running back season of all time if it wasn't for that offensive line. He would have been up there. He probably would have been top 10. Like, everybody knows Saquon is good, but that offensive line is dirty, and they make people pay. But one thing I can say is Thomas Booker practiced against that too. And so when you go to a team that's not as efficient in offensive linemen, and your preparation is everything. Like, I'll always say, it's even with the quarterback rooms, right? the more in-depth quarterback rooms that you have of like good talent, it's going to make the starter better because it puts pressure on his toes of like, I could lose my job next week, regardless of how much money I'm making. That's why Trevor Lawrence has sucked so long. CJ Beathard wasn't taking his job ever. But you bring Seth Hennigan from Memphis, who's the first quarterback we drafted since Trevor, and Seth comes out and has a good game at the end of the game. Guess what? Trevor's like, oh shit, Seth ain't playing any games. It's gonna make him better. And so you got to think about that in Thomas Booker's situation, playing against the insufficient offensive line that's there for the Raiders right now. While they're trying to figure everything out, yeah, you might have shined a little bit in the preseason game, but your practice against these guys has to be top notch too. And now he just went from the best offensive line to offensive line is trying to figure out each other under a new, offensive coordinator. And isn't Pete Carroll's son like part of that offensive line coach?
Yeah. He's our offensive line coach, Brendan from Washington Huskies.
Yeah, so I'm just saying the quality of reps for Thomas Booker is not as high level as what he got under a Jeff Stoutland offensive line unit, right? So I hope he's good. It's kind of hard to evaluate where he's going to be because of all those factors. So that's why I like to lay out everything for you. Like, let's think about everything before we just say like Thomas Booker is going to be great because he came from the Eagles. He might have been the worst defensive lineman there. Yeah,
right. He's going to be a good functional piece that played well on that stout Eagles defensive line that interchanged parts, kept people fresh, which is why they had that great defensive line. And you were actually talking about, how what was it? The South Carolina had all these bits and pieces. I think that's what happened with Cleve Farrell when Clemson had that great defensive line in that draft, and Cleve Farrell was overdrafted because 3 of the 4 were drafted in the first round, and the other guy got drafted in round 2 or 3, and you'll probably say where, because the whole of that defensive line at Clemson was fantastic, and that's why Cleve got Farrell. And it's unfortunate because I don't know where the fuck Cleve Farrell is now. I know he was with the Niners. I don't know if he's still with them, but I think that it's the sum of the parts. And we just we broke up the parts, and that's why we got what we got. I still think that hopefully with Butler coming in and with Tyree falling down into the defensive tackle position, playing more, Tonka going out to end or falling in when we need that big rush, I got to see what the hell Coons is going to do, whether that's good or bad. But I think that with the interchangeable parts of the defensive interior, along with Max and Coons and maybe Tonka there playing end or tackle, I think will be adequate. Again, this is the year 0 to 1 of the Raiders getting their guys together. Hey, as long as they win 7, 8 games, yeah, I make my money in Vegas, but I still think that they are getting the gel together. Anybody that says more, like Angelo's wife, that says they're going to win 10 games, that's great. If other people fucking suck in the division or they get injuries, like with Slater going out with the Chargers, or excuse me, the Garglers, with Slater going out and Alt having to go to left tackle, and now you're losing your great right tackle for somebody. God, please let somebody fucking their center get hurt so James can play center for the Chargers, so the Raiders will just fucking run over his ass in game 2. I digress.
That's Captain's wish. He doesn't really mean it in that sense. He's joking, but not a little.
I don't wish for injury, but I applaud it when it happens. You get the difference.
We got it, Cap. So that's actually perfect, Dante. So my segue into finishing this part, just so that you know, is I wanted you to talk about the edges because you mentioned Malcolm Coons, and I know we've talked in the past about Harvey and also Jaw Joyner and what you thought of in the preseason game and what you saw. But yes, I was going to segue that final part of the edges to the overall AFC West, and in what Captain Jack is saying about, well, Rashawn Slater got out, so maybe that's an opening for the Raiders to get a win here and there. So kind of a 2-part question, but go ahead, Dante.
I was actually gonna go back, like it's interesting that the trade happened the way that it did, and it really put a bad taste in my mouth for you guys. Like, I put myself in your guys' shoes, and here's why. Jacorian Bennett, I get, was hurt. It hasn't been the healthiest. We understand that. But did you know he was one of 2 cornerbacks to completely shut down Jamar Chase last year?
Yeah. Oh, we know that. We said that.
And so that's what put a bad taste in my mouth. Here's also the other thing, and this is what's so important and why we like to cover every single team, because of the context. Because we follow the Eagles too. The Eagles have a problem with Keely Ringo, who they drafted a couple years ago from Georgia. They wanted him to be what Cooper DeJean and what Quinyon Mitchell were. They drafted him way too high. They reevaluated, and by all regards, he was kind of a miss for me, but I understood what his deficiencies were. I didn't think he was like this otherworldly cornerback, but I thought he would be pretty good. And so they've now transitioned away from the fact of thinking that he's a corner, and they want to transition him to safety now, because he got cooked in the preseason game. Like, he's just not a good corner, and he's not going to be able to play inside corner. Everybody knows 2 of the best cornerbacks in the league now, according to the top 100, which is voted on by the players. They voted Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell to be in the top 100, 2 rookies. And so they're going to tear everybody's asses up for a long time. And they were really, really good. And they were part of the reason why they were in the Super Bowl, right? They want to move Cooper DeJean back to his natural position of outside corner. And they want to bring Jacorian Bennett inside because Keely Ringo can't play inside. And I think it's brilliant. Like, when I saw that happen and I knew the news about Keely Ringo and I've been seeing it, I was like, how did Howie Roseman get away with that trade? And how did the Raiders allow, if Jacorian Bennett is going to stay healthy with their team, because they have so much depth at corner too, they just need somebody that's going to be able to help Cooper move out to the outside corner and lock down everybody. I just wanted to throw that out there, like how disgusted I was for you guys. Like, I was like, man, that's like a Jaguars move, right? Like, just trade away one of our best players, and who knows if he's going to be healthy this year. And obviously, you guys heard the news like I did. Jacorian looks like he's been really taking care of himself and was having a really good training camp and things like that. And you guys didn't even get to see him play. Like, at least trade him away after if he doesn't show up good against the Seahawks.
I get you, but would you not admit, though, that when you have a coach that has, this is my prototype, these are what I require for the position. You're an employer, okay? Your boss says, I require you to type 50 words a minute. I require my this secretary, I'm going to be fucking sexist as hell. I require my secretary to have big tits and a nice ass, and she has to type 50 words a minute. And by the way, she's got to suck my dick well on days off, okay? And that's my stuff, okay? And I apologize for viewers on your channel. I kind of go that way, but I have fun with it. The point is that Jacorian Bennett, size-wise, was not that guy. He was not what Pete wanted. And yes, he was probably the best cornerback amongst the cornerbacks that we had, but he wasn't hitting the threshold. So he would have been like a nickel at best, and he was probably going to be phased out. And they got they traded him to somebody. Yeah, Roseman probably got a good deal on this one, but we needed a defensive tackle to suck up some of that space when we lost what Sharif calls the kissing bandit. Okay. And by the way, Mike Sarah, this gentleman, and I'll give Dante his props, he is a scout that goes over everybody. He's not just skewering the Raiders just to fuck with us. Okay.
Yeah,
he's not.
I was explaining that to Mike Sarah. Like, you have to have watched the very beginning of the show, Mike, in order for you to understand the context of everything that we're talking about. So please watch the replay so you could have the context of where everything is coming from. Anyway, so Dante, go ahead and finish up with this.
I hear what you're saying completely. And I think on the other side of this is, like, if you're going to bring Patrick Graham in back to the team and not you brought Chip Kelly in. Like usually, everybody knows this. Like we've been watching football long enough. Coaches bring their coaches with them. He decided to bring back Patrick Graham. He didn't have to. He decided to. And so I want to know what the conversation was like with Patrick Graham. Was like, look, I like my corners a little bigger, but let's go and draft Darian Porter, who recently just started playing cornerback over Jacorian Bennett, right? Like, to me, just on paper, I don't have to be in that room and know the scheme. It's just like, that doesn't seem right. My other argument would be if I was Patrick Graham, like, dude, if Jacorian stays healthy and we play the best wide receiver in the league, who's the Triple Crown winner again, do you feel more comfortable putting Darian Porter or Jacorian out there? If it comes to that, because who knows what other wide receiver is going to pan out this year to be, it could be somebody completely new that how can we circumvent with that? So to me, you really have to have felt comfortable getting rid of them. And the thing with Pete Carroll, man, is like, he wasn't a head coach last year. Somebody could have picked him up and they didn't. And so I have a problem with that too. Like, I think head coaches nowadays is like, why bring your coordinators in to coordinate both sides of the ball if you're not going to listen to what they're saying, especially to players that you're familiar with that have performed when they were healthy? I'm not saying that Pete knows better than all of us, right? But this is like, if I was in that room to play devil's advocate, like to be the lawyer, the mediator, like, look, here's my arguments for this, right? What is the big reason? I'm sure they had to, like, everybody knows here, they probably had this conversation, right? And they came down to the decision. It is what it is at this point in time. But it just blows my mind that, like, the positive side, the almost like the constant that you have there, that's like, man, Jacorian was able to lock down this guy. He was really good when he was healthy. Are we really trusting Darian Porter because of his size and because he's a Pete Carroll guy versus to what Patrick Graham has coached him up to be? Obviously, he was good enough to do that. So that's what I have a problem with, Jack. But, like, of course, these conversations, they've mathematically sliced this every way possible. And it could have been, who knows? It could have been a conversation that Pete had with Jacorian and he just rubbed him the wrong way. And it's like, You're not going to conform to what we're doing. But just all of that in combination with each other, like just analyzing the situation outside of the personalities and the contract, I would just wonder why did we do that? But hey, if it works out, then you guys are gonna be like, all right, Pete, we see you, man. Like, but you weren't a coach last year. So that's what I have a problem with.
Dante, one thing. I think that Graham came back primarily because the Jaguars fucked him by getting Liam Cohen as your head coach. I firmly believe that Patrick Graham was going to Jacksonville until Jacksonville pulled that shady shit and had Liam Cohen in their head coach. So you remember, I see things and I'm analytical as well. I will call it as I see it. I'm not going to be favoritism to this, that, and the other thing. Patrick Graham was going to Jacksonville until Shaw said, we got another interview with Cohen because we got rid of that ass fuck general manager that he didn't like. I can't remember his name. The guy that was the 49ers. Thank you, Trent Baalke. We got rid of Baalke, and Liam Cohen said, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll get that job," and that's what started this domino effect. I firmly believe that.
So, and to address Mike real quick, Angelo, in my group of people that do this with me, everybody had the Raiders at like 2, 3, 4 wins. I had you guys at 8 wins. As a group, when it came down to the average, it was 6-11 what we gave you guys a record. The Jaguars have a worse record according to me. I gave the Jaguars they're last in the division at 5-12. That's my own team. So if you feel like I'm trashing you, go watch my Jaguars video. I fucking trash the shit out of the Jaguars. And that's my own team.
And speaking of which, so Cap, and again, this is the Captain Jack Rackham show, or if you're watching it on the East Coast Gridiron, we appreciate you. We thank you if you've stayed the majority of almost 2 hours. So Cap, now again, I want
to. I'm me, so apologies for me being me. I'm a little on the right there side.
Now, Cap, what I was going to say is, and this is what I mean about when you have this great conversation with Dante, your show can go 3-4 hours, right? There's so many different things that we can talk about. But respectfully to you, Captain Jack, I just want to make sure. I know that you normally like to keep the 2-hour mark. Is this one of those nights where you're okay if we go over, or would you? Okay. Now, Dante, respectfully to yourself, because I know it's late for you too over there in Pennsylvania. So, are you okay with going over the 2-hour mark, or do you want us to stop?
Good. We're
good. Okay. All right. So
we will go as long as Dante wants to do this, because I respect that man so much. Fucking let it rip, Dante. We're good.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Like, these are conversations that I like to have, because it's like we can agree to disagree, right? And it's totally fine. We don't have to say, "Oh, this dude's an idiot. He's just trashing our team. He's just a hater." It's like, look, how analytical can I be about your own team? Like, I pretty much stripped this down to the bones as best that I can, But still, I gave you guys 8 wins on the season, which I think you guys are headed in the right. That's 4 more wins than you had last year, and I see the value of what's there. If we're going around thinking that every team is perfect, then why didn't the Chiefs win the Super Bowl last year, being a 15-2 team?
Chiefs, I got to say it. Sorry.
I know.
It's response. By the way, all the people that are watching on your channel, and I see the comment by Dylan, thank you. Come over to my channel, and you'll get this like every time. Okay? If you like what you see with the unfiltered fucking old sailor that I am show, please come over. And by the way, I know you're not going to get it. You're not going to get Mike Sarah to watch your show, because he just said
it. Good, bro. I'm not here. I don't ask people for subscribers or anything.
Right.
It is what it is, bro.
If you like analytical views that are, they're his real views that are based on film and based on his standards, please, if you're watching my show on my channel, be sure to go to Dante at East Coast Gridiron on YouTube. Mike, I get you, and I appreciate you. Mike, I appreciate you watching. I appreciate everybody watching. And so if you like me, come on over to my channel. If you like Dante, come over to his channel. And Transplant's going to be my producer, and I still like him, even though I scream at him a lot too. So thank you.
Thank you, Cap. And then also, Dante, can I just say, and about my background, Captain Jack knows about my background. So I was on a live for a boxing program last night, just to give you an example, right? And
here's my surprise face.
Normally I'll go on to 2 of my favorite analytical shows, and if you guys ever really care about boxing and want to know your boxing knowledge, check out the Hangout Spot. And also check out Claymore Rain at the ATP Combat. And these are intelligent people, like from the UK, from Australia, and we're all having intelligent statistical conversations based on what we've watched. Like, we've actually watched these fighters, right? So last night, the show that I was on, I won't mention the name, somebody comes in, and of course, he's clearly a fan of Teofimo Lopez. Even with the entire panel, Dante, telling him, look, man, we get it. And Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson could be a great match, and it could be 50-50. But you just came on the show and said that Teofimo Lopez is going to destroy Shakur Stevenson. Can you please back your argument? And as he was backing his argument, which you can already tell Dante was all emotional, right? Because he loves the guy. He was getting cooked, bro, by everybody. And that's not the type of show we want at the Captain Jack show. As whenever we can help it, we don't want screaming matches here. We don't want like, well, you're wrong because I love this person, and we want it to be like, hey man, based on statistical fact, I respect on what you saw, and you respect on what I saw, and that's great. Great conversation.
Yeah. I just think we live in a world where, first of all, everybody thinks you're gonna like them, like you. You don't have to like me. My background and everything, speaks for itself. Like, that's why people come to our show. It is what it is, right? And so if people disagree with me in the comments, it is what it is. But I do think it's without basis to sit here and say this guy's trashing us or he's a hater and this, that, and the third. And it's like, you don't even know me from a can of paint, dude. So it's fine. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying, Angelo, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
and it's okay. And again,
Dylan's
you
been
know,
with us for years. He'll tell you, like, we get this in our comments too, and he's just probably there shaking his head, and he's just probably like, "Bro, you just."
Well,
don't
I
know."
mean, at the end of the day, this is what this. We do the shows like this because it's a passion, right? When I go on a boxing podcast, it's funny, Dante, because just today, one of the hosts, Claymore, he didn't realize what I used to do because I was just going on his show, just this good old Angelo who went through transplant and is a huge Raider fan, right? He had no clue. And then today he was like, "Hey, bro, I didn't know you worked with Frank Mir. I didn't know you did." And I was like, "Yeah, I usually try not to talk about it that much because I'm coming onto the show to have intelligent conversations with like-minded, passionate people about the sport that they love, right? Like that's me, man.
Yeah.
So anyway, I say that to say again, Captain Jack's already said it. You're all, the show's been great. Like Sharif says, you've been nothing but fair. So please finish with my whole question about the Malcolm Coons, Harvey, Joyner.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh Joyner. I want to hear about Josh Joyner. I think that is a guy who can cook for our system.
Yeah, I'm a believer in what Malcolm Coons can do. I don't have a problem with his skill set. The thing is, and I think this happens in every fan base, right? It's just so funny how like the parallels happen between your team and my team. And to give better context of what I'm talking about, I think a lot of people expect the guy on the opposite side of a superstar like Max Crosby. Our superstar on our ends is Josh Hines Allen, right? When we drafted Trayvon Walker, everybody was like, he's supposed to be this otherworldly guy because you chose him first overall. Didn't have the amazing rookie year that everybody thought he was going to have. But the last 2 years, he's put up 2 10-sack seasons. Anybody would be happy with that on any team outside of their other superstar on the other side of him, right? But we constantly hear that this dude is mid. I'm totally okay with our 2 edge rushers. The thing that I think Malcolm Coons gets is he gets that treatment, and it made it even worse when he got hurt last year and didn't even begin the season for you guys, right? And so when you really watched him on film, he shines. When Max is out there, he shines as well. Josh Joyner, I'm not a big fan of his. I'm just not. The measurables are there. When we watched him at the Senior Bowl, I was like, okay, I guess Josh Joyner's all right. He was actually doing linebacker drills with Cody Lindenberg at some points. We were like, what the hell is going on? I thought he was an otherworldly edge rusher. But again, there's a reason why guys go undrafted, and obviously the other scouts saw it how I saw it, right? And so I'm not the biggest fan on Josh Joyner. Now, what's the kid out of SMU that I like? What the hell is his name? He had a really good game for you guys too.
Harvey.
Jafari Harvey.
Thank you.
Now, Jafari Harvey, I even told you about a couple months ago. I was like, I love Jafari Harvey. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be a good depth piece for you guys. But the real focus should be is Malcolm Koonce had some action. Take him out. Take Max Crosby out. Let those guys work. Keep his health at an all-time high. And let those other guys find where their depth is going to be for the rest of this preseason until that week 1 starts, right? I don't necessarily think you guys are weak in that position. I just think your superstars are who your superstars are. When you have like a Max Crosby or like a superstar on your team, it makes it seem like you have 2 good edge rushers, right? Because he can put up double the production on the other side across from him. And it's a great problem to have. And so with all the young guys that you have there, even Devin, like, what are you guys going to do with Devin White? Try him out at edge rusher. That's where he put up his best work with the Buccaneers. Why are they trying to make him an outside linebacker for whatever reason? Put him at defensive end, put him at the edge rusher position, and let him work there. I think that's something they should experiment with, or it'll be. I mean, you're already doing it with Jamal Adams, right? You're not playing safety anymore. You're going to play will linebacker. Let Devin White play some snaps at edge and see how he does. But
it's possible that and I don't know this because I haven't read everything that goes on in the practices or the camp, but it is possible that might be something that they're waiting for the real bullets to fly, that it's not on tape. And I don't know this. Because remember, the only people that will know this are the people that go to camp, and that the people that they have the practices with. So did they have practices with the Seahawks before they played the Seahawks? Did they have the mutual camp? I don't
know if
think
they had
so.
a joint practice with them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know that they're having a joint practice with the Niners, so the Niners will get stuff on film. We don't play the Niners this year, so they can. If we play the Niners this year, it'll be in the Super Bowl, and I'll call it a great time. Okay, I'll call it a great time. But the only people, because it's the joint practices, maybe that they're having some of those wrinkles that they might not show, or maybe it's maybe we wish it, because again, the Jamal Adams playing weak side linebacker played well. We know that we have a who's the other edge rusher type of thing. We saw that Taco was in there as an edge rusher. We know Coons is penciled in as that guy, so we need to have depth. We also know that the guy, who's the guy that I hate his last name because he's a fucking traitor. Not he's a traitor. No, he's the Snowden. I hate fucking Snowden.
Charles Snowden.
Yeah. And Snowden, the defensive end, is great, although I think he has some legal shit going on. But Snowden's name, being an intel guy, I can't fucking stand Snowden because the real Snowden is a fucking traitor. So unfortunately, I get a very bad opinion of but Snowden's performance last year, along with Kayvon Chason, who we let go, because we told Kayvon Chason, we like you, but you're not going to be it if you want. And he said, well, I want to start. Well, we're going to pay you this amount of money not to start, but we want you to come in, for those times. He said, I like that, but the Patriots are offering me more money and giving me the opportunity to start. So he took the money and ran. Good for him. And I wish we would have had him on the team, but it's just that. But, I like to see these depth. Like I said, if Devin White plays a rush opposite Max at the outside position. Remember, for those like me, when the Raiders won the Super Bowl, they were playing 3-4, which to me is you're playing a 5-2. Seriously, 3-4 to me is a 5-2 because you got the wide guys that are usually linebackers are coming in, or that extra rush guy. Then you got other guys in the middle, and you got two linebackers out there to clean up the mess. So if they do that in the system, and they have those outside linebackers rushing, like you said, Devin White could do, maybe in that hybrid system. I don't know. I don't know if Pete has ever done any 3-4, 5-2 stuff, but I know that Patrick Graham has run that with the Giants. He ran multiples. He ran different defenses with the Giants. So maybe that might be something that we see. I certainly fucking hope so, because we have the capabilities to do that. We have the capabilities, by the way, Chip Kelly, to run 12 personnel. I hope you at least can fucking think about it, because I would love to see that happen, because you got Michael Mayer there. You don't want to burn the fact you got a very capable tight end that can run things. And, that's just me. So I'm hoping that is it. Yeah. What was that? Too evil to hope. Thank you. Good comment. Raider team's got some major line issues, and I'm hoping we're addressing this. I'm hoping we're addressing this. But for those who don't know, and I thank you, that's why I've said this is not year one. This is year zero. This is year zero, and it won't be year one until half of the season is gone, because then you have gotten the team to gel in their performance, hopefully. And by the end of this year, it'll be year one. And then you get the skyrocket or the big bounce next year. I'm not expecting a playoff berth this year, although I did bet it. And I'm not a big better, but if you're going to give me a fun bet, sure, I bet it. But the point is that you expect this team to get better. You expect this team to get better. And technically, 5 wins is better, folks. If you're going to go by the definition of what better is, they were 4 and whatever last year. If they're 5 and whatever this year, they're better. I want the fucking 7 because I bet that in the, okay? That's what I want. But I think this team is going to get better, but it's got to learn to gel. And that's why I'm expecting there's going to be some transition there. For example, Dante was talking about throw Thayer Mumford out. He's gone. In my mind, this is his last year on the team. Even though he's a swing tackle and he's the best swing tackle we got, he's gone. He's not going to get re-signed, because then you got people like Charles Grant, the tackle to be as that guy to play swing tackle or maybe move into that position. You know, does Glaze come over and play guard? Or does Rodgers come in and play guard? Does JPJ, swing into that? Because then you got, isn't it great? You have 3 really good guards with, what is it? JPJ and Grant and whoever else, because Meredith is a gap. He's a gap piece right now. So there's the transition, folks. If the Raiders play better than Dante's ceiling, that's a bonus. But don't bet your money or your house this year. Bet it in 26 or 27. And then Angelo, and I know I'm long-winded, Dante. I did pretty good for an old guy because I don't smoke. Okay, so I got decent lungs on me. The rest of my body fucking sucks, but the lungs are there.
I appreciate the dialogue for sure.
Yeah, don't bet your house on it this year. But as Angelo reminds us, the Super Bowl in LA is in
2028, I believe. Cap.
Okay, the Super Bowl is in LA in 28. The Vegas will probably pick up another Super Bowl in that rotation.
Yeah, it's 2029. Yeah.
There you go. Fucking call it now, man. The Raiders are going to play home Super Bowls in 28 and 29 if the team gets better. And if they do get better, that's great. And I said Too Evil to Hope and Dylan Dotson. Thank you, Dante, for because I remember that they can't see all of my comments. But come on over to my channel. We'll talk. We'll definitely talk. Yeah. And I talk other teams too.
And just a correction again. I hate it when I do it wrong. So Cam Jack is correct. 2027 is SoFi Stadium. 2028 is supposed to be Mercedes, and then 2029 is Allegiant. So we have 2 chances to have 2 home court Super Bowls in some ways. But anyways, go ahead, Dante. Sorry.
I had it right, you motherfucker. I had it right. 2027. So far. Book it.
That's our coming to America joke, Dante. So.
I got you. Yeah, I mean, I was pretty much done with what I was saying. So,
okay. So great. So then that segue was with the AFC West, right? Let's break it down into because I wanted to go from that to eventually get to fantasy football, but we'll be able to squeeze it in here. So your thoughts is exactly similar, and Captain Jack will be happy about this on who you believe will win the AFC West. But go ahead.
Well, I'm not happy about that.
I know, but that you guys agree is what I was saying.
I'm happy that he picks who I think will win. I'm happy that he agrees with me. I'm not happy with the fucking result.
Right.
Okay, but I'm happy that he thinks like me. And thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan, for subbing, brother. Come on over for my show that like me as me.
Go ahead,
Dante.
Dante.
So who I think is going to win the AFC West? I think they're going to win,
What,
but
top to bottom?
From top to bottom, I had the Broncos, then I had the Chargers. Hold on, let me pull up my sheet here. Make sure I have it all documented. Yep, Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs, and Raiders. That's how I have it from top to bottom. Look, I think the Broncos are going to be really, really good. Like extremely good. When I broke down their season last year, not only do I don't think Bo Nix is going to have a sophomore slump. I think the sophomore slump from last year's draft class is not going to happen with any one of those guys outside of maybe Drake May. 6 of their 7 losses last year was by 1 score or less. All season. The worst loss that they had was against the Baltimore Ravens. I believe they lost like 42-10. And even in a lot of those games that they lost, they had like a bottom 5 like drop percentage too. So a lot of those receivers were dropping the ball. As you guys probably saw last night, one of the guys that I was very high on, I just dropped a video this week on him, was Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant is absolutely, he only had 1 drop on like 72 targets or something like that last year, which is fantastic. He's a yak machine, which is something they didn't have last year. And as you saw, like he was just getting first downs like crazy. Then they draft RJ Harvey, the other running back that he was number 2 in explosive plays and had way less carries than Ashton Jeanty had. Think about that. Like, he almost had half the carries that Ashton Jeanty had and was number 2 in explosive play percentage last year. He is on the Broncos now. What also he gives the Broncos is a catching ability. Every single program that Bo Nix has been in has had somewhat of a West Coast style. I want to say if you want to merge the two, it's West Coast with a little bit of spread mixed in. And it might look not as sexy. And this is what, like, and everybody knows I was high on Bo Nix. Like, it is what it is. I think what people, when they evaluate film, is they don't understand the system that a lot of people run. Kenny Dillingham and Will Stein were his 2 offensive coordinators at Oregon. The way that they work was very similar. We are going to eat you up in the short game. If it's a swing pass, if it's a screen, if it's a mesh concept, fix concept, dagger, that's how we're going to eat you up through in the middle of the field. That 5 to 10 yards. And once we feel comfortable that those 2 single highs or the single high or the 2 safeties cheat down, we're taking it over the top. Yeah. And Bo Nix ran that shit perfectly, which then leads you over to what Sean Payton has done with Drew Brees and all those guys. Guess what he ran a lot? Mesh concepts. Remember who had Marcus Colston and probably one of the best slant receivers that we ever seen in Michael Thomas? You just drafted your next Michael Thomas and Pat Bryant, and it's crazy. When I dropped that video, a day later, Sean Payton was starting to talk about Pat Bryant, and he compared him to Michael Thomas like I did. I was like, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. It was amazing. I was like, I'm so glad I made that connection. But that's just on the offensive side. The offensive line didn't change. Andrick Estime's there. Jaleel McLaughlin looks really good. They're bringing Evan Ingram. I'm like, man, the rich just keep getting richer. Then the defensive side, Riley Moss and Patrick Surtain were excellent last year. Patrick Surtain was still excellent after he left, but Riley Moss ended up not being that healthy in the second half of the season. The one thing that they were missing was somebody to fill in for that position, and they needed a solid nickel. They go and draft Jahdae Barron, who was one of the best, if not the number 1 corner on a lot of our boards. He was number 2 because of his versatility. They draft him, and that was like, I don't even give a shit on who the rest of the guys that they draft. RJ Harvey, Pat Bryant, and Jahdae Barron were home runs for them. They really didn't need anything else. Everything else was just icing on the cake. Then remember in the free agency, they gonna go get Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. I was like, it's
Gesundheit.
yeah.
But you know what? I said this to you, Dante, when on the show when they drafted Jahdae Barron. I was like, yeah, that's a Brock Bowers move right there because they saw what Brock Bowers can do. But now with Jahdae Barron, Patrick Surtain, this is going to be insane, man.
What did I tell you, Angelo? The thing that you have to do that people forget every single year is 6 of your games, which is more than a quarter of your schedule, are dedicated to the teams in your division. And if you can't win within your division, it is the tell of the tape for the whole, not just for the playoffs, because like you had to have the best record there, but it's the tell of the tape for the whole season. And here's why. It's easier to beat a team the first time around when you got their number. The second time around is even harder. And the Broncos are pretty good at that. And that's why I was so high on the Falcons. The Falcons were 4-2 last year in their division. What do y'all think they're going to do this year with they upgraded everything too that they need to. So I think the Falcons are like the Broncos and their division, but that's another conversation. But I just think all around they are not only trying to compete against Patrick Mahomes, 2 deep threats, their safeties are good, their linebacking core is good. Zach Allen just got extended, right? One of the best pass rushers that nobody talks about. But on the offensive side of the ball, they upgraded there to compete against their defense because they have so many weapons on that defense for the Chiefs. They're going to be confused this year. The Chargers, they upgraded too as well. But I'm just, there was 2 teams. I forget the 2 teams, but if you go back in the history of the NFL in the last 10 years, there were 2 teams that had a similar stat to the Broncos where they had like less than 1 score games. It was like 6 or something like that. And they ended up being in the AFC or NFC championship or the Super Bowl. 2 teams that did that. So I don't know. That's just, I just look at their schedule and everything, and I just think it's very favorable for them this year.
And can I also, again, speaking as a Raider fan here, but this is just me, I'm looking at stats. I think it was Nick Wright on Fox Sports that said he felt Bo Nix is going to have the same trajectory as Mac Jones because Mac Jones was an all-pro rookie year, blah, 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 and the whole bit. And then second year, he was a bust, right? And then now he's the backup to, is he still the backup to Trevor Lawrence or did he go somewhere else? I don't even know where Mac Jones is now. Dante.
Mac Jones, he's not with the Jaguars.
He's not with you guys, right? He's not with the Jaguars. So anyways,
I think say that the 49ers actually.
Oh, is he? Okay. I say that to say that Bo Nix will have a down year, you're not comparing apples to apples because Mac Jones had a complete change in coaching, a complete everything change versus
Angelo, you got to put on top of this too. The thing with all these quarterbacks, people want to talk about Bo Nix's age. Jaden Daniels is only a couple months younger than him. Michael Penix Jr. is only a couple months younger than him.
He just looks old, man. He just looks old.
But they were in college. They were in college forever too. But this is unprecedented, right? Like people don't think about this. This is an unprecedented situation that we're dealing with their quarterback class outside of Drake May. And who else was it? JJ McCarthy. McCarthy and Drake May, you got to put them in their own category because they're kind of like what we've been used to, 21, 22-year-old guys coming over. These guys were 24, 25 coming into the NFL. They have experience, regardless if it's college or not. Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. played in the last great season of the Pac-12 where all those teams were killers. Oh, and Caleb Williams too. You got to put them all in a different category. But that's what people don't understand about Bo Nix and Michael Penix and Jaden Daniels. Like, these guys are playing at a high level and being older and coming from other teams. All of them are transfers. Michael Penix came from Indiana, Bo Nix came from Auburn, and Jaden Daniels came from Arizona State, and they all balled out, bro. Like, this is unprecedented. These guys are on a different trajectory. And look at Jaden Daniels. He doesn't have any distraction. Has anybody seen him do anything crazy? Remember CJ Stroud was in the headlines last year? Everybody knew he was going to have a sophomore. He just wasn't focused. Jaden Daniels has no distractions. Bo Nix is married, doesn't have any distractions, spent a week and a half with Drew Brees. And Michael Penix Jr., if you've seen the headlines on him, he's been in the facility every single day since he started in those last couple of games with the Falcons, and he doesn't have any distractions. These guys are mature, and a lot of people don't think that matters, right? And it absolutely does, because they have a preparation standard that's beyond these younger guys, right? That are coming into the league. And so that's why I don't think these guys are gonna have a sophomore slump, man. Like, they're doing all the right things and they're building chemistry, and their coaches know it. Again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. It's unprecedented that these three gentlemen are in the NFL and they have so much experience. They're not going to take this for granted, because not only have they been journeymen, all of them have dealt with some type of injury in their career, but they've all played at the highest level in the last year of college football. And all of them are the new Peyton Manning and Tom Brady of their generation right now. And they have to look at Drake May and JJ McCarthy being in the same class as them. It could be better quarterbacks in the future, and we just don't know. That's a lot of pressure for all three of them, and they're all on good teams. Like, nobody's saying any of these quarterbacks are bad last year. And if you think Bo Nix was bad, like, he had more touchdowns than Jaden Daniels. If Jaden Daniels didn't exist, he would have won Rookie of the Year last year. That's just facts. If Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels was in the NFL last year, Caleb Williams, statistic-wise, would have been Offensive Rookie of the Year. All these guys are good in their own right, man. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice by saying that all these guys are going to have sophomore slumps. You're kidding yourself, man. They're preparing a little different than any other quarterback class, man.
Right. And Mike Sarah, Mike Sarah puts down Bo Nix is the real deal. I know a few people wanted him into Raider Nation, and there's always those theories that's why Sean Payton did the moves that he did. In order to kind of defer it away.
Hey, Angelo, that shit drives me crazy when people are like, he's such a Drew Brees quarterback. That's bullshit. Tell me what scheme Sean Payton ran with the New Orleans Saints. I'll wait, bro. I've literally asked people that question. They don't know their head from their ass. They hear other people say that shit, and it drives me crazy, because you don't know what system he ran. That's just what everybody's fucking saying. Bo Nix would have fit in anywhere because he ran a pro-style offense, bro. Same thing with Michael Penix Jr. and Kalen DeBoer. Same thing with Jaden Daniels Jaden Daniels when he was with LSU. They all ran pro-style offenses, guys. Like, college is changing too. We got to get used to that. A lot of these guys are going to be really good moving forward. We're not going to have too many more busts in college anymore.
So we're giving, by the way, for the fantasy people, we are giving you little gems already. For example, I was one of the people that's going to be waiting all the way till way late, because, the hype's going to get all these people, and people like Michael Penix are going to be right there for me, Dante, around 10, 11. I'm fine with waiting, bro. I'm fine with waiting. And Dante, just real quick, as you mentioned Michael Penix. So Kyle Pitts is going to have a good year this year, right? This is the year that you take a Kyle Pitts.
I hope Raheem Mostert's whatever he decides to do. Not Raheem Mostert, Raheem Morris. Whatever he decides to do for their offense with the Falcons.
Coach Raw, baby. I know Coach Raw. Being that, from the Tampa Bay Pirates, I know Coach Raw.
And Jack knows Florida or everything that's on that side, so he knows all about Kyle Pitts in college.
Hey, Coach Raw is the one that said, Coach Raw is the one that said stats are for losers. he's that quote, stats are for losers. That's Coach Raw. So
that's crazy work, because I'm in the mindset on the opposite way of, like, the more stats you put up, statistically your team's going to do better, right? It's like this, right? When I used to coach, I used to tell my quarterbacks, if you throw for 350 yards and a couple touchdowns and keep everything clean and we still lose, guess who's going to have a worse week than you coming up this week? Because you did everything statistically that you can. There's always a century mark for every single stat that can prove that if you meet these metrics, your team has a better chance of winning. Or then why do stats matter at all, right? It's the number one argument that everybody uses. Again, all of us on this panel know that stats don't tell the whole story, of course, but it damn sure is a big part of the story. Let's not act like it's not. Why did Dan Marino get into the NFL or into the Hall of Fame without any Super Bowl wins? Because you know what? Pretty fucking good. Just is what it is. And he had the stats to back it up. And they lost not because of him. Let's be honest. They lost games not because of Dan Marino. He did his job. And so that's what I think about with that. Like, people can say stats are overrated, but yeah, if let's say if Geno Smith goes out there and throws for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns every fucking game for you guys, I can damn sure come back on this podcast and you guys are going to look at that. Yep. Marino, man.
I'm keeping it because it might be worthwhile to keep it and sell it later on. Yeah.
Hey, you never know. Beanie Babies might make a return, Cap. It might make a return. You never know.
I just had it handy there, Dante. I have a lot of handy shit next to me in the studio.
Yeah, no, that studio is pretty cool.
That signed jersey back there. How many people know about Wayne Corbett, though?
Hey, Captain Jack knows about Wayne Corbett, right, Cap?
I know about Wayne Corbett. Yeah,
love Wayne Corbett. But yeah, the point is like if Geno Smith goes out there and balls out statistically like that, I can come back on here at week 8 and I can tell you guys are going to be complaining about everybody else outside of Geno Smith. Because you know what? He's doing his job. And something else needs to change for your team if you're losing. So,
and I want to point out, so Raider Moore says Harvey and Dobbins are both good backs. And then Matt Marinovich, thank you for staying the whole way, man. Appreciate you, bro. He says QBs are not developed well enough to succeed in the NFL. They need at least a couple of years to get good. And I was going to say, because the Chargers, this is the segue, the Chargers are the next team. Boy, man, the Niners gave up on Trey Lance a little too quickly because not looking too bad, man. And he's going to be sitting behind Justin Herbert at that young age for a while if he stays with the Chargers. But go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, well, the Trey Lance thing, he kind of shot himself in the foot for being so booty cheeks, you know. I think the Jim Harbaugh experience proves that any quarterback can succeed under his system. And, you know, if JJ McCarthy's mid this year, then that'll prove that point too. But yeah, I mean, good on Trey. If it's taken him this long to have his Geno Smith moment, then so be it. But I kind of agree and disagree with that statement, Matt. Not saying that you're completely wrong, but I think all of us can agree, like, yeah, some players should marinate, right? Like Anthony Richardson, for example. And I know, Jack, you watch a lot of him at Florida, right?
Oh my God!
Never won.
And they reached, and he needed seasoning, and he ain't gonna be shit for Indianapolis. And I'm a Gator. I'm showing. I'm not being what do you call it? Biased, but I'm giving Anthony Richardson needed the seasoning. He needed an extra year at Florida. But his agent was in his ear saying, oh, no, this is the year for you to go. And he got the money. So good for him. Yeah. But he needed the seasoning. And Anthony Richardson ain't going to do shit until he gets in a system that can develop him correctly. And again, I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can. And that's why, you know, by the way, if you're watching Dante's channel and you like the salty fucking pirate, come over and catch me on Captain Jack Rackham Levy. And if you're watching my channel and you like the views that Dante puts out, make sure you go to East Coast Gridiron because, you know, I like somebody who knows, at least analytically, knows his shit. If you're wrong, you're wrong. That's fine. Remember, I've never been wrong. I've just been mistaken a couple times.
But hey, that's a great statement. Yeah, Anthony Richardson, man. The kid is like a media darling, right? And I think all of us know that. Like, says the right thing, such a good human being. But I think a lot of people like to translate that onto the football field. It just doesn't happen like that. I'm sorry. You could be the best human being in the world, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be a good football player. That's kind of like the extra icing on the cake for a lot of things, right? And so with Anthony Richardson, I feel like egotistically, I don't think he has an ego, but egotistically in the football sense, when you draft him 4th overall to a team, going to a promising coach like Shane Steichen, you might think that you're better than what you are, but your record and everything in college and even in high school you know, Jack, like he didn't even have a winning record in high school. And so after that Utah game where they spanked their ass his last year, everybody thought, oh, Heisman for Anthony Richardson, got the big arm and everything. The rest of that year, they barely won any games, and it was a rough watch. And he was a big reason on why they couldn't push the ball downfield. And so the NFL told him that it's okay, Anthony. They gave the NFL gave Anthony Richardson as an excuse.
Yeah, you got the arm, baby. You don't need those other people. Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Yeah, the NFL gave Anthony Richardson the biggest excuse for losing on his team and being like, it's okay, you got the talent, Anthony. We'll still choose you 4th overall because you're really that guy. I don't blame Anthony for thinking that he's that guy. I don't. As a young dude that has otherworldly talent, and this is what goes back to my previous point about Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels and Michael Penix. They went through the mud. They went through the hard times. They really had to elevate themselves, and they were winners ultimately for their teams, right? And so with that being said, at the end of the day, Anthony Richardson he hasn't panned out. And that's what a lot of people get on their teams is an Anthony Richardson. Media darling, not that great of a player. We evaluate the talent way too hard. But what did he do in college? He didn't accomplish shit in college. It just is what it is. And we just sweep that under the rug like that's nothing. And in a lot of aspects. I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, I was going to say that's on your channel, man. Only you can get rid of that.
Yep. It's been hidden from my channel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's not on ours. I can't do anything about it. Sorry.
It's one of those spam bots.
But
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'll take it out right here. There we go. Oh, anyhow,
I
was able to at least. No. What I did is I just shut it out from the screen so that no one can see it on the screen while we're talking.
So when we get some more chat, then we'll put the chat back up. Yeah, I was going to say, oh, really? Really? Not that there's anything wrong with that, as Jerry Seinfeld would say.
Yeah.
Again, Cap, we don't break the rules. We do not talk anything religion, politics, not on this show. We don't do that. So Dante, then going into go ahead, Cap. Go ahead.
Just saying, and if we do, then I immediately slap my hand.
Right. So Charger, when you were saying Broncos will be first, Chargers will be second, right? Over the Chiefs.
Right? I disagree with that.
Now, Dante, how do you see, like, even with the Rashawn Slater getting hurt, and I understand what you were saying the other day about they'll have a game plan. I saw who their right tackle was, man, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. That dude ain't that good. So there are other. I mean, from Mekhi Becton going all the way to the left side, I'll say, all right, no, that's pretty solid. But that right tackle is sort of a weakness, unless there's some game plan that I don't know of. But go ahead and break down Chargers for us.
I don't think Joe Alt was actually one of the better young performers at right
tackle. No. He moved to left tackle. No, my bad. No. So
you're talking about the one that's filling in for him.
Yes, the guy because he's the left tackle right now. Yeah. See, even you forgot his name. He's not that good, man.
Well, here's the thing. In our evaluation every single year, we always put it out in our criteria on our live stream. We always say these records are not only going through the whole schedule, because we fill it out. We have a spreadsheet that we fill out from top to the bottom. So the record that we give is the realistic record of what it'll actually be when we fill everything out on the schedule. But we also factor in if there was 2 important injuries on your team, how can that team respond and be good? So this would be one of their major injuries for the Chargers right now.
Yeah.
And I still think that they would be the second best team, even without Rashawn Slater. So it's not a surprise. Like, is it a surprise that Rashawn Slater got hurt? Absolutely. Wouldn't want that on anybody. As a former coach, I hate to see that, especially a dude that just got paid handsomely from his team and rightfully so. He performed really, really well for them over the years.
Yes, I do, Raider Moore. I'm just going to throw it up real quick and then get it down.
Oh yeah, I agree with that too. But I'm a big believer of Justin Herbert, and here's why. Since he started, he's broken all kinds of records. I think in his first 5 years, he's like leading in passing and touchdowns out of any quarterback in the history of the game. That's number one. Think about the coaches that he's had and the players that he's had there over the years. Number two, the biggest misconception about Justin Herbert and what people will say that he sucks, he turns the ball over way too much. Since he started, he's been bottom 5 every single year in turnover-worthy play percentage. That means when you look at the play and he turned the ball over, it wasn't his fault. That's what that percentage means. And so you can look at those numbers every single year, and he's at the bottom. So he has
Matt Marinovich has come back to you, just so that you know, is Phillip Rivers did that too, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, and I going with the theme here, and the Chargers are going to Charger. I firmly believe in that. Okay, they will do something to fuck up their season. Historically, they're gonna have remember the Slater injury is one of those things, and the thing is that you need the second thing coming. Okay, and there's going to be something coming amongst the LA Chargers. I try to make sure I don't say the San Diego Chargers, that they're going to do something.
I have a hard time with that too.
I know. But the thing is that Chargers are going to Charger, which is why I can see the Broncos being number 1. I can see the Chargers being number 3, and within spitting distance of the Raiders. I actually, and maybe I'm smoking something, if the Raiders play up to their ability, even though you're saying that floor is 7-8. If things go our way, and this would help out with Angelo's wife saying we're going to be 10, 11 wins playoffs. If things go our way and the Chargers going to Chargers, I can see the Raiders being 3, and maybe in just remember how the AFC West had 3 playoff teams last year. I can see the Raiders being that team that they step up and Chargers go to 4. It's the old thing of Justin Herbert is this decade, or not even decade, this era's version of Dan Marino, a great quarterback on a team that can't put him over the top. Because when your Jaguars beat him, I was fucking giddy. Because obviously, when the Chargers lose in the playoffs, my Raiders aren't there. I'm having a party. I got the bat, and I'm doing the firecrackers and the whizzy things like you do on New Year's Eve. It's like the Chargers are losing in the play. That's great. But going back to reality, like I said, Chargers always do something, it seems, to screw themselves up. Chargers are going to Charger. And if the Raiders can do what they can do, I'm not saying they will, but I'm saying they have the capabilities, especially if we're keep on ascending, if we have those extra wins and the Chargers do whatever they do, that the Raiders can be a better team. Will they? I don't know. But I definitely know next year in my heart of hearts, and hopefully, since I am one of those heart patients, I hope to see it. I hope to see it by next year, their shipmate. But Chargers going to Charger. I just see the Broncos 1, Chiefs 2 until otherwise somebody kicks them out of the thing, because they got enough talent to do there. Raiders and Chargers, beating each other over what 3 and 4 is. I know you like the Chargers a lot, but I just think they're going to do something stupid.
Here's the thing, Jack, and I agree with you, like 100% agree with you. The only reason I see the Chargers at 2, I'm not saying they're a better team than the Chiefs. I think they get both wins over the Chiefs for where their schedule is, and where the Chiefs' schedule lines up on the teams that they're going to play before they get to the Chargers. And so, with that being said, I think all 3 of those teams get to the playoffs. I think the Chargers, Chiefs, and Broncos go, but I think the Chargers get their ass beat in the wild, like whatever round was going to be the wild card in the wild card.
Here. I like that. That that the Chargers and the Chiefs get beat. Hopefully, the Chiefs are the one that get beat too. That they're one and done. I can cheer for a one and done with everybody else.
And we will get to the Chiefs here next, but I was going to say that there's a lot of pictures trending right now of Travis Kelce in the dad bod. I'm just going to throw that out there. So he's looking like he's cashing out with Taylor Swift is what it's looking like.
Yeah.
I don't have Taylor Swift, but I got the dad bod beat right here. That's why you need to watch this channel as well. What better way to watch a channel than some old dude with a non-beer beer belly? It's food, baby. It's food. I got it.
Yeah, the Chargers are a really interesting team. I think they're like fascinating, like just with all the talent that they had that they were able to get away with. Now we understand their offensive line is going to take a step back, but like when they drafted Trey Harris, I was like, they want to have Lat McConkey be their Jamar Chase. Like that's what they want him to be all over the field. Like CeeDee Lamb too. They want him to be their CeeDee Lamb.
I was going to say they wanted him to be their Amon-Ra St. Brown. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fits right in there too. I'm just saying, like think about any receiver that can run any route, can be anywhere on the field and be successful. CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, all those guys can do that. When they drafted Trey Harris, I was like, okay, they're trying to answer a question of, can we get Justin Herbert to use his big arm and have a reliable receiver downfield? Because Quentin Johnston has ruined Justin Herbert's chances on so many times by dropping the fucking ball.
And I love
that. And so when they drafted Trey Harris, I was like, okay, they're trying to solve for that problem. But when they drafted Keandre Lambert-Smith out of Auburn, I was like, my goodness, he might be better than Trey Harris. And so far during the preseason, everybody's like, who is Keandre Lambert-Smith? He's actually good. But then I also think they gave him a security blanket because of how talented those two guys can be with Keenan Allen. It was such a smart move for them to go and sign him, to give Justin Herbert a little bit of like, dude, you got it. You're the man. I'm here to assume the role and help Lat McConkey, Trey Harris, and Keandre Lambert-Smith be the best that they can be throughout this process.
And be a security blanket too, like off the slot, right? When you need that third down, you throw Keenan Allen in there.
When he's healthy, right? Like that's always been his thing.
No. I was going to jump on that. Damn it, you're taking my headlines there, Dante. Great guy when he's on the fucking field. Because a lot of time, Keenan Allen, if there's 17 games in an NFL season, Keenan Allen normally, or you can probably look at the stats, but to me, Keenan Allen will play half of a season because he gets injured. Okay, he plays 7, 8, maybe 9, could be 10, but that's it. He ain't playing 17. He's 8, 9 is a good Keenan Allen year because
I agree.
Fucking gets injured.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so I think it makes that interesting. One of my favorite tight ends in this class was Oronde Gadsden Jr. Or the second. Remember his dad played for the Miami Dolphins back in the day?
Yeah.
My wife is a Syracuse alum, so I'm up there a couple times a year watching some of their games. So seeing him ball out for the Chargers in the preseason with the snaps that he's gotten is like, I knew he had the talent, because remember he was a wide receiver at Syracuse his first year and then transitioned to tight end because he's so big. And so that was just in your division, you've seen Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce do disgusting things together. And the best friend of a quarterback, it's been proven that it's a tight end. And they got Oronde Gadsden there. And so I like their offense and the dynamic. Of course, choosing Omarion Hampton, I've been talking about that kid since he's been in high school, man. I love Omarion Hampton. Then their defense is good as long as they can stay healthy, right? Cam Hart was a little bit injured last year.
Say it. Say the guy. Say the guy. Say the guy. Come on. I know you can do it. 50 who? 50 who? 50 who, man? On my show, it's 50 who. 50 who. And for all that don't know, like I said, Khalil Mack, and that's the way to say his name, is a great player. Great player. They got rid of one of the guys that will fuck away half a season with Bosa. They got rid of him because they knew that they couldn't give a contract for a guy who plays half of the games. He gets injured. Khalil Mack recently is of a such that he's going to get hurt, maybe not for half, but at least a third of the season. When you need him, he's not there. Okay. Now Thule, I think, is the other guy that's on that line. Yeah. Okay. Great guy. But if you lose that other person, and for all intents, like I said, for those that are watching on your channel, welcome to the multicast with your stuff on the Captain Jack Show. Come on over. I talk sports. Dante talks football. I talk sports. So if you want to break off and do other sports things, but Khalil Mack, otherwise known as 50 Who on my channel, I will never wear his jersey, and I got two really nice ones too. The $300 ones. I won't wear that jersey until he's retired, because then it's a retro Raiders jersey. But to me, he is still 50 Who, because he did not want to play for the Raiders, and I don't have. I'm not going to give you any res or whatever the fuck the new term is. All right, respect. When you don't want to play for that, because to me that's important to me, and he's a great player. But I know he said, "Come on, say the name. Come on." I'll be just like, "Say it, say it." I'll be like Sam Kennison, "Say it." Right.
Khalil Mack, yeah. Who came out in that class with him? It was Chase Young, right? No, it wasn't Chase Young. It was Jadeveon Clowney.
Right. Khalil Mack dropped to us because who was the reason why Khalil Mack dropped to the Raiders? Because a certain team in Florida drafted a quarterback who sucked. And the drop came because the Bills drafted the receiver that was decent, and at 5, Khalil Mack was there for the Raiders to pick up. So I thank you, sir, as a Raiders fan, for drafting that quarterback out of UCF whose name he's gone. I don't even remember his name. I just know that
Bortles. Was it Blake Bortles or was it no? It was Blake Bortles.
It was Blake Bortles at UCF. See, I remember shit. So thank you.
To be honest, Blake Bortles had a better career than Trevor Lawrence so far. I compared the numbers like a couple months ago.
Oh, that's true. Crazy. You would have kept him. He would have been better than Sunshine.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, he's still better. His accomplishments are still better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Hey, but thank you for that, for at least giving Raider fans Khalil Mack for the best years. I will still say this: the best years of his career. He has played well for the Chargers. Okay, he has played well for the Chargers, but he has the injury bug, and and that's why I said, you remember you were saying that there's the two ones you can lose. They've already lost Slater, and they're having Alt go over to left tackle. And remember, out of the words of the great prophet Dante, who said Joe Alt is going to be a better right tackle than he is as a left tackle, and prophesied he was playing right tackle, but now he's got to play left tackle, which means somebody not as good has got to play right tackle for the Chargers. And I think that's where the Raiders and other people are going to feast on that line. They know where the weak spot is, and it's right tackle along that line. So they better have Gadsden over there, chipping on that line, on that right tackle spot.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the Chargers are interesting, man. They really are. I just think, kind of like the Raiders, their third year is going to be better than if they put it all together. this year without Rashawn Slater. They'll get cleaned up in the wild card this year. And the two better teams will advance with the Chiefs and the Broncos. Hopefully, if they meet in like the divisional round, that'll be pretty fun to watch, right? But yeah, I really want to see their depth and what they're about, and some of those new guys step up to the plate, and hopefully Cam Hart, for example, stays healthy the full year at corner, because he was really fantastic. I actually interviewed him. I didn't know anything about Cam Hart until the Senior Bowl 2 years ago when I saw him practicing. And I had to interview him. Smart, great kid out of Notre Dame for sure. But he's got all the talent in the world, and he really showed it. But their year 3 might be better. It's going to be better than this year. They might be the number 1 team competing with you guys. Like if those other two guys step back, but those other 2 teams step back. But I think like Las Vegas Raiders in year 2 under Chip and Pete, I'm really high on that aspect. Like, hey, Raiders fans might hate me right now for my predictions, but next year, if the things go in the right direction, like I think I'm gonna start having a pretty big fan base of Raiders come back over. So.
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying, Dante. That's what we've been saying is that stop crying about this year. And again, I'm not gonna get on my yelling rant like I did the other day, Cap, when I was yelling at the chat. But I keep saying, Dante, that the problem that we've had as a fan base is we get sold on win now. We're going to win now. Yeah. Okay, now we got a new coach. We're going to win now. Okay, now we got another new coach. We're going to win now. No new coaches, unless you're the Commanders for some reason. No new coaches win year 1.
That's the aberration. The aberration. That is the one. That's the one that isn't there in the equation, but they win. What about the Texans when they had the top 2 picks and they went to the playoffs and they were fucking great? Okay, and they've stepped back in year 2. Okay, the Commanders did it last year with Daniels and the guy that was almost our Raiders head coach. Because. And the reason why, in my estimation, and maybe I'm wrong, but the reason why was because we told him we are not jumping up to number 1 or jumping up to number 2. We're not going to give you Caleb Williams, and we're not going to give you Jaden Daniels. Why? Because we weren't going to do it last year. So he said, oh, really? Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But I'm going to go over to Redskins, where they're going to give me 3 years on a contract that you were only going to give me 2 years on, and I'll go be their OC. And that's one of the reasons why. Gravy, good to see you. Good to see you.
There's a term that a lot of me and my scout buddies, even going through the NFL scouting program, it's funny that when I went through that 2 years ago, James Gladstone was teaching in class, and he's actually GM for the Jaguars now. The dude is super smart, super young. He's around my age, 35. Super smart guy. I was a very big advocate when he came over to the Jaguars, and I hope he helps us turn the ship around. On the other side of that, I have respect for him as a talent evaluator too. What he did with, the Chargers and things like that was great, and getting the talent there. His job was to get them there. His job wasn't to get them to perform, right? Like that's the coach's job. But there's a term that we use in the scouting world called the new car theory, for when we're trying to ignore the noise from the typical fan, right? The typical fan is when we get the new names and all the people on our team, it makes us seem better than what our team actually is. The new car theory is when you go and get that new car and it's a little bit better than your old one, you just want to drive it all night long. You want to take it on the most windy highway possible. You want to see how much you can get out of that. Two things happen. You either make it home or you wreck your new car. And the factors of wrecking your new car are way higher than you just keeping that car in the garage. Run into a deer, swerve, not know the power of your car. It's the same thing with this. And the car crashes, the typical fan is, we have all these people on our team. yeah, we're going to be better than we were last year. Not necessarily, because you're not thinking that every other team got better too to compete against you as well. And so it blinds you, which is the accident that happens in a new car. Now you regret everything, and now you bring yourself back down, and now you're one more year. Oh, this team sucks. It's because you didn't have the realistic expectation that everybody else got better. And just because I have a new name on the team doesn't mean we're going to be better. We have to pull the layers back and be very analytical about our feelings and let things play out the way that they're going to play out. Because nothing's ever a guarantee, right? Like Jaden Daniels can be complete ass cheeks. I mean, we talked about that. He's not going to take a sophomore slump, but he could. And the Commanders are back at ground zero, and people are like, "Why did we choose great?" It's the typical fan that's the new car theory. And when I heard that, I was like, these are the people that we had to fight against our channel in our comment section every week. You don't know anything about our team, and it's like,
right,
new car theory, bro. New car theory.
Hey, you're wrong. You're wrong. I give to you TJ Hushmanzada and Terrell Edmonds. Super Bowl, baby. Super Bowl.
That is an example for all of you who like Captain Jack's acting skills. That is an example of what Dante was talking about. Hey, Dante, so see, you stick around long enough, Mike Sarah's like, this guy's great now, right? And then
I think you're talking about a player.
Okay, got it. Okay,
no, I think he commented when I was talking about that you guys are going to be great year two.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, that was good. And then a shout out to my transplant brother, Coach Gravy. So Dante, you're familiar with Coach Gravy. So Coach Gravy, I believe now is 8 months as a liver transplant. I just crossed my 3-year as a liver transplant, and so congrats, that's why Raider Transplant, Dante, is as I was saved, bro. I was literally, Captain Jack knows the story. I was literally dying, man. Literally dying.
I heard you talk about the story, brother.
Yeah. So, but yeah, always appreciate my transplant brother, Coach Gravy, who, by the way, agrees with a lot of your takes on the Raiders too, man. He's a realist. He's not smoking the peyote of we're going to be in the playoff team this year.
Gravy, the shit show that we were on a couple of weeks ago with that one podcast, and they kicked you off. I'm sorry about that, brother, but like that was crazy. But just know, I agree with a lot of your points, but not everybody can be as chill as this podcast, and we can just agree to disagree without getting disrespectful.
Yeah.
So
now I do want to say this. So Dante, we're going to talk about the Chiefs next, because you gave that. I was going to ask you, because I know we'll get to the fantasy part, but Hampton, you're very high on, even though the right tackle right now is Pipkins the third for the Chargers. You're very high on Omarion Hampton, no matter what, right?
Najee Harris, or I'm sorry, not Najee Harris. Omarion Hampton, the last 3 years that he was with UNC, had at least 3 people on that offensive line at any given time that were brand new every single year. I don't think it matters what offensive lineman is back there. He's going to make stuff happen.
He's going to be good, but I tell you what, there's a reason why Pipkins, and that's how it is. There's a reason why Pipkins was not on that starting offensive line, because he's been a starter in previous years. That is their, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. You know what? We had like that old British lady would do, right? But now he's starting again. So they're going to have some trials and tribulation with him. Hey, I throw all of these things in there because I watch TV and movies, guys. There you go.
You made my wife laugh, by the way, Captain Jack, when you said you are the weakest link and you were pretending to be the girl from
you are the
Glee.
weakest link.
Yeah. So,
that's good for you.
And I mean, this is just an experimental thing too. So it might not even be Trey at the end of the day. Like, we're so early into, it's just an experiment. You know what I'm saying? Like, Joe going to left tackle makes sense because that's what he played his whole collegiate career. That's what he was used to. And he might not be the left tackle. He might go back to right tackle. They might say Trey's ass and Ryan Nelson is going to step up and play left tackle for us. Or they might trade for somebody. The possibilities are endless. So,
Right.
how many
Hey,
times
so,
have we come to the stage in the 53 cut that somebody gets let go that you never thought would get let go? It might be a left tackle.
Yeah.
Right.
But folks
Mhm.
that don't remember when they say this is your final 53 and it's on Sunday night, no. Look for your final 53 to be on Wednesday and Thursday following. Because first of all, remember, on your final 53, you're putting people on that 53 that need to be on that team before you put them on IR. They got to be on the initial 53. So there's going to be those IR players. And then, so as soon as the next day, when they go to the IR, but they were on the initial 53, remember these things. And then you have those people that are cut, like, oh, wow, Joe Schlabotnik just got cut. There's a baseball and peanuts reference right there. Joe Schlabotnik just got cut, and he's going to be on our team, and we weren't expecting that. I remember the Raiders at a 53, and they picked up like 5 guys after their initial 53 that nobody fucking knew about because they were unprotected and they were out there and they were thrown on to 53. That's a big percentage of your 53, folks. Remember that.
Yeah, and then
Hey, Dante, real quick, because I just want to do an update with everybody. So first off, Mike Sarah says he was talking about you when he was saying, I like this guy now. So like I said, winning people over.
Okay.
Secondly,
Okay.
yeah.
There you go.
Secondly,
Welcome.
I understand the sentiment, Raider Moore. You just want to see the Raiders that are building in the right direction, which is what the whole show has been about.
I love that comment, man.
Yeah, we got to get rid of our dead cap. Yeah, this is great. And then
the thing I'm on YouTube too. So good to see you, Gravy. Love seeing you, brother. I'm sorry, I usually mute.
And then hold on, Dante, and let me finish. And then the third thing is we have now hit hour 3, and I want to thank everyone who stuck with us from the beginning, like Mike Sarah, Matt Varinovich, and all you guys at the East Coast Gridiron channel, all watching us for 3 hours. So I have to do the ask. Here on the Captain Jack Rackham channel. Captain, are you good? You're good. All right. And to our guest, Dante, respectfully.
Whoa. Wait, no. I am good as long as our awesome guest, and I will say awesome, I'm good as long as our awesome guest is ready to bring it for as long as he wants. I'm good. Because I
Dante, are you okay?
No time limit, man. We're good.
Everybody that's on his channel, if you like fucking what I'm doing, okay, come on over to the Captain Jack Rackham channel as well.
If you like to walk the plank, y'all, come over to the Captain Jack.
The link for the channel is pinned to the top of my comment section. Everybody on my channel, so make sure you click that and head over and drop a sub.
Thank you
for sure.
Thank you. So Dante, so going into now, we're heading into hour 4, right? And I know you're about to talk about the Chiefs.
Now I was gonna say real quick, Angelo, to go on with the 53-man roster is very important for you guys that don't know. 22 players have to get cut off the 75. They can only keep 75 right now. So 22 of those guys got to get cut. They don't necessarily have to be free agent cuts. 16 of them can go to the practice squad. The other 6 can be cut. So it doesn't, however you want to slice that, only 16 can go to the practice squad, and 6 of them have to be cut out of the 22. So keep that in mind as we're rolling up into that 4th week when everybody has to make their cuts down to the 53 for sure. So
but yeah, so go I was asking about you really believe in Omarion Hampton. He's going to be the guy when we get to the fantasy part. It's sounding like you're saying take Omarion Hampton round 2 type of a pick.
RJ
Harvey round 2. All right. Okay. Yeah. So you would actually consider taking Omarion Hampton round 1 if he's there?
No, I would take, if you had to choose between Omarion and RJ, I say choose RJ. And here's why. I don't think Omarion's going to get as many receptions as RJ Harvey's going to get carries and receptions. So as far as if you're in a PPR league, the touches that are going to happen with RJ Harvey, I think not only he's going to get more, but the quality of them is going to be a little bit higher. So it could be RJ Harvey may have more touchdowns than Amarion at the end of the season, but Amarion may have more rushing yards than both his totals put together. You know what I'm saying? So
and since you're bringing up this anyways, you and I agree that Ashton Genty would be a total no value for a first or second round pick, right?
Because they're keeping everything so secretive right now and how they're going to use this. And just if you told me for $1 million, would Ashton Genty be number 3 if you had to draft him out of all those guys? And I would say yes. Because I know how Chip Kelly runs his offenses. And I don't think that's changing even for Pete. Like, you've chose that dude to come over. That means you trust in something that's there. I understand Michael Mayer. I understand all that stuff. But I just don't see Ashton Genty getting the projected 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns. Like, I don't see that being a possibility.
And I'd been saying that my projection for him is the same as Bijan Robinson year 1. That would be good if he could do what Bijan did year 1. But
I
even
think Bijan should be the number one player in any draft.
I had him at my number 1 pick, baby. Hey,
yes,
Gravy, I get that. Or on the Silver and Black Showdown that we play here on the Captain Jack Rackham show with all the other podcasters, I get the first pick, baby. I'm going Bijan Robinson. Well, I think my name last year was to Infinity and Bijan. So,
if you can get,
I like that.
Yeah, if you can get Bijan and Aaron Jones on the same team, your team is going to be unstoppable this year, in my opinion. I think Aaron Jones
is going to get a lot of carries too, and we'll talk about that later. But yeah, he's going to get a lot of it too, right? So all right, so let's get to the Chiefs and Travis Kelce's dad bod. I mean, literally, it's being shown like TMZ, the Obit. He's doing a lot of. There's a lot of beach pictures with Travis. You know, he's in a commercial with Jason. So I don't know, man. Between Super Bowl hangover and looking like he's cashing out, Chiefs are in 3rd place in East Coast Gridiron's board. Chiefs get 3rd place. Not to say that they're going to be bad in the playoffs, but Chiefs get 3rd place.
Yeah.
When you talk about them, first question is, do you believe they'll make it to the AFC Championship this year?
For people that say that they can't, I think it's always a possibility with them, but I think this is the year that they don't make it that far.
Mm-hmm.
If they do, I don't think anybody here would be surprised.
They were showed that, and again, yes, I'm going to admit to this. I'm going to share my bias because I can't stand the fucking Chiefs. That's a given. But the NFL showed when the Eagles just totally mollywomped them in the Super Bowl that the Kansas City Chiefs were a maybe 8-9 win team that got those close wins by by those little calls or the things that they did or this happened. I give you the Raider game where the snap was miscalculated. And by the way, they called the wrong penalty, which would have had the Raiders keep the ball, but instead they called it the other way so that the Chiefs had the ball, so the game was over. I'm just saying, these little technicality bullshit things, yes, I'm biased and yes, I'm pissed, but it is true about all these tiny little fucking plays. They would have lost to the Broncos the first time had Karlaftis not blocked the field goal. Okay? I'm just saying, those little things, the shoe tap against the Ravens in the first game, and I still think maybe he did have the fucking touchdown or the 2-point, whatever it was, where his shoe was, fuck you, bullshit. It was those things. The Eagles exposed them. And don't fucking let me go off on the AFC Championship game where the Bills should have, could have, and was winning because they got screwed on a first down call twice. he had the first down, they didn't give it to him. And then they gave the Chiefs the first down when he didn't fucking have it. One of those things, okay? They were exposed. And yes, I'm biased in that respect, but I'm telling you the truth on the Chiefs overplaying those wins. They got their ass handed to them in the Super Bowl, and I giggled my goony goo goo fucking ass off when it happened. And I was crying tears of joy. I admit I was crying tears of joy. The Eagles are up 21-0, and the tears are streaming down my face. And I'm saying, oh, please, Lord. This is true. And I have no problem admitting it. Oh, please, Lord, please. Chill, Eagles, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. That I admit it. I admit it. That was me. And they continued to go on, and great. Chiefs are a decent team, but they're not the team that it has been the last several years. And Kelsey and his dad bod, he cashed in for that one more paycheck. And the other tight end on that team is better than him. I can't remember his name, but he's number 84. 84 is that guy. Yeah. He's better.
Yeah, I believe it's Watson, but Dante will correct me. So Dante, before you go, and I know you're going to talk about the Chiefs, I just want to let you know that, and this is what I love about us recording what we say. Probably my proudest moment in last year's season when it comes to football is I went on the Wild Wild West show, shown on the NHRT network, and accompanied by the Captain Jack Rackham channel. And I literally predicted, Dante, and for all of you guys who don't believe me, go rewatch the show on my part. I could even send it to you. I predicted the halftime score. I predicted exactly how the Eagles were going to destroy them. I almost got the final score, but obviously there was, they were letting the Chiefs score at least one or whatever. But and at the time, everybody kept saying it was going to be close. And I was like, no, man, you guys aren't seeing it. You guys aren't seeing that if the Raiders can do that to the Chiefs, what do you think the Eagles are going to do? The Eagles are a monster. So, but anyways, Dante, tell us about the Chiefs this year.
Yeah, the Chiefs, man. Interesting draft from them. I think they had one of the better drafts this year. And the only knock against them are, how can we say the Eagles are frauds, by the way?
That is a troll, but he's a kind troll. That's E-Mac. He's a Seahawks fan.
I got you. I think that's kind of blasphemous. They beat the shit out of the Chiefs. But yeah, drafting Josh Simmons, who a lot of people regarded him as the number one tackle. I think we had Calvin Banks as our number one, but yeah, he's going to be good. They fill in a position for that. Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee. I started to get a hip of him pretty late in the game. I was kind of surprised at how good he actually was at defensive tackle. Ashton Gelati may be a miss from Louisville. They don't need another edge rusher, but they went and got one. I love George Karlaftis, by the way. I loved him since he was at Purdue. So, but one,
he was worth the money that they gave him on that extension.
Trent McDuffie, they hit home runs in that draft too. Now, the two that I think were home runs for him in this draft were the next two I'll mention. Noel Williams, who led college football in interceptions from Cal. He's going to be a great cornerback to pair up with Trent McDuffie for years. I don't know if he'll catch on to the train right away. I want to evaluate him some more throughout this preseason, see how he does. But the talent level, how he got chosen in the third round is like a steal. And we talked about this one guy earlier in Jalen Royals. A top 5 receiver chosen in the 4th round is crazy. I don't know why he fell. But I think when Juju Smith-Schuster's time is over, when they figure out that Hollywood Brown is just going to forever be injured, he's not going to have a complete season anymore. I think he's done. I know they got Sky Moore. He's not been good ever for the Chiefs. That he's going to just slowly slide into that number 2 spot with him and Rashee Rice. if Rashee Rice can stay healthy and stay out of trouble, first of all.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's more the second one, stay out of trouble.
Yeah, because he's a great talent too. But Jalen Royals may be their number one receiver in the future, which is the scary part of it. I look back at that Boise State game on film. It's incredible. I have it on my channel. We broke it down. Man, he was incredible in that game. And Utah State's not going to play these otherworldly teams, so you just got to take it as you see it. One of the guys that we wanted to scout hard at the Senior Bowl was him. We got to interview him. Great guy. But every single day in practice, there was two guys that shine. The two undersized guys, Tej Johnson, who got drafted by the Buccaneers out of Oregon, and it was Jalen Royals, who's the other guy that doesn't really have the intangibles as everybody else. But, man, those two guys are disgusting, and Jalen Royals is – I can't say enough positive things about him. And then Jeffrey Bossa, who's been shining in this preseason. He had a really good game for them. And then Brashard Smith, the running back from SMU. So a lot of depth guys. And I think what they're doing is kind of taking the Eagles approach is like, let's start building in some depth. A lot of guys are starting to get older. A lot of young guys are starting to get into contract years, right? And so we have to account for that. And we have to see where we can lock up a lot of these guys by not only putting pressure on some of these, these gentlemen, but making sure they step up to the plate like they're supposed to and perform for us to prove that they're going to get that contract, or these next young guys are going to step up and they're going to be off the team next year. So I think they're running up against the wall with that. But, I mean, Jack, you've watched them like I've watched them. Their defense is the bread and it used to be their offense was the bread and butter of this team.
No, they live and die off their defense. That's what makes the Chiefs great. It really is. Like I said, all the games that the defense won for them, I give you and actually, okay, Karlaftis being on the special teams, for that special teams play, but the defense has outshined their offense the past couple years. And, because their receivers aren't all that in a biscuit. Mahomes, oh, God, I can't. I know. I can't fucking stand him. But, but he's not as good as people think he is, okay? But he's got the bravado, and he has the Joe Namath personality. And if you don't know who Joe Namath is, people, then you're obviously way too fucking young. But he's got the Joe Namath personality that kind of shines on the NFL and the officials and all the things. To me, he's still Darlene Kermit Mahomes, okay? Because he looks like Darlene from the Roseanne show, and he talks like Kermit the fucking Frog, okay? To me, he's always going to be Darlene Kermit Mahomes, or Kermit Darlene. I think it's Kermit Darlene, I say. But it's aggravating, but he gets all those things.
Yeah.
And who the hell would have to be kind of talk like Cartman? That high-pitched, whiny voice. But he gets it. The Chiefs are good, but they're not as good as the record was last year. And that's why I'm saying that if things go, the Chiefs defense is going to project them. And maybe that's the reason why you think that they'll be 3. But give the Raiders a year or 2, and they're going to pass the Chiefs up, in my estimation, because the Chiefs offense is not getting any really better. Chiefs defense might be getting better, but and yes, I know, bias type shit, but I think that the Raiders will project over them by 2026. I just hope I'm around to see it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, for sure, man. The Chiefs are going to be in a period of time where I think they're going to lose more games in the first half of their season than they will in the back half. And it's going to be kind of a slow start. I know everybody jokes about, Patrick Mahomes has a short haircut this year. They cut off all his powers. Okay, there we go with the fantasy analyst.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but he looks like a girl frog anyway. So maybe he doesn't look more like Darlene because he lost his fucking curls. But
I think a lot of guys are again going to try to find their way. Like Xavier Worthy, is he really a receiver that they're going to be able to depend on, or is he just a quasi gadget weapon that they're going to use? Drafting Jake Brennan's still out of Clemson. I loved him out of Clemson, and I think you don't draft him if he's not going to be your Travis Kelce replacement, in my opinion. I think Noah Gray has showed you what he can do.
That's the guy, Noah Gray. I think Noah Gray is a hell of a lot better, and he's number 84. When Angelo is saying worthy, I'm like, no, it's not worthy. It's
he's Noah Gray's 83. 84 was oh my gosh, what's his name?
I'm sorry.
Watson. I said Watson. I thought it was Justin Watson.
Justin Watson. That's who it was.
Yeah.
He's not on. He's not here.
It's Noah Gray.
He's not on the Chiefs anymore.
Yeah.
The new 84 is going to be Mac Delana, who they picked up, and he was in college last year. He played for Fresno State, so they have him now. But yeah, I just, to me, Jack, I just think that they're going to be slow to begin. And they're going to pick it up towards the end of the season, where the Chargers may have a really strong start and then start to fizzle out towards the end of the season. So it's just going to be, they're going to be on the reverse train tracks basically until they come into playoffs.
I just hope, and it's personal, I just hope that the Jaguars don't get their shit figured out until after the Raiders play them. Okay. I hope to see the Raiders, and I really can see the Raiders at least splitting with the Chiefs this year. I can see them splitting with the Chargers, because again, Chargers got a charge. Maybe not game 2. That is the Raiders home opener, or maybe so, because of, Slater, maybe they don't have their shit together by that, but I see a split there. And I see, unfortunately, the Donkeys taking 2 from the Raiders, because it used to be the Raiders took 2 from the Donkeys every year, and it wasn't until last year that the Denver Donkeys finally beat the Las Vegas Raiders, because the Vegas Raiders were undefeated against the Denver Donkeys until last year, and then they took 2. So, yeah, and Raider Moore, the same thing with the Bears. The Bears can get their shit together after week 4. When the Raiders can beat them, hopefully in week 4, they can get their shit together after the Raiders play them. So, great. I just want some wins.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's going to be more of the same, man, with the Chiefs. Like, they're going to have dominant games. They're going to have games that they should have won that they didn't win. And they're going to figure themselves out towards the end. Now, will that success last in the playoffs like it has? I think all of us want to see a different team other than the Chiefs being in the Super Bowl. I mean, I think everybody has a Chiefs fatigue, right? But one of the great things is, like I was telling one of my young cousins, man, I say you have to appreciate ball for what ball is giving us right now. We have not ever seen, we've seen a dominant team in the Patriots, and I lived through, obviously lived through that. We all got to see how dominant they were.
Get it right, the Patriots. I can call them the Patriots now. I can call them the New England Patriots now. I'm going to go see the New England Patriots game 1, because they are back to being the Pats. Cheatriots, sir. I have my little colloquialisms. I apologize for interjecting them.
No, you're good.
But yeah, Patriots, yes. Now, back then, the Cheatriots. Just saying.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, I told him, I was like, just appreciate seeing a team like this, because you might go through a stretch of time where it's a different Super Bowl, different team in each Super Bowl, that you might not know what a dominant team looks like back to back. So at least you get to see this in your lifetime, when a lot of people don't get to see dominant teams. So, but I think the fatigue for us, right, is like, all right, we've seen it. It's enough. Cut it off, Andy. Let somebody else step up to the plate.
Yeah, like the fucking channel, man. That's for true. Yeah.
Yeah. So
now, I'm going to throw this off the cuff. you're not expecting it, Dante, but I think, and the way it's laying out, the Buffalo Bills are finally going to take that step, because not only, if you look at their schedule, they basically don't leave the East Coast for like much of their games, but they also play the teams that they need to play. They play the Chiefs at home, they play the Ravens at home. I think it was like the Cowboys or the Commanders. They play them at home, and they don't leave the East Coast for the majority of their schedule. So and I will give Sharif his, because remember, I give Sharif flowers when he needs him, and I don't give him. I tell him he's full of shit at other times, but he also laid it out the way the schedule is, the way that the primetime games are, the way that they are playing those teams, the top teams that they have, they're playing them at home and not away. That the AFC, especially after the bullshit in the AFC Championship game last year, they're basically silver plattering the AFC to the Bills. And if it isn't the Ravens, who would be the next guy up, I still think it's the Buffalo Bills winning the AFC overall.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there's gonna be even more Chiefs fatigue when this whole Kingdom thing comes out later this month on ESPN, and everybody in America is gonna get to watch that whatever documentary. I am, however, excited, Dante, for the Netflix Raiders series that's supposed to be coming out here at some point. Did you hear about that, Captain Jack? Netflix?
No, I did not. I finally got to buy Netflix.
You're gonna want. I mean, they're supposed to. That's the word. The word is Netflix is going to be doing like their own version of a story about the Raiders, and it's going to be, like a series, like a whole bang, bang, bang. You'll love it. You'll love it.
Okay, now let me ask. Is it kind of like the HBO Rock series where the football team that he was doing is based upon the Raiders?
No. It's not like that. It's going to be like a documentary, like how HBO 24/7 or like how Hard Knocks is built, but in a series.
NFL films.
Yeah, NFL films. It'll be an NFL film. So we'll talk about the history and the old days and what made the Raiders so great and Raiders of today. And it'll be awesome.
Dick card stuff. Yeah, there you go. If I don't need Viagra, all I got to do is just watch Netflix, at that time. So yes, folks, this is me. For those that are on Dante's channel,
this is hour 4, everyone. You gotta let him. You gotta let Captain Jack be Captain Jack. It's hour 4, people. He's made it this far.
That's it. Chargers are gonna Charger, and Jack's gonna Jack in more ways than one.
Right.
Boom, boom, boom. There you go.
Right.
There
right.
it is.
So,
I'm sorry if I, but that is.
You're good, man. You're good.
So Dante, we got the Chiefs overall, they'll be third. You can just see it that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Raiders will be last. So somebody brought this up before we move on to the entire NFL and via talking about the draft, the fantasy draft. I'm saying, but before we get to that, somebody did bring this up earlier. Trojan Fight from your channel, I believe, had said the Raiders could have the top draft pick 2 years in a row. I've been saying that I think we're going to get anywhere between the number 7 to the number 12 pick. I want to get your take on where you think that is, because in my belief, I think we're taking the best defensive tackle that you could possibly get in this upcoming draft, man. Because I don't know what the fucking solution is. You need to draft the best defensive tackle, but go ahead, you tell us.
So, the question is who you guys should pick in this next coming draft?
Well, the question is, first of all, where do you think we'll end up picking in this draft? And then, should we pick in that pick? Who do you think we should pick in the draft?
7 to 10 is what Angelo is saying based upon wins.
It'd be like 20.
He's got notes for this too, Cap.
Yeah, it'd be like 24th or 25th is where I think you guys will pick based on where.
Really?
All
Wow.
oh, I'm sorry.
shocked,
I'm sorry.
Man.
No, I'm sorry. earlier than that. I forgot it's the reverse. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the reverse. Yeah, no. We're the reverse.
You guys would be like the 9th or 10th pick, I think.
Yes, that's what we were thinking, between 7 and 12. So
Sorry,
let's say
my-
we're picking number
my brain
9.
was
Let's say we're picking number 9. Who should we be getting?
There's 2 guys. I'll be breaking them down here pretty soon. So Peter Woods or TJ Parker. Pick your poison. They both play for Clemson. They both play on the defensive line.
Really?
Wait. We're not picking Spider-Man. Okay. Peter Parker with that pick. Peter Parker is a skinny kid that is Spider-Man. I know you got a lot of Wasta as a guy. You say Peter Parker out of Clemson. No, skinny journalist that has he's strong, but he's like maybe what 5'6" and weighs at like $120 at most. Come on, man. Come on, man. What are you talking about?
No, and I believe he said TJ Parker and who was the other guy?
Woods. Peter Woods.
Peter
See?
Woods.
You see, I told you I heard Peter Parker. I told you I heard Peter Parker.
You weren't wrong. You weren't wrong.
Can you tell us? Can you tell us just a little bit about him? I know you're going to do a whole show on it, but tell us a little bit about TJ Parker and Peter Woods.
The opposite of what you think that they are. In all regards, like TJ Parker just looks like a man amongst boys, man. Like big guy, strong, physical, can play all the way up and down that defensive line. And then you have Peter Woods, who's kind of the opposite, can play both edges, can play interior if he needs to, but they have like a similar skill set. They just maul people, regardless of where they are. There's a lot of guys that come out like over, the last couple of drafts, right? And this one's gonna hurt you when I say this. Jalen Carter, right? Everybody knows how dominant Jalen Carter is. TJ Parker and Peter Woods are the same type of guy. One is a little slimmer than the other. TJ Parker is a little slimmer than Peter Woods, but they are absolutely game wreckers. And a lot of people have Clemson very high in their rankings because of those two. Not because of their offense with Cade Klubnik. Everybody thinks Cade Klubnik is going to be awesome, which I think so too, at quarterback. But their defensive line is going to be absolutely dominant. They might break a couple records for sacks. They're incredible, man. Both of them. I kind of get them confused sometimes when I talk about them, when I'm like thinking
Peter Parker. It's me. I told you, Peter Parker.
TJ Parker. It's a Peter or a Parker.
Yeah.
We're getting one of them. We're getting Spider-Man.
That's Spider-Man, dude. Okay.
But this
By
is the
way,
type of. I mean, do you disagree, by the way, Dante, that we need to draft the defensive tackle for this season? For this upcoming season?
What I want to ask Dante is this kind of the same thing that when Clemson had, and we talked about it earlier in like the first hour, maybe hour 1.5 in 90 minutes, the Clemson defensive line that had Farrell and Wilkins, by the way, because I forgot that Wilkins was on that line, and the other guy that was so strong is Parker, and I'll do it straight on this one. Is Parker and Woods and the line so great as a whole that if you strip out one of those guys, they're not going to meet those expectations? Because I'm hoping it's not another Cleve Farrell situation. And again, I like Cleve Farrell, but he was definitely overdrafted.
Yeah, I mean, they have guys like Zaire Patterson down there. He's a senior, hasn't really gotten his feet wet last year, but it's had a really good spring for them as well. It really flashed. He flashed along with TJ Parker and Peter Woods. So yeah, I mean, their whole defensive line is pretty good. Not pretty good. They're awesome, like all the way across the board, and that's what's going to win them a lot of games. I think the one thing about Christian Wilkins, and not to get into that situation too much, he's been a fucking weirdo since he's been in high school.
Yeah.
There's a lot of his high school teammates that are coming out and say he's been an absolute weirdo. He used to do shit against Florida. I'm a Florida State fan. Like, He used to do strange shit against us when we played. It was like, why is he stepping on people's hands and grabbing people in inappropriate places and piles, like literally on TV?
And
So
that
it
is
doesn't.
that is the stuff that I was told in confidence that the Wilkins shit. There's a lot of stuff that I did not say that they told me about that I didn't say because it has not been confirmed or there's more things about it, but the dude is whack. And that's why I'm hoping that the Raiders can get at least some of that money back that they put out forward for some dude that, and again, per your information, likes to grab the junk. And that's the truth.
All the time. Like this was not one of those things that was a mystery. Absolutely, the Miami Dolphins knew it when they drafted him. And it was all, I mean, I used to watch this dude play pretty much every Sunday, and I'm like, he's doing some weird shit, like coming up behind his own teammates, rubbing them on the back all weird, and like the damn huddles and all this shit. Like, he's a weirdo, bro. Yeah. Like he would tackle dudes and try to like pull and twist in piles, man. Like he's borderline a dirty ass player too. He was like that in college. But I don't think TJ Parker or Peter Woods they're pretty quiet dudes for the most part. Like, you watch them in interviews and they just want to play ball. They're not weirdos. So, I think you're pretty safe if you draft any one of those guys.
Should be okay, is what you're saying, right? Should be okay. So that's a great segue to drafting, right, Captain Jack? And just so that you know, it took us 3.5 hours to finally get to fantasy football, which is why I kept asking, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" So just so that you know, Dante, we started it last year on the Captain Jack Rackham channel. We did the Silver and Black Showdown, where we had a bunch of podcasters with all their channels, and we did 18 people. Matthew Berry's new app, which, by the way, it needs a lot of work, but the whole concept is we're going to ride this app out. We're going to help Matthew Berry. So Matthew Berry, if you're listening, we have been loyal to your app, even with all. I feel like I'm always emailing support for some kind of reason. So, anyways, we had 18 players, guillotine style, in where the fun part of it, Dante, is. It's not about being first. It's about not being last every week. It's all about survival, right? And the most fun part of it, Dante, is the draft day is fun because then you're doing all your projections, you're picking whatever, right? But week one hits. First guy gets chopped. All of his players that he drafted all goes back in the pool
for everybody, right? Yep.
And the most fun part of the Matthew Berry app in League is the silent auction. Because every week there's a specific time that you have to do your silent bid. And you only have $1,000 in fab money. And you would be surprised at some of the craziness, bro. Like week 3, I was like, you did what? You put $600 of your fab on so-and-so? Like, what happens if he gets injured, right? And then, there's the conservative people. So Severe Raider made it all the way to the top 5. I was in the top 5. There was three podcasters that made it to the top 5, and then a couple of my friends were all on the top 5. But it was an interesting experience because even you've seen him before, 805 Raider, Captain Jack Paul. He has a great Raider podcast show with Protect the Shield and Severe. He got eliminated, I think, like 3rd. And because he was playing, and he said that was a really fun experience because he miscalculated it. He was trying to play it like how a regular fantasy football game would be played, where you're trying to win weekly. And this one, baby, it's all about survive, just like in that movie with Robert Downey Jr. and Ben Stiller. Survive. Yeah. You just got to survive. So Dante, when you give these fantasy tips, we will give them as what they are. But again, the what makes this league so fun is people are just getting chop all the way to the end.
Mhm.
And the fun part is, like, I remember playing in the top 5, and I had, like, it looked like an all-pro team, bro. I had such a hard time picking who am I going to start between this all-pro who's doing awesome and this all-pro who's doing awesome. So
Yeah.
anyways, I say that to say that earlier it was from your channel, but JHonk20 asked, does your full PPR and your half PPR rankings differ when you're drafting? For example, is Jonathan Taylor higher in your rankings in half PPR?
Yeah, I mean, of course, right? So, Jack, were you gonna say
I was
something?
going to say, yeah. I'm sorry. I was muted because I was doing my Instagram. For those that don't know, I don't speak fantasy. PPR to me is points per or it's a pizza. Yeah, pepperoni, extra pepperoni, and or whatever R is for like really extra cheese. That's PPR to me. So there you have pepperoni, and a lot of really good cheese. That's the R. I don't speak fantasy. I'm decent in asking, as some people have said, well, what's your red sauce? Thanks, Blaine Craig. I knew that. Thank you. See, I have producers that are in the comments section as well. Not only does Angelo produce, but my people, when I ask for shit, they actually do that. But I like fantasy football, but I got too much shit going on in the real world that it's just an inconvenience to me. So for those people that do fantasy football, literally, here, I'll make sure you get most of my, I applaud you and salute you, because to me, it's pepperoni, and red sauce with lots of extra cheese. So I applaud you for those that do it. Good on you.
Yeah, fantasy is one of those things where you obviously do have to stay dedicated to it. And admittedly, I've missed a week in leagues that I've won. So not setting my rosters and everything. So it just comes with the territory. Life comes at you fast, and fantasy football is not the one thing that you're worried about whatsoever. But to answer the question, yes, Jonathan Taylor is one of those guys that is going to be higher on your rankings than half PPR, because you rely more on his yardage and his production more than his touches in the game. So the same is going to be true for guys like Saquon Barkley too, right? I think Saquon Barkley is obviously probably going to be number 1 or number 2 on everybody's draft boards, right? When it comes to even the full PPR leagues, but half PPR, he's absolutely going to be a fucking monster, right? If he has a season that he had last year. So, to answer your question, yes, Jonathan Taylor half PPR would be ranked way higher than full PPR. You're muted.
You're
Angelo.
muted. You're muted, Dante. Angelo. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, Cap.
There you go.
Sorry, Captain. Sorry. So I was gonna say, just so that you know, Captain Jack, it's not pineapple, pepperoni, and red sauce, which is what I thought you would have said.
No. I'm gonna piss some people off. I'm saying it right now. I know it's gonna piss people off, especially if you're real Italian. I put pineapple on my pizza because it tastes good. I have lots of pepperoni, and I have the ham and pineapple. So you have like a Hawaiian pepperoni type pizza. I like it because it tastes good. I drink frou-frou drinks because they taste good. Okay. I drink girly drinks because they taste good. Fucking beer that tastes like you're drinking fucking bark. I'm sorry. I don't fucking drink them. Okay. So I'm just saying, just because I'm an old salty fucking pirate, don't take me out of that motherfucker. No. I'm not the guy you think. So I do eat pineapple on my pizza. So Angelo, if you don't like pineapple, thank you. Blaine Craig says there's nothing wrong with. Thank you, sir, with the red sauce and the pineapple. I appreciate you, sir. I gotta say it. Tastes good.
Yeah,
It's
pineapple's not bad whatsoever. I mean, I'll eat it if it's there. I mean, I think everybody has their preference on what they'll order as far as pizza. It wouldn't be the first thing I order, but if I'm at Captain Jack's house and he's got pineapple pizza there, I'm eating some fucking pineapple pizza.
It's not all pineapple. It's going to be on the pizza. And by the way, there's going to what's the jalapenos? So there's your other puh. I have jalapenos on my pizza with pineapples and extra pepperoni, and it's good.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to put up that there are people, Captain Jack, like Raider Moore. Salute to you, man. He takes his fantasy seriously, and he's been playing since 2014.
And like I said, I applaud that. I just don't have.
And this is where I wanted to do this with Dante, because he scouted all the different college people. Even when he does his predictions when it comes to win-loss, he bases it on, and again, this is all projection, by the way, guys.
We'll be doing a fantasy show for the first time this year too. So
and it just like with boxing, right? Like, I can tell you what we've seen, but someone can get knocked out. Like, that's why I tell Captain Jack, in the heavyweight division, whenever they go plus 300 or more, man, you just never know, man. It's heavyweights, right? Somebody gets hit wrong, you're getting knocked out, right? It's a little bit different in the lighter weights. So anyway, we could be wrong. What we say tonight could be incorrect. All right. But the whole point is until
remember, we're never wrong. We just might be mistaken. You got to remember that line.
Sorry. We might be mistaken. We won't be wrong on what we say tonight, though. So when we're looking at it overall, Dante, right? Let's just go down to this whole draft list thing. With who got picked what. So I'm gonna go with the Patriots, for example, who took Will Campbell and Travion Henderson. So if I'm playing fantasy, is it wrong for me to say that maybe taking Drake May this year might be the year to take him late, and maybe taking a chance on Travion Henderson, maybe as my third round pick, might not be the worst pick at all? What do you think of who the Patriots players would be in your eyes that are good fantasy draws for people?
Travion Henderson, for sure. I'm not a big believer in Drake May after going back. Now, this is just from the film aspect of it. I think he's not as good as what people said that he is. And I wasn't a big fan of him in college either. But I can say it's make or break in his second year, which is kind of crazy to say, but it is make or break in his second year because they brought so much to that team. And if your defense is going to be carrying you all season, you need to put touchdowns on the board when they give you the ball back, right? And I'm not necessarily sure if he's that guy to do that. Look, if you're high on Drake May, it's because of one reason, and it's not his arm. It's because he can roll out the pocket and make things happen. You're going to get a couple yards here and there. Like, he is a very athletic young man when it comes to playing the quarterback position. But I'm putting my stock. I don't know if y'all watched Travion Henderson the other day. He's going to be running back number one immediately.
So you don't think Ramondre Stevenson, who did really well for us, who got to use him last year, he won't get those same numbers? Do you believe that it'll be a split back situation like Montgomery Gibbs with Travion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson?
I think what they did last year with the Patriots is when they went and got Antonio Gibson, and oh my gosh, bro, I can rant on Antonio Gibson. I felt like the Commanders did him dirty. He was 1,000-yard back the year before he went to the Patriots, and they did him dirty. And now he's a 500-yard receiving and running back. Like, he's a dual threat, but he'll never be the same. But when I look at Ramondre Stevenson last year, 800 yards, 7 touchdowns. Look, I'm a Ramondre Stevenson truther. Like, as long as he can stay healthy, I think he could be really, really good. But when Mike Vrabel says, no, we're going to go get Travion Henderson, this is just Ramondre Stevenson, Antonio Gibson 2.0, but with a better running back that's coming in. Antonio Gibson may not make the cut this preseason. just because of Travion Henderson's on that team. I think they feel really comfortable with him. And that Ramondre is definitely a number 2 back on every team. I think that's what Mike Vrabel has really said when they went and got him. So went and got Travion, by the way. But the thing about Ramondre is 3.9 yards a carry is not going to cut it in the NFL. It's just not. I'm sorry. I can like you all day. Yeah, you can bust a 30-yard run here and there. But when you're getting 20 carries a game and the average comes down to 3.9 a game, that's disgusting. We want to see.
Wow, that's amazing. You're saying the 3.9 average?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're running 3 plays in a row, that's a first down every time.
It is, but you factor an incomplete pass in there, then it's not a first down. You know what I'm saying? Like, realistically on a drive, you're not going to see 3 carries back to back to back like that in the NFL because the percentage is not that high in the passing league. And so you're more so you can think in a run happy offense that they're probably going to pass on first or second down, then run the ball 2 more times, right? And so I see like Jack, when we break down.
No, I got you. That's why I was amazed when you say that. Because I figure if you average 3.5, 3.5, 3.5, and 3.5, it might be that's 10, or it's over 10 because of that. So that's I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm just saying it's amazing that you say that ain't cutting it. I tell you what, if the Raider running backs are doing that, I'm quite happy. But maybe I'm not seeing the whole picture. And again, I apologize for my this is the right word. My ignorance on that.
Yeah.
Fact.
No. I mean, the way that you think is how like every coach thinks is, if we can put a Ramondre Stevenson out there 3 times, it's going to be a first down. You know where Ramondre Stevenson ranked last year in yardage was 26. The guy that averaged a little less than him in 3.8 carries was DeAndre Swift. He ranked at 18. Every other running back above that averaged 4 yards a carry or above. The top 5 running backs had over 4.8 yards a carry in the top 5, and that's including Saquon, Derek, Bijan, Jonathan, and Jonathan Taylor and Jahmyr Gibbs. And so when you look at like when you're in the 18 through 32, you're splitting carries with somebody the rest of your career. That just is what it is.
I just know that Ramondre Stevenson just ran over the Raiders. I mean, that's the name that I remembered from the Patriots game. They kept giving it to him, and he just kept running over people, and he was consistent in it. And I'm not sure. I know the Raiders have beaten the Patriots the last 2 times that they played. Thank God for Chandler Jones and a safety by Max Crosby, which were obviously instrumental in both of those games. But Ramondre Stevenson just was a fucking all-pro in those games against us.
Yeah, here's the thing that's going to kill you in fantasy, and here's the thing that kills a lot of people on being like an NFL coach, right? You know who led the league in fumbles? Ramondre Stevenson. That kills him every single year. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so he led with 6.
Yeah.
So Dante, you don't believe that when we're talking about running backs for the Patriots that will score more touchdowns if we're playing, whether it's PP or half PPR, it doesn't matter. Any fantasy football, you think Travion Henderson will actually have more touchdowns than Ramondre Stevenson?
I think he'll have more touchdowns, more yards, and less fumbles. He didn't fumble a lot in college, if ever.
No.
So that's one of the reasons why they drafted Travion too, is because they know he's going to hold on to the rock. Again,
so the only way
fumbles count against you. You know what I'm saying? As far as points, too.
Right.
So depending on what
the only
league
way
you are,
Stevenson is good. So the only way Stevenson is good for you is in the late rounds, like round 13, round 14, if he's around, and you need a handicap for Travion Henderson, then you should be taking someone like Stevenson just in case.
Yeah, it's got to be the later rounds, and it's got to be a cross between if you have more than like if you have a 3 running back league, probably adding them in like that little gadget role or something like that. I know some leagues you can have 3 running backs that are starting every single week. I think that's the perfect spot for him because you know that you're gonna get 8 or 9 points a week, which is really good in like a backup role on your roster.
Right.
Outside
but he's
that,
definitely not an RB1 or RB2 in your eyes. So having
not
said
even
that,
on the bye week, and to be honest with you, Angelo, I don't think this year, not even on a bye week, putting them in is going to get you very far. Like,
wow,
having 8,
man, you really took a dive because he's high on the boards, but I'm glad you're saying that. So then Travion Henderson might not be as high as I thought. If you were drafting him in an 18-player league, are you drafting Travion Henderson as early as the 2nd, or are you saying to yourself, you think he'll be there by the 4th round?
You're pushing it with the 4th, but I think that's a safe spot. Now, if you're in, depends on your draft, right? Like, if you get that last spot on like a snake draft where you can choose back to back from the 3rd and going into the 4th round.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. What the fuck that is? Got it. Yeah.
Last it goes through it and then you go backwards.
I got it. Yeah. Even this old fucker can pick up things like that. You know.
Hey, yeah. Picking up what I'm putting down, man.
Yeah.
If you have something like that where you're like in the position where you're able to probably pick up a Travion Henderson if you get lucky, yeah, I think he'd probably be there for you. But 4th round,
you're saying he's going to get picked up later than the 3rd. Like everybody's looking at him and saying, "I'm going to get this guy." He's not going to go past 3rd round.
Shit, if he showed what he did in the first preseason game again, yeah, people are gonna. Man, I honestly could see. Maybe I'm just high.
Recency bias, maybe.
I mean, even watching him in college, like it's just he's so low risk with everything, and he's really good at everything too.
Would you compare him to this? Would you compare him this year to last year's Bucky Irving? In terms of performance.
Bucky was really good last year, man, and he was in a stacked running back room,
bro. Like they didn't think he was going to be that good. I was able to.
Well, because Rashad White was really good, and then Sean Tucker was really good too, and Sean Tucker fucking balled out the other day too. Man, that's a good question. I would say if you had a 1A running back, I don't know who that would be. Let's say Omarion Hampton. Then your 1B would probably be Travion Henderson. And I think I'm pretty comfortable with saying that, right? Like if you had to choose between one of those two, like in the 3rd round, I would be okay if you chose a Travion over Omarion. Because Quinshon Judkins, nobody knows what's going to happen. Now, we're talking about if Quinshon Judkins then get in trouble, that makes this whole shit really, really interesting. But I don't think he's going to be doing anything for the Browns until they really figure that shit out up there. So until further notice, I think, Omarion or Travion Henderson in the 3rd round of a draft and a snake draft too, pick them up. I don't think that would be a bad pickup as long as you knew what your game plan was in the first 2 rounds by getting high PPR people. Like, man, even if you chose like I don't know, if you had Brock Bowers chosen in like the 2nd round, and then like in the 1st round you chose a quarterback, and you really need to go after a running back in a snake draft, and you're going to choose back to back. This is where I think like Travion and like Aaron, I know I keep bringing up Aaron Jones, but like a Travion and Aaron Jones on the same team in a draft like that
would be a monster. Okay,
those 4 picks like that would be monsters.
So I'll tell you, Cap. So when he's talking about Aaron Jones, the argument right now in the fantasy world is that the Vikings, they have, or hold on, man, am I screwing this up? What team is Aaron Jones playing for right now?
The Vikings. Yep.
The Vikings. Okay, so I'm not screwing this up.
Remember, hey, even I remembered that it was it basically was a 3-team swap. Jacobs goes to the Packers. The Jones, who played for the Packers, goes to the Vikings. And Vikings got rid of Madison, who came to us. See, I pay attention to shit like that, okay?
Right. So anyways, I say that to say that the fantasy world is like talking. And because Jordan Mason did such a bang up job when Christian McCaffrey went down for the 49ers last year, there were people who survived Dante because, somebody used Christian McCaffrey. That guy got eliminated right off the bat, right? But someone like in the, I don't know, because who the hell knew Jordan Mason was anything, picked them up like in the 11th or the 12th round. And somehow that guy made it all the way to the top 10, bro, because of Jordan Mason. So now you have a scenario with the Vikings in where J.J. McCarthy's a rookie quarterback. So you're saying to yourself, I say rookie because this is really his first year that he's going to get to play. So then you're thinking that means KOC, Kevin O'Connell, is probably going to run the ball. So if you're running the ball, is it if you're a fantasy, you want both Aaron, you don't think Jordan Mason will take away carries and PPR points from someone like Aaron Jones? You believe Aaron Jones is a second, third round running back?
Yeah, because Jordan Mason is going to be a thumper for them on their offense. I think you don't take away the comfortability that J.J. McCarthy is going to have. You got to remember this too. Jordan Addison's out the first 3 weeks. So now you limit the people that he's going to throw to. Quarterback's best friend is a check down, right? Nobody knows what TJ Hawkinson is going to look like, and Aaron Jones is going to be there because he's proven that he can do it. So I think that's where the PPR comes from for Aaron Jones, unlike having a Jordan Mason that's just going to thump it up the field for you, right? He think about it like this. If it comes down on the box score where you had 20 touches for Aaron Jones and 10 touches for Jordan Mason, probably 9 carries, probably 1 reception versus 10 carries and 10 receptions. Or not, I'm sorry. 25. What am I talking about? I'm getting confused. 15 carries and 5 receptions for Aaron Jones, right? That's where the difference would be in that equation for me. But I think Jordan Mason's going to have a really good year.
I love you, Dylan, but there's only one fucking nation, and that is Raider Nation. Skull Vikings, brother. Skull. But I gotta catch you on that, Dylan. You're gonna hear from me on that. Thank you for watching the show and coming over to my channel, by the way. Skull
By
Nation,
the way,
boy.
Dylan, Cap, do you have the coin? Because Cap's like low key a part of the Skull Nation a little bit.
Viking World Order, brother. I was coined. So I have positives for the Vikings. I'm not shitting on you. Just don't bring that stuff in my show. Even though you're watching on Dante's show. Gotta say it. I got the coin.
So yeah, Dylan's saying Jordan Mason is about to be a beast, but you disagree. You're saying Jordan Mason will be good, but you pick him in your 5th round, 4th round, 5th round.
I think Dylan's talking about the aspect of like the team player that Jordan Mason is going to be on the football field is going to be a beast. Fantasy, he's not going to generate a lot of points outside of his yardage that he may get on the ground. So, as you know, like, again, 20 touches versus 10, regardless of what your yards are, you're going to get 20 points. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what the yardage is. So you have to look at it like that from a PPR standpoint. And that's just how I feel about, even if it's 15 touches for Aaron Jones and 10 for Jordan Mason, you're going to want to take 15 over 10 every single day. So I think that's what it comes down to for that. I did want to tell you guys a funny story. So a couple years ago, when Josh McCown was still playing for the Jets, I won my fantasy league the last week because I forgot my quarterback and my running who they were. They both ended up getting hurt or like benched. And then I went in free agency and I chose Robbie Chosen Anderson and Josh McCown when they were lighting the league up. I picked them
Oh,
up in free agency and I won that week because they went off in week 14 of that season, and I won my shit that way. I was like, wow,
yeah. Robbie
it was
Chosen
the
Anderson
craziest.
ended up getting a contract because of that, bro. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Hey, anything's possible in fantasy, but like that's the type of shit you got to pay attention to when it gets down there because it's like players get hurt and stuff like that. But yeah, I remember grabbing them the last week thinking I was gonna lose. And I think like Josh McCown ended up having like 28 points and Robbie Anderson had like 20 something, and I ended up like winning my league. It was crazy. I only ended up winning by like 1 point or something like that too.
Hey, I gotta love the 48-year-old Josh McCown, by the way.
Hey, he had the magic. He won me my
Yeah.
fantasy league that year.
No, I'm just saying, it's like Josh McCown and 48. Obviously, only George Blanda played to the year 48, but Josh McCown was playing into his 40s, I think.
Yeah, he was.
Thank you, brother, for that. See, I got to show this because he brought it up for me, and Blaine, thank you, brother, for that. Only one nation, Raider Nation.
Didn't I see a question from Raider more about Drake? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. No, I was gonna bring that up, but I wanted to finish with I'll bring it up, but I want to finish with the Vikings because earlier you were saying, people are gonna be wrong about JJ McCarthy and So I'm gonna make my point, and then you counter and let us know statistically.
Yeah.
So if you're a fantasy player, Justin Jefferson, then by the time Jordan Addison comes, which he's going to be suspended for 3 games, which might mean Jefferson and TJ Hawkinson is going to get a lot of touches. Aaron Jones, Jordan Mason. You don't think JJ McCarthy is going to cook and he'd be worth taking anywhere between round 10 and round 12 for quarterbacks? Oh, see, Captain Jack doesn't realize that quarterbacks is not the most important position to get when you're playing fantasy. You're an idiot. We make fun of people who take quarterback in the first and second round.
Okay, I say I'm ignorant when it comes to fantasy football, but I will say that there was a certain pick, and God, I'm going to throw up in my mouth saying this. I won I have played fantasy years and years ago, and it does take up a lot of your time. I won my fantasy league because a certain quarterback by the name of Tom Brady, was the reason why I won that year in fantasy. God, that just it does. It makes me throw up saying the name because he won me my fantasy league when I played so many. God, I was still in the Navy, so it was at least. Oh fuck yeah! It was like in 2005, 2004, so 20 years ago when I played. And Tom Brady is the reason why I won the fantasy league. So I picked quarterback high, and I got him. So
yeah. So the JJ McCarthy, I don't like picking players that come off of injuries. That's always been a rule for me, regardless. Like, it's too high risk, high reward. I'd rather pick a rookie quarterback than a guy that's come off an injury. That's just always been my motto. And it's generally worked, right? Like, I think, and just put it like this. I watch these preseasons, all of them. I'll watch all 22, probably all tomorrow, and start formulating my notes for my Wednesday show. But the thing that I saw from JJ McCarthy is his utilization of Jordan Addison. Now, you're utilizing him heavy right now, and you're not going to have him for the first 3 games. Justin Jefferson's obviously not going to play in any of these preseason games, right? Like, you don't do that. That's situational malpractice. You're not doing that. Like, you're going to protect your guy, right? You know who Justin Jefferson is regardless. So for JJ, it's good to get snaps right now with Jordan Addison in a game situation. But what's it going to look like when you take that away and he has to build chemistry on the fly outside of practice, right? But on the fly in a game situation with Justin Jefferson, who commands a lot of the field, I don't know if I necessarily trust that from JJ. Now, this has nothing to do with like how I think of JJ as a player. Like, I think he's going to be okay. I don't think he's going to be fantastic. I've never been high on JJ McCarthy. I think he needs to stay one more year in college, to be completely honest. Does he have the tools? Yes. I can see the talent, but it wasn't as refined. When I look at somebody like, and it's like almost proving my point by how Roman Wilson played for the Steelers the other night. Roman Wilson came back and snatched so many passes that were off target from JJ McCarthy that season where they won the national championship. This is outside of him handing the ball off to Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. We know how well that they did. But like Roman Wilson was absolutely a demon. And people are like, oh yeah, JJ threw a wonderful pass. I'm like, no, he's not that great. But if you look at the targets, what he was targeting the ball, how it was coming off his hands the other night, people thought JJ really had a good game. And it was like Jordan Addison really went out of his way to make you look better than you actually were. And I want to analyze this more because like a lot of people think JJ had a flawless preseason game. I don't think that's the case. So to your question, would I draft him? I'm probably going to stay away from JJ McCarthy at this point in time until I see more of him. But losing Jordan Addison those first 3 games and not having that chemistry built with Justin Jefferson in a game situation, I don't know.
Hey,
I'm
Dante,
just not a believer.
I had to put this up because Dylan, man, he goes, waiting until midnight to start the JJ McCarthy hate is diabolical, bro.
Dylan, it depends upon your time zone because I'm looking at 1:11 a.m. for us on the East, and Dante is an East Coaster as well.
He's in Minnesota.
I caught that. I kind of see what you call an indicator. I'm an intel guy. I know he's in the Central Time Zone, and he's a Viking. So, yeah, I figure he's in that Central Time Zone because of that, because of what you said, midnight and Vikings. Yeah. It's called indicator. I was an intel specialist for 38 years, okay? I catch clues like that.
Right. And then also just real quick, so we have this is great, but we first of all, let me just say that we did not mean to go past 2 hours at all. The show was designed for a 2-hour show. When I asked Dante from East Coast Gridiron to come in here and be like, hey man, there's a lot of people that watch Captain Jack. It's in multiple platforms. You know, he had Lincoln Kennedy on. So when we were live and there were a bunch of people here, and I even remember when we started, there were people that were like, I don't know if I like this Dante guy. And then by the second hour, they're like, I actually really do like this Dante guy, right? So we didn't mean to go past right. Shout out to Mike Sarah. We didn't mean to go past the 2-hour mark. We did not mean to do that. We have now passed the 4-hour mark, and we're just barely scratching the surface on fantasy football. So I want to just do a check-in, man, because it's 1:10, I think, where you guys are at right now. And I bring this up because I got my boy here at the hangout spot. Remember about hour 45, 2-hour mark, I was talking to everybody about the hangout spot.
You're talking about boxing.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And I was talking about my guy Johnny and how and this is what I was explaining to you, Dante. In the boxing community, there'll be a lot of different podcasts from a lot of different fan bases because, you know, they're emotional, kind of like what we noticed today, right? But there are very few where you could have an intellectual conversation with like-minded people who understand how to have a conversation without raising their voices like somehow their point is going to become greater by yelling in your ear, right? So the hangout spot is one that I frequent. It is a if you guys, I know a lot of you guys are football fans, and for all of you guys who are going to be listening on the replay, but if you do love boxing or you want to get educated and you want to see in-depth interviews with people, you guys got to check out my guy at the hangout spot. Johnny, he's aces. He's amazing. And condolences, Johnny. Johnny just lost his father-in-law recently, so condolences to you, sir. and prayers for your wife and your entire family. So I wanted to say that. So,
and for the record, I do not overshout people. I do not do that. That is a fallacy. That's bullshit. Never on my show do I outshout people.
Well,
never.
I didn't say you necessarily, Cap.
I'm just saying for the record. For the record.
Right. So, but with that said, Dante, are you doing okay? That it's like almost 1:15. You're good.
Good, man. I'm good.
Dante, do you got a job? I mean, I know you do your film study, but even I don't really have work. You know, I kind of sleep in and wake up when the fuck I want because I'm retired. I'm not retired officially. Well, yeah, I guess I am officially retired. But I want to make sure that you're doing well, sir, because what part of PA are you in, by the way? And thank you for that.
I'm in Lancaster County, so where all the Amish people are.
I know, Lancaster County. My mom, may she rest, and I say that nicely because my mom's from, and I want to see if you know where it is. My mom's from Port Carbon.
I have no idea where that's at. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Okay, you'll know the next one. Port Carbon is 2 miles away from Pottsville.
Oh, okay. Yep. Right up the road.
See, I don't throw out Port Carbon very often because nobody knows where Port Carbon is. They know Pottsville because Pottsville is the home of Yingling, the oldest brewery in the United States. But you said Lancaster County. I know it's by Blue Balls and Intercourse and a couple of those other fun names. Yeah, I love those Amish names, man. Love them. Blue Balls.
I got to put this up real quick, Dante. I got to put this up. So, Dante's living the Amish paradise over there. If you guys have ever listened to Weird Al Yankovic, and
it's where my wife's
Johnny,
from. She grew up in a little town called Lidditz. So.
Lidditz. All right. So Johnny, the reason why he's asking this, Captain Jack, is normally what happens is I'll go from your show because it ends in the 2-hour mark, and then I'll jump into Johnny's show.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Normally. But tonight, our show actually beat his show in terms of time, and his show sometimes goes 6 hours, Cap. So I think he started an hour before. So he started an hour before this show started, and then he just finished it like a few minutes ago, I think, or something. So that's why he's saying, "What's going on, man?" Usually, the show's So, and it is true, Johnny. Usually, the Captain Jack show ends in the 2-hour mark. So this is one of those times where Captain Jack was very, very excited to have Dante here.
Right. Well, hey, Johnny, welcome to the show. Remember to because obviously I guess you are on my channel, which I appreciate because of Angelo. But make sure that you go to Dante's channel and check his stuff out because it's very well. I give him props for being and I mean it ain't bullshit. I ain't blowing smoke up your ass for no reason. I appreciate you. Make sure you go to Dante's channel. And what is it? What is the Dante
East
coaching?
Coast Gridiron. East Coast Gridiron. And Johnny, you're on the East Coast. Yeah, ECG, East Coast Gridiron. You're on the East Coast. And Dante, he does I want to almost call him like a data analyst for college football. And he watches a lot of tape, man. The guy knows his stuff, bro. He's never wrong. He's been mistaken maybe a couple of times, but he's never wrong with this info.
I've been wrong a handful of times.
He just
stop it. Come on.
With that comment, let's go Jets. My God, you're wrong a lot, Johnny. I love you for it, and thank you for coming in to subscription, hopefully to my show as well as East Coast ECG, East Coast Gridiron. But yeah, you lost all your what is it? Credibility.
Oh, stop it, Cap. We don't hate on any teams on the Captain Jack show.
I appreciate. Shout out Jets fan. Hey,
in fact, in honor of Johnny, I'm gonna skip. So let's talk Jets fantasy football real quick, Dante, while we have Johnny here. Justin Fields. I'm going to start with that one. If I'm picking quarterback, if I'm picking quarterback and I get to the 11th round, the 12th round, and Justin Fields is still there, is that a steal, bro? Like, where do you think Justin Fields will be in terms of fantasy points? Because Justin will run, Justin will throw. You know he's going to run his occasional red zone touchdowns, man. So where do you actually think Justin Fields will be quarterback-wise for fantasy points?
Well, I got two questions to answer. The first one is for Jack because he asked me, what do? I do have a full-time job. I am a director of telecom services for a company that I work for.
Okay, well, so. I hope that I'm not keeping you up, sir. I hope I'm not keeping you up. So thank you.
Dude, I don't sleep. So if I'm not doing that, I usually am up doing some football shit. My wife hates that I stay up so long. But hey, it runs in my family, so I'm good. I'm like a tank. Second question for the Justin Fields. Justin Fields, if he doesn't get chosen in the first 4 rounds, people are absolutely if he goes that far down the board, man. Not only am I high on Justin Fields, if you guys didn't witness the first drive he put together the other night, it was absolutely fabulous. Like, it was the best first drive out of any team in the NFL yesterday, bar none. He's gonna be great. So if he sneaks that far down, I don't know how many ball knowers are in your league that let him drop that far. I mean,
man, I'm telling you, like that's the thing is, like recency bias, and they think of Justin Fields and all the failure that he's had, and usually the smarter players, especially because this is all about survival, right? The 18 people trying to survive every week. So they're like, man, I'm not taking no Justin Fields. He might screw me week 1, right? Because unlike in long term. But you're saying, let's say I'm in a league where I'm playing 12 people and it's long term. Heads up. It's always heads up. You're saying that Justin Fields is at the highest, a 4th round drafted QB. You would not even wait till the 8th round to draft someone like Justin Fields.
We'll put it like this. If you're having a silent auction, everything and Justin Fields gets you by a week, and let's say somebody had Patrick Mahomes on their roster in a silent auction, if you pick them up, then like you're good. So it's almost, you know what I'm saying? Like those type of leagues are so tricky to play, but that's kind of the game you have to play is like, if I get the best week out of Justin Fields and then I get lucky by getting a Matthew Stafford or somebody that can be my long term, then it's okay. Now you got 2 quarterbacks and you can wait till like week 9 if you survive that long. And if Justin Fields is really doing good, then you're like, okay, there's no way that Justin Fields is going to get hurt or anything this year. I'm okay being comfortable with Justin Fields moving on here on out, right? Me personally, I think Justin Fields might be comeback player of the year. I think it was ridiculous that the Steelers let him go to the Jets. You guys realize he was 4-2 last year starting and led his team with rushing touchdowns. You're fucking winning games. Why replace him because you want to see George Pickens more involved in offense? I don't give a shit about that. We're winning games. Like, I think my wife's a Steelers fan and her whole family is. They were pissed that they let Justin Fields go, and rightfully so. I would have been pissed too. That was premature.
So get rid of old man Russell. I agree with that. But Justin Fields should have been kept by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'm saying it correctly, by the way. It's Steelers. It's the Eagles and the Steelers. Get that through your head. That's the way to pronounce it. The Steelers.
You can tell your wife that. So Dante, so in honor of Johnny.
And it's not Lancaster, it's Lancaster.
Lancaster. So Dante, in honor of Johnny at the hangout spot, he's been suffering as a Jets fan. Are you saying to me that the Jets this year, in securing their future stars, Garrett Wilson, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody that was in that youthful group, and with the addition of Justin Fields, that they might actually be in a faster uptick trajectory than maybe even the Raiders, bro? Because they drafted Olu Fashanu, remember, right? That was 2 years ago. And then they drafted Armand Membu this year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So are you telling me that with all the wide receiver weapon, running back weapon. They got their CB1, their DB1 in Sauce. And now Justin Fields. Are the Jets going to be better than the Raiders, bro, in terms of a trajectory?
By one game this year. By one game.
So they're going to win 8 games. The Jets are going to win 8 games. Or 9-8. You have them winning 9-8. Johnny, your man's got 9-8.
I think they have their season's going to look a lot like your guys, like very promising. But I think what people don't realize, man, the power of friendship, and that might sound stupid, but like, think about it like this. You haven't seen your friend in 5 years. You guys accomplished a lot together. And Jack, this might relate more from your standpoint being in the military. Seeing your military buddy after you haven't seen him for 5 years, all the stuff that you guys went through.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Instant impact. You feel it's like you just feel better, not only about yourself, but like just the situation that you may be in at that time, whatever. All that shit ceases to exist. Think about what Justin Fields just did. He just went to the Jets with his best friend and Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson signed a deal with them knowing that he's going to be with his best friend for 3 years. Garrett Wilson was, remember, and just last year, people were thinking that like he wanted to be out of there. You not only elevate Garrett Wilson to play better, because he's going to want to play for his friend. He's going to want to prove himself that deal was good, but he's also going to put Justin Fields on the map, right? He wants to be that dude to put him on the map. But also, Justin Fields keeps your 2 assets at running back. Braylon Allen and Breece Hall are going to stay healthy because you have a third pair of legs out there. And Justin Fields can spin the rock finally to a guy that he has a legit connection with.
Good rapport.
If it fails, then Justin Fields is just going to be a bad quarterback in his career. But I don't see that happening, man. And that defense they're incredible. They're a top 5 defense right now on paper, and they showed it to be.
Woo!
So
for fantasy, they're going to be top 5. You think so?
Hell yeah. They're going to score a lot of points in their defense this year. Yeah, man. I don't see how Justin Fields is not a top 12 quarterback probably by the end of this year. I'm very high on Justin Fields.
Wow. So you're saying that the Raider defense is worse than the Jets defense for sure.
And they're also saying that it's just kind of like, and I'm gonna throw out some, because we do have Raider fans on this show. It was like when Derek Carr got his Devontae Adams back, Justin Fields and Wilson from their days at Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken. So that they got that simplification, or there's a word that I'm looking for that it's like they're copacetic for sure in that respect. So yeah, and that I would say that is good for the Jets offense, especially. But they got to have Bryce Hall stay healthy. They got to have Bryce Hall stay healthy.
Yeah, their offensive line is, like you said, is going to be better. Justin Fields is going to the best team on paper that he's ever been with. Not best coach was Mike Tomlin. I guess if you could say that at this point in time by his experience, but and think about it. What's his name? Aaron. Their new coach, Aaron Glenn.
Aaron Glenn's
going back to the team that he started his career with. Like he cares about the Jets. This is way different than Robert Saleh coming over, right? And I think they pulled the plug on Robert Saleh way too soon. But that's a conversation for another day. But you bring Aaron Glenn in.
I agree with that.
I don't know if you've seen, he was very hard on those players in the preseason game. Like he gives a lot of a shit about the trajectory of the Jets. A lot of things are just, I see the arrows pointing up, man. I don't see how a 9-8 season is going to disappoint a lot of people by how hard that they're going to play. I think they have that Broncos season that was last year. I think they're going to be the Broncos of last year, where, yeah, they lost a couple games probably that they shouldn't have lost, but people are going to be like, damn, I hate to play the Jets right now. They're fucking good, like all over the place. So, yeah.
I was going to
they're gonna
say,
be good.
Bradley, he answered this because he asked you, what do you say about the criticism of Justin's inability to get through his progressions? And he answered that by explaining how effective Justin Fields is going to be, especially with his best friend, Garrett Wilson, there with the Jets. And then Raider Moore says, I can see the Jets above Miami, New England. Now, I want to put that up because we were talking about New England to start fantasy football. And I kind of thought that New England would do good. Do you see New England being second place, or in the East Coast
They're
Gridiron board, were they first, second, or third?
So the Bills were first on the group. Like it was 11-6. The Patriots were second. The Jets were third on our overall. But I have the Patriots 10-7 and number 1, the Jets at number 2, and the Bills, I had them taking a decline back at 8-9.
Wow.
People say that's not popular.
That's
but
a hot take right there. So this isn't the
Yeah,
group. Now, again, guys, you have to understand that in his group where he has all the different scouts and everything with East Coast Gridiron, they collectively say that it's the Bills, then the Patriots, then the Jets, correct?
Yeah, and they were very heavy on the Bills, so that's why they were in first place on the group.
Yeah.
But I had them in third
But
place.
this is
so-
Dante's when he was doing his take for the panel with East Coast Gridiron. He believes the Bills are going to be third because he believes the Patriots are going to be first. And you're saying the Jets are going to be second at 9-8, bro? Barely making it to the playoffs? You are giving a lot of hope to Johnny, bro. Wow.
Johnny, I would say that, and again, by the way, before I say this, Dante, this is a joke, okay? That was the day that Dante smoked a lot of dope and had a lot of other substances in his system. He was high, he was drunk, and all those other things. Again, I quantify this, but this is a joke. So that's why he's saying that. Okay. So Johnny, I love you, brother, but Dante was way fucked up when he made that decision. Okay.
But I want to hear it. I'm here for the fucked up theory. Go ahead, Dante. Explain to us why the Patriots will be first. Because you weren't high on Drake May, so it's interesting that you have Patriots is first, Jets is second, and you've talked a lot about the Jets, so I can understand that love. But the Bills third, bro. So the Patriots first and the Bills third. Explain yourself.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Before we get into that, Anthony, I don't know where you came from.
Yeah, man. Anthony's calling me a racist, man. No way. No way.
Yeah, Anthony, I got one question for you.
I a racist, brother. I have comedy that's just comedy, but I am not a racist, brother. I know for a fact.
I don't even know who this dude is. So I need you to give me an explanation on how my takes are racist, or any of ours are racist. And then come back to me with a clear, concise example of what we said that was racist. Anyways,
so let's get back to football. Sorry about that, chat.
And Bradley, I don't like Alex Rollins in the way he breaks down tape because I don't really think he understands the fundamentals of the game. That's just my opinion. But a lot of people hang on to that first read thing, or like not able to go through progressions. Look, if I'm in a fast count West Coast offense and my first read is open, do you not think I'm gonna throw that bitch to the guy that's open? Like, a lot of people don't understand that. I don't have time to go through my progressions. And some playbooks, like in Will Stein's offense at Oregon, there was only 2 people that were in the progression, and then it was a check down to the guy that was the running back or something like that. So Alex Rollins can say whatever he wants. I'm not a big fan of his. But yeah, man, the Bills at number 3. Again, it goes back to the theory that if something happens to Josh Allen, would they be worse or would they be better? Or would they be at the same place? If anything happens to him. I'm not saying we don't wish injuries on nobody, but if something happens to Josh Allen, they're a 3-win team. Right? If James Cook doesn't play, where are they at? Right?
Ooh. Okay.
If Keon Coleman doesn't pan out, where are they at? If Matt Milano gets hurt again or is out of game, where are they at? So I have to factor all that stuff in because one thing that's inevitable is one of those pieces is not going to be healthy all year long on any team. One of your major pieces is not going to be healthy all year long. So that's kind of what I factor. I just don't think they're a strong team in depth as they are on the surface, right? Josh Allen's a constant. James Cook, obviously, he's worried too much about his damn money, which is okay. Everybody wants to get paid, but like, it's causing a distraction for the team. Can Dalton Kincaid stay healthy? Dawson Knox, who's going to be the number one there? Offensive line is pretty good, but if something happens to Deion Dawkins, they're screwed. I had to go through that whole thing, and I just don't see that. Like Mike Vrabel, and here's the biggest portion of this, or why I'm so high on the Patriots. Y'all realize that Mike Vrabel, 5 years ago, had the Titans with Ryan Tannehill as the number one seed in the AFC going into the playoffs with Ryan Tannehill. I understand they had Derrick Henry, but Ryan Tannehill was playing really well there. Mike Vrabel just went and dumped everything into that defense, protecting Drake May, got him Kyle Williams, got him Travion Henderson. If Drake May just plays decent, they'll win 10 games. So that's how, like, when I break down my evaluations, that's how I see it.
Right.
It's like, if he just plays decent, where would they be? 10 wins? Okay, cool. I'm good with that.
Wow. So Miami's trash. Miami's the redheaded
Hell yeah,
stepchild.
trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
trash.
you're not believing in the whole Tyreek Hill might have a resurgence. Tua is gonna play a contract year type game. Devon A-Chain, bro. Remember when A-Chain and Mostert were a thing? Remember? You don't think A-Chain's gonna be anything?
I think the
Jalen
Dolphins
Wright,
bro. Jalen Wright.
He ain't even shit without Mostert, baby.
I think the Dolphins not only had the worst draft, they have the worst team on paper. Up and down. They might be the worst team in the NFL this year coming up. Like,
I love this guy. I love this guy.
I have no belief that they're going to be good. Picking Kenneth Grant with their first pick, I mean, it was such a Miami Dolphins pick, and I just sat back and laughed. I said, they actually think Kenneth Grant is going to be the reason why they turns their defense around. Then they trade Jalen Ramsey to get Minka Fitzpatrick. Minka Fitzpatrick has been on the, and I love Minka. He was one of my favorite players in the league. I have his jersey. That's my guy. But I gotta realize it's called a ball, a strike a strike. He's not been the best safety the last 2 years. Jalen's been still pretty steady as a corner. So the Steelers won that trade. Bradley Chubb, is he going to be healthy? Probably not. Jerome Ford, not Jerome Ford. Jerome, I forget his name. The linebacker, is he going to stay healthy?
Jerome Baker is what you wanted to
Jerome
say.
Baker, yep. Jerome Baker, yep. And then we have Tua Tagovailoa. Of course, who knows what's going to happen there? He should retire from football, in my honest opinion. The dude is taking too much of a beating, and I understand the mentality, but bro, you want to be around to be able to speak correct English to your kids when you're 50. Like, let's be honest here. But then they'd go in and draft Quinn Ewers, who, when I evaluated Quinn, he's the same type of quarterback as Tua. So it's not making anything better there. He sucks at throwing the ball downfield. Yeah,
can I ask you real quick? Hold on. Can I ask you real quick? Did you, when you were doing your evaluation of quarterbacks, did you believe Quinn Ewers was better than Cam Miller? I'm just asking because there was a lot of Raider fans that were like, how can you not get Quinn Ewers and Cam Miller? Like, who did you think was the better pick for us?
Curtis Rourke and Quinn Ewers were better than Cam Miller to me. On paper. Like,
what?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
I'm a Cam Miller truther.
Yeah.
But
you don't like Cam Miller?
I like Cam Miller. I just don't think he was better than those, especially Curtis. I had Curtis Rourke as my number one quarterback in this class.
Wow. Okay. Where did Curtis Rourke end up going?
He ended up going to the 49ers.
Oh, shit. Okay. So he's going to be backing up or learning from Brock Purdy, but in the Shanahan system?
Kyle Shanahan's brother was offensive coordinator in Indiana. Who knows better? Yeah.
Okay.
Put those pieces
Okay.
together and it starts to be like, oh shit.
Right. I will say this, and only because you're relatively young, okay, Dante. I will say the one other reason why I can't stand the dollfish, even though or the fish, okay, is because their fight song is a total ripoff of the Houston Oilers fight song. I don't know if you know this or not.
I did not. I'm interested now.
Okay. Their fight song where they go, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins #1, or whatever that is. It's the Houston Oilers fight song. All they did was replace Miami Dolphins and inserted it over Houston Oilers. And that's another reason why I can't stand that team. See, I'm imparting wisdom upon you, okay? Is they didn't change anything except the Miami Dolphins over Houston Oilers. So every time I'm in Miami for a game and they start singing that song, which sucks because that means that they just scored, okay? I sing at the top of my lungs, Houston Oilers, Houston Oilers, because they didn't even change the words, okay? And I said, get a real fight song that you start from scratch, okay? I'm old, people. I know these things, okay? I know these things. So you can impart that knowledge on any fish fan that's out there. Said, you don't even have a real fight song.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I appreciate that lore for sure. Wow, that's like when the Atlanta Braves stole the war chant, and now they have to pay Florida State to use it.
Yeah, well, I know you're an FSU guy because you know what school I went to. I think we picked that up already.
Yeah, you went to University of Florida.
There you go. And so any team that does this, I can't stand because I'm a Gator, not a Seminole. I'm a Phillies fan, not a Braves fan. And obviously, I'm a Raiders fan and not a Chiefs fan. So any team that does that can kiss my ass.
Damn, you got the trifecta.
Trifecta, baby. I know exactly. And anybody else that does that, I don't care about because those are the big three: Atlanta, Kansas City, and Florida State. But I will say I respect as a longtime fan. I love Bobby Bowden. I love Bobby Bowden. And so I will always say that, Coach Bobby is awesome in my book. And didn't he die like within the last couple of years?
Yeah, I believe his 5th year anniversary is coming up this year. So I can't believe it's been that long. But the stories about Bobby Bowden where it's hard to hate on him if you're a rival school because one of the things that he used to do, and you probably know this lore for sure, but one of the most famous things he did is when they played Nebraska and they kicked their ass at Memorial Stadium. He sent a letter to the head coach at the time, and this is when they used to send letters because we didn't have social media back then. But he sent the letter to the head coach, and he thanked them for just their fans being respectful and how good of an atmosphere it was to play. And how hard fought that game was, and it just was so hard to hate against them when you do stuff like that. When you personalizing a letter to be sent to the head coach and saying, thank you for basically playing a game, being a good sport about everything. Your fans are awesome. Like, that's pretty cool stuff. And he used to do that with a bunch of teams. So
right. And I tell you the fact, and I'm sorry, but I'm old too. Sometimes I want to get this out before I forget it. It was in the movie We Are Marshall, and that is a true story. That when Marshall had to go about trying to figure out what they were going to use for that program, Bobby was coach of West Virginia at the time, and for him to open up his books and to let the coach from Marshall, who actually went on to coach or be the guy at Navy, can't remember, Jack something or other. I can't remember his name, but he opened up all of that stuff for Marshall to start their program with. Marshall and West Virginia are like Florida State and Florida. In that state, that is a bitter rivalry. Okay, bitter rivalry, and to do that, to have the class to do that when Marshall lost basically everybody but 2 people from that football crash, that shows me the caliber person for. And like I said, I love Coach Bobby, and I am a Gator, but I did love Coach Bobby to this day. So you got class there, sir. I will give that.
Yeah, Bobby was awesome. I didn't get, of course, I didn't get to see his glory years back in the 80s, but got to witness a bunch. Even when he was falling asleep on the sidelines during the Wake Forest game, I was actually at that game, which was hilarious. But he gave us a lot of good times. I always tell people, I'm like, it's just a shame of how bad that we are right now. He'd be turning over in his grave, because we were not only in bowl games we were feared, but during the season everybody hated to play Florida State. Like they did, and he had that. He made it like that. One of the cool stories about him was, and I know Randy Moss feels the same way. Randy Moss says all the time that Bobby Bowden saved his life for kicking him off the Florida State's team. He said he made him the player that he was just by that one move, because he taught him that he wasn't bigger than the program that he was going to be a part of. Remember, Randy was awesome in high school. He was like untouchable.
A five-star recruit or wherever it was back then, and everybody wanted him, and he goes to Florida State, and Coach Bobby says, "Not on my team." And that's why he prospered at Marshall, because Coach Bobby kicked his ass off the team, and he had to go and prove himself because he also had some obviously law shit to deal with.
Yep.
He went to Marshall because he had to prove himself again, and he was great at Marshall because of that. Like I said, Coach Bobby, instilled upon him, you ain't bigger than the team. You got to earn your shit.
And Randy paid it forward. I don't know if he realizes this or not. I would love to interview him and ask him, like, after Bobby kicked you out the team and you and Chad Pennington did what you did at Marshall, do you feel like you paid it forward in a way where Chad actually got noticed? Because remember, Chad was good on the Jets until he was just battling those injuries, but it's almost like he paid it forward to a guy that maybe would have never gotten noticed by his talent on, Randy displaying his talent with him. Like, I would love to ask him how he would have felt about just that situation. Like, do you think that you were, you helped kind of put Chad on the map, but, just the whole way that whole situation planned out, what people were really knowing how great Chad Pennington was? Because he was great, like, when he was on that team. But of course, how talented Randy was. I would love to hear him tell me, how do you feel about that now, reflecting on everything? Are you glad that you're able to get somebody like him from Marshall to be, a feared quarterback when he was healthy, and Chad Pennington with the Jets? Like, that's crazy to think about. You got me thinking about all the cool stuff growing up and all these players for sure.
See, and I want to say, because we're 15 minutes from hour 5, and I gotta get you guys to go, man. I'm gonna feel terrible myself if I don't. So I'm gonna end it at the 5-hour mark. But we want to have you back, Dante. It's just we never want to mess with, because you have your schedule of bringing out this and that. But I think that would be fun, right, Cap, for you two to kind of talk old school.
Yeah,
right.
And Dante, I know that. I say this to everybody, and Angelo knows, is that I rarely have guests that are lined up. Angelo is really good for getting guests for the show as my co and my producing guy that he is, and he does all of the good widget shit that I don't do, and he's fantastic for that. And that's why I want to say I applaud Angelo, and I do try to make sure that people understand how awesome Angelo is for this channel, because I wouldn't be able to do a lot of the things that I did without Angelo. But Captain Jack story, you know, I'll fucking go back, you know, squirrel. You know, I'm that guy. But Dante, you are obviously you're always welcome, and if there's anything that you wish to impart at another time. But when I do my shows, it's religiously. It's going to be Sunday night and Thursday night, and then I think like with Peggy, it's going to be every other Wednesday. I'm going to do stuff with Peggy, and then on Tuesdays, I believe, don't set me on this, but I think I'll be with Coach Defense on Tuesdays, especially during the season. But if there's any time that you want to do things, you just let me know, and I'll make sure that I bill it up and say, hey, we're going to be joined by Dante of the East Coast Gridiron to do X amount of time that you want to do, and that's great.
For sure.
And we talk all the time, Dante. So you know.
We talk. Yeah. Oh my God, we fucking talk and talk and talk and talk.
No, but Dante, and I was gonna bring you back for. I don't think Captain Jack even knows this on the schedule yet, but if it holds up, once I got 3 spots left to fill to 18. But we're planning on doing we did this last year on Captain Jack's channel, and all the different podcasters put their channels on. But it was the draft for the Silver and Black Showdown. So right now, the Silver and Black Showdown draft is on Sunday, the 24th. I was going to hijack the show from Captain Jack on that one because we're going to start the draft at 5, and then it'll end. Hopefully, it ends by about 6:30-ish, 7-ish, and then we can commiserate into a regular Captain Jack show right after that draft happens. But the draft's pretty fun, because then you get to see how people are thinking, and then we're talking regular football anyways. So, but I say that to say that at some point prior to that show, I am going to do probably not on one of Captain Jack's time slots, but if he allows me, just on a time slot that you're going to be free, that I can put on Captain Jack's channel, so we could just talk straight fantasy football, like where we'll go a hard hour on here's who you think is going to be good quarterback. If we were doing like almost even like a mock drafts of sort, right? Like, hey, if we were doing this mock draft, who would you get? Because your college knowledge is just crazy, man. It's just crazy because you're actually seeing these guys. So anyways, Cap, I promised I would end it at the.
Go ahead. Angelo want to do, and again, I don't know your schedule, sir. I'm not saying that we're committed, but if you and Angelo want to do a fantasy show on this channel, as long as it's not during a time that I would normally be due, I'm all for that. But I also remember you're East Coast, I'm East Coast, and I have my time slots and whatnot. So I want to make sure that it's good for your schedule, not committing you to anything. But I like the simulcast thing where we're on your channel and my channel, and hopefully we'll have some of your people come over to my channel, and hopefully some of my people will come over to your channel. Maybe Mike Sarah might come over to your channel now that he says that you're cool.
You'd be surprised at how many Raider fans would actually want to listen to your channel, because you're giving a lot of intel on all the other teams too, right? Like, and again, man, it's like shit. Like, it's easy to I don't want to say it's easy to be a fan in the sense of because there's casual fans, but if you're a diehard fan, if you're really diehard, right, and you're diehard, and you're riding for your team, you don't got time to pay attention to everybody else's teams, man. So you want the quick snippet, like I want to know exactly what is going on. And that's where someone like you has so much value, because you do take the time to actually break down all the different stuff. So anyways, Cap, I don't want to make the chat upset. Before Dante leaves, here's a question from Raider Moore.
I was going to say it. The last question of the night before we go.
Well, I'm going to do a couple because we got 10 minutes. But he's saying wide receivers, running backs goes 1 through 4. Then once the tight ends go, right? So this is my question to you, because he's asking about Drake London, is in any format that you do, when you have people like Trey McBride or Brock Bowers, right? Or even like TJ Hawkinson, we don't know how much he's going to be used this year. But these top tier tight ends, because tight ends are scarce, do you actually suggest that they wait, or would you take Brock Bowers like in the second round possibly first? Would you take Trey McBride in the second round, possibly first?
I know
You
for
have to-
Bauer too.
You have to pay attention to everything, right? Like, and I would hesitate against Brock Bowers because I obviously think he's going to have a dip than what he did in his first year, but I don't necessarily think he's not going to be a dominant player, right? So here's a couple things to factor when you draft anybody. How's he going to fit in the scheme? Really pay attention in the preseason. Pay attention to injuries around them too, right? Let's say Jacoby Myers gets hurt. Whose targets are going to increase? Brock's. You know what I'm saying? So little nuances like that will win you your league. And a lot of people don't understand that, but that's like my secret weapon. Hate giving away my secrets, but that's one of my secret weapons. It's like somebody gets hurt. I don't want to go out and find just a random guy that had a good game last week. I want to focus in on the guy that maybe I can trade for that may have an increase in value for his team now that another guy is going to be out. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Now on the other side, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Keep going. On the other side, go ahead.
Now I was going to say on the other side too with this is you just have to know what goes on with every single team. Keep up with the trend and stay with it. Like if your trend is around, well, I want to make sure that my quarterback has 30 throws a game, right? If that's what you value because you feel like there's going to be a higher percentage of yards that comes with that more than touchdowns, then maybe that's your strategy. My quarterback gets a ton of yards but not a ton of touchdowns. Or maybe Michael Penix Jr. may average 199 yards but gets 3 touchdowns a game. Like all that stuff is going to balance out, but you have to find what you like as far as like you have to think about your team as like how you would actually manage your team, because when that person's out on your bye week, you're going to want that same value to come in too. So that's another thing. Trey McBride is an interesting one that you bring up because he only had like 2 touchdowns last year, but he had a ton of targets. The trend with this now you draft Will Johnson, who was a straight competitor of Marvin Harrison Jr. They're going to obviously want to target Marvin probably a little bit more, and Will's making him better at practice. So is Trey going to have...
You're saying it's still safer to wait till the 3rd round or later for tight ends and go get your wide receivers and running backs off the grip.
Yeah. I think that is the trend. Now, here's how I feel on the other side of that. This may be unorthodox, but stay with me here. Green Bay Packers have had a plethora of receivers that they've chosen over the last couple of years that none of them have been a clear number one. And now they choose another one with Matthew Golden, right?
Yep.
But who's been the constant the last couple of years? Tucker Kraft.
Yep.
So to me, he still would be in the 3rd round to choose a Tucker Kraft. And then people are like, why the hell did you choose Tucker Kraft? Well, he's going to get over 100 targets and give me 70 catches while they're still trying to figure out their wide receiver situation. Because you know what the golden rule is? The quarterback's best friend is the tight end.
Okay.
It's like simple stuff like that, right? Like you have to outsmart everybody when they think you're doing a bad move. You come in and you have a really good move with a Tucker Kraft who's going to get you 18 points a week. And people are like, what the hell is going on? This tight end is going off. Well, they've always been confused at their wide receiver position. Like, what are we doing here? You go with the constant guy.
Right. All right. Final question, then we're going to go, Cap. So this is a 2-parter from Raider Moore. He wants to know your thoughts on Drake London, but on top of that, he would also like to ask you which rookie wide receivers you think will have the breakout years in this year's fantasy.
So I think you're pretty safe with Drake London. I don't think they're going to switch up anything, but I do think that he'll probably have a dip in production because, and I like to listen to interviews for trends too, right? Just from my own aspect of like when I do record predictions, but this could relate to fantasy. Listen to who they're talking about. Michael Penix Jr. has been mentioning Darnell Mooney for whatever strange reason, and has not mentioned Drake London. And he's been killing it in the camp. And then Bijan Robinson was on the pivot. And guess who he mentions? Darnell Mooney. So I'm tending to think that Darnell Mooney is probably going to be a little bit more involved in their offense this year. And maybe I don't think Drake London will be bad. He's one of my favorite receivers in the league. But
you're not hyping him up the same way these fantasy people, these fantasy gurus are hyping up Drake London.
Yeah, his targets may dip just a little bit on a percent, maybe like 3% of what he did the last year. Couple breakout receivers. Pedro McMillan from Carolina. I totally believe in that kid. He's going to be awesome. I mean,
okay. Now hold on. Does that mean you believe in Bryce Young as a possible 10th, 11th round style quarterback?
If you chose Bryce Young early, I wouldn't be mad.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I'm a believer in Bryce Young. When everybody told me he was ass his first year, this was my analogy. Now it seems smart as shit. And I just sit back and I giggle now. But the first year, remember CJ Stroud went off and Bryce was not all that great.
Right.
I told people, I said, it doesn't matter who picks whatever quarterback in this draft. They're going to have the opposite effect in their second year. I said, watch what I say. So CJ Stroud won Rookie of the Year. Bryce Young had a dip. Then it flip-flopped. Bryce Young ended up getting benched for Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton got in a car accident. Bryce Young came in and had the better second half of the season than CJ Stroud did. And I said, you see how this shit works out? Because Bryce Young, to me, he's the better quarterback of the two, but only slightly. But now they've surrounded him with Xavier Legette last year, and Tedero McMillan, and Adam Thielen, and Jatavion Sanders, and Jimmy Horn Jr. He's going to be awesome. He's going to be awesome.
So Tedero McMillan is someone that you wouldn't be mad at if somebody picks him up, even though he's a rookie. Second round, Tedero McMillan's no problem.
Correct. I think he's number one. I'm going to give you an underrated one.
Okay.
I made a video on this guy, and he kind of had a breakout game a couple days ago in the preseason. And I think Texans fans are really starting to feel the love around this guy. I had to think about Tank Dell got hurt last year. He's not going to be available this year. He's out for the season. They've already said he's on IR. They drafted Jalen Knoll from Iowa State, second to his teammate, Jaden Higgins. Remember, they picked up both the Iowa State guys. Jaden Higgins was the big body guy. I'm not a big Jaden Higgins fan. I wasn't on that train. But I've always liked Jalen Knoll. The thing about Jalen Knoll is he's more versatile than Tank Dell. He's a little bit bigger, so I don't think he's going to get hurt as much. But he's a direct replacement to Tank Dell because I don't think that kid's going to ever be the same, man. And it sucks because he's so talented, but these injuries, he's had some really disgusting, nasty ass injuries that, if he comes back, even 75% of what he was, it's going to be a fucking miracle. But that's just me being an optimist. I hope he comes back, and I hope he comes back is better than ever, but it's not realistic. It's not realistic that he's going to be the same. But Jalen Knoll is Tank Dell on steroids.
Ooh.
And he showed that in the preseason game. Go draft Jalen Knoll. Stay away from Jaden Higgins. I think he's going to be the
hold on. So when you say Jalen Knoll, that means Nico Collins is still in your first two rounds to pick.
If he can stay healthy, he's got a health issue too.
So if you get Nico Collins, you have to get Jalen Knoll.
I think they're a package deal. Yeah, but if it works out, the only thing that you got to worry about is having you just need everybody to step up for one bye week, right? And then you put them back in, and then you get double the points with CJ Stroud. So that's another strategy. But yeah, I mean, if Nico Collins goes out and Jalen Knoll gets more, again, what did I say? Production when somebody else is out. If he's going to get more targets if Nico's out.
Right.
So it's however you play the game. I mean, I wouldn't personally take it that far, but I could see why somebody would draft a Nico and a Jalen Knoll. in like the 5th round or something if Jalen Noel is there, because it's going to be a sneaky
Which
move.
he probably will be, man. Because in all honesty, I don't know. Cap, did you ever hear of Jalen Noel prior to Dante talking about Jalen Noel? Did you know who that was? You're muted, Cap. Let me see if I can unmute you.
Yeah. Okay. No, I was I unmuted myself and muted, and my computer's slow. So when I thought I was unmuted, it was actually muted. I've heard of Chuck Noll.
So you didn't even know about
to
the
your
awesome receiver that Dante is talking about, Jalen Noel from who's with the Texans.
No, you were talking about that some. You said I wouldn't be mad if. I got the fucking Asawa mad if like.
Right.
But no,
Dante,
Noel.
Asawa means wife in Filipino.
Yeah.
Or in Tagalog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noel don't know. Chuck Noll do know. Asawa no.
Hey man, I need some C-Sig, man. Like,
oh man, it's hard to find that over where you're at, bro.
Man, I gotta go all the way to New Jersey to find some C-Sig, man.
Yes, you do.
And some garlic fried rice, man. My goodness.
Yeah, you ain't finding it over where you're at. That's a fact.
It's crazy that we're on this live because I told my wife earlier today I was craving C-Sig and garlic fried rice so bad, and we have no Filipino places here.
Yeah, I know. Captain Jack's wife's Filipino. My wife's Filipino, obviously.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's like they don't a large community. Yeah, I guess Jersey.
No, not in Amish Paradise, Cap. They're not gonna have no Filipino food there.
What I'm saying is that you go to Jersey. I would think maybe Philly. You should. There's got to be a Philippine community in Philly.
It's the Filipino community is mostly northern New Jersey, from what I found out. So, but yeah, there's a couple of Filipino spots in Philly and Delaware too. So,
see, you got Traveling Fool's been with you for almost 2 years.
That's my dog. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, no. So, no, in terms of Philly food for where you're at, unfortunately, Dante, it's the Tri-City area. The Tri-City area will have some good Filipino food. You just got to know the spots. But I could tune you into some of the spots to go to, man. But yeah, I'm sorry, bro. Pennsylvania, and especially where you're at, Amish Paradise, bro. Unless you want to tell me there's some Amish Filipinos up in there, you ain't getting none of that.
And milk and shit over here.
Oh, that's not happening.
And buttered noodles.
But we hit the 5:04 mark. Sorry, I'm 4 minutes late.
Wait a sec. I gotta remember, Dante. I'm fucking serious about this. I need sweet Lebanon bologna.
Oh my gosh, that's a staple in my house.
Not regular Lebanon bologna, but the sweet Lebanon bologna. I used to get it at the commissary. They don't fucking carry it anymore. So if there's a way for you to get me sweet Lebanon bologna, we'll definitely talk after the show, because that shit is fucking paradise.
It's cracked. I didn't know what it was until I met my wife.
Yeah,
we'll make it happen, Cap. Sweet Lebanon. What's it called again, Cap? Sweet Lebanon
bologna. Sweet Lebanon bologna. And I'm gonna be the closest I'm gonna be to you is I'm gonna be in South Carolina, because I changed my plans. I'm driving to South Carolina, flying to Providence and back, flying to Vegas and back, and driving to maybe DC for game 3. Okay. I would put that shit in a fucking. I would buy an extra, because I'm gonna have the car, or maybe Hollywood's gonna have his car. I will have an extra cooler for some sweet Lebanon bologna. Oh my God!
I'm gonna see if I can get you some. Put it with some dry ice and get it sent down to you. I'll send you a couple packs.
Dante's like that, Cap. We can make it happen. Shout out to everybody who's stuck with us for the 5-hour, which is insane, by the way. I can't believe, Captain Jack, that in the same week I got you to do 5 hours. He did one with Severe on Wednesday, and like I said, if I'll make sure, Dante, one of these days I'm going to get you on with Severe too. You guys would be great. And
I've been on him and Pharaoh's show about 3 times. So
okay, yeah, and then yeah, no, and Dante, thanks for your time. I mean, again, I'm sorry you're going to be waking up on a Monday or probably not even going to sleep. So sorry about that, man. But
I'm gonna get
really
getting up at about the crack of maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. So that's the that's because I got nothing else to do.
I'll be up bright and early at 7:30 like I am every day. Good thing is I work from home, so all I gotta do get over, brush my teeth, and then log on.
Okay. All right. Well, we had the guys tonight on the Captain Jack Rackham show. We had Dante from East Coast Gridiron. Please, everyone, follow and subscribe East Coast Gridiron if you want to get all your football knowledge, college or NFL pros. And me and Dante will do some fantasy stuff. And obviously, you guys all know Captain Jack Rackham every Thursdays and Sundays, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And Captain Jack will be doing a Peggy show every other Wednesday when as the Raider season starts. Raider Peggy Holmes, Miss Peggy Holmes, that'll be at 6, I think, right, Cap? 6 o'clock on Wednesday.
Well, I think it's for Pacific time. I think it's going to run off around 9:30. 9:30 East Coast. I think I'm pushing it, or she has me pushing it. Peggy says it's going to be at this time. I'm fucking doing it at this time because that's what Peggy wants. Okay. And I'm not going to piss off. Then probably Tuesdays with Coach. So I'm going to be starting doing, like I said, the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because I'm going to try to do something on Wednesday with somebody on the every other Wednesday. I'm probably going to bring somebody on so I keep going Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. Obviously predicating on travel days being Friday and Monday normally, right. But on days that, like when the Raiders play on the Monday night game, obviously the Tuesday gets thrown out for shows, but that's just the way that is. But I know I'm late. I want to thank specifically Dante and Angelo for their time here. I want to thank everybody that put up with my ass cracking jokes and doing old school shit. Aha. I do this normally, and I'm not the cleanest of mouth, but that's just because I'm an old retired sailor. But if you like my mannerisms or like what I bring to it, if you're already on the East Coast Gridiron, I'm going to get that in my head. If you're on ECG, come on over to Captain Jack Rackham Levy, and you get a lot of Angelo on there. You get a lot of T3 Fester on there. You get a lot of Sharif on there. You get a lot of my regulars on there. You got Mike Sarah was there. Raider Moore is popping in a lot. So I got my regulars, and we got a great crew there, and we'd love to have you there too. All fans, it's Raider centric, but not Raider only. So we like to have fans from all teams come on there. So I thank you for that. That was my PSA for the end of the show.
And then real quick, Dante, is there a show coming up on your channel for tomorrow? I saw an upcoming for something.
Yeah, so every Tuesday and Wednesday it's 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Tuesdays we do our college show. Wednesdays we do our NFL show. It's at the same time every single week. So, yep, been doing that. I don't even know for how long, like almost every week since we've had the channel. So, so yeah, I don't think I've had the schedules yet. And then every once in a while we'll sprinkle in like a film study or something like that,
right.
Just like on a random or like a call-in show or something like that. So,
right.
But yeah, we're always doing something. We're always premiering a video. I always like to chop up the live streams, make them nice and pretty, and put them out
Yeah,
there.
no,
But
it's beautiful, Cap. When you check out his channel, it's very, very professional, very clean. And then you
Yeah.
guys can check out the website eastcoastgridiron.net, I think. Is that correct?
it
Yes.
is. Yep.
eastcoastgridiron.net, East Coast Gridiron on all the platforms. And then, Captain Jack, do you want me to do an outro, or am I just going to end the stream and we call it a night because it's already been over 5 hours? You want me to
You
do
know
any
what? You know what, Angelo? You know, since you were doing the, you could do what you want, man. You can do what
All
you
right.
want, because I know right now, literally, I'm gone over to my YouTube. I'm gonna go and find where it says find, where it's on here somewhere. I'm gonna go East Coast Gridiron, and I'm going to add myself to your channel so that I am so I don't just talk shit. I actually go and do what I say. East Coast Gridiron. Oh, there it is.
I'll tell you guys, if you go to East Coast Gridiron and you start like scrolling down, like scroll way back to some of the stuff he does, it's really fun. He has these like individual videos on certain things where it's a breakdown, and then also the shorts are always fun. I love the shorts. The shorts are an easy way to basically get a take that is all really spectacular. But I mean, like I said, Cap, very extremely professionally done. And everybody should.
I subscribed and I rang the bell, so I got all of those vibrations. So if I'm not doing my own shit, or at least I know I will be getting the notifications for Dante there, and I appreciate your time, sir.
Well, that's how we're gonna end the night, everybody. Captain Jack got vibrations from Dante. You heard it here on the 5 hour.
Yes. Vibrations, not vibrators.
Vibrations. It's giving me excitation. Good bop bop. East Coast Gridiron vibrations.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
See ya.